Chapter 2109. What Ito possessed at the very beginning was this type of Emperor's Chi that was condensed after birth. Later on, he borrowed the might of the jade annulus of Eclan to barely form a pseudo-sentient Emperor's Chi. Only after going through the three kingdoms and the quest for Qin World, as well as the help of the spiritual jade he obtained from Jia Bayu, did he completely borrow the power of creation to form a pseudo-sentient Emperor's Chi. And what drove the heavenly sword divine technique and allowed it to release its normal might was precisely this Emperor's Chi. It was just that this way, the heavenly sword divine technique had a very depressing characteristic. Although the sword moves would appear grand and majestic due to the sun of heaven's draconic Chis, bringing with it an awe-inspiring heavenly might and being able to stir up the great powers of the world with just a raise of the hand, giving the enemy the feeling that the entire dynasty and the world was their enemy. However, due to the sun of heaven's draconic Chis, the sword moves would be restricted to a world. As long as you were in a world that gave you the Emperor's Dragon Chi, you would have the right time, the right place, and the right people. You would be invincible in every endeavor. But once you left that world, you would lose everything, causing the heavenly sword divine techniques might to decrease greatly. In the end, it would fall to the level of an ordinary top-notch divine technique. Even if the world you went to was a little more powerful and the will of the world was a little more condensed, there was a possibility that the Emperor's Dragon Chi that did not belong to that world would directly suppress you. This caused the heavenly sword divine technique to become extremely useless to Ito. Keep it, it was useless. Throw it away, it was a pity. As for the other small problem of not having any evil thoughts when using the heavenly sword divine technique, it was not even a problem compared to the previous big problem. Thus, Ito directly threw it to the side. However, although it is not suitable, but in this world, when fighting for the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, it will be of great help to me in repelling possible opponents. His finger lightly flicked the sword's body. Ito said with a smile, as the heavenly sword emitted a ding sound. Then, he raised the sword in his hand again. His posture was graceful and casual as he performed a set of beautiful sword moves in the secret room. However, even though this set of sword techniques looked beautiful, it was still extremely powerful. However, its might wasn't weak at all. It wasn't like the heavenly sword divine technique that could change the entire world with a raise of his hand. It was like an ordinary sword dance that didn't show the slightest sign of the phenomenon. However, long cracks still appeared on the floor and walls of the secret chamber, one after another. It was strange and abrupt. After a while, Ito sheathed his sword and let out a long breath. Phew, but at this moment a loud pop was heard. A huge cloud of dust suddenly gushed out from the floor and walls of the secret chamber. It formed a large cloud of dust that filled the entire secret chamber. At this time, Ito grabbed with one hand, and like a swarm of bees returning to the tide, the surrounding dust immediately flew into his palm. Not long after, all the dust in the entire secret room gathered in his palm and condensed into a gray ball the size of an egg. Ito casually threw it out. Then, Ito sheathed the heavenly sword. He stepped out of the secret training room and returned to the Devil Queen's bedroom. One day later, Ito, who saw that the devil race was more or less on the right track, left a shadow doppelganger in front of the Devil Queen to suppress the devil race. Then, he once again left the devil race. Once again, he returned to the Marquis of Southern Chu's residence and appeared in Yuer's bedroom. Unfortunately, Yuer wasn't in the Yuxiang pavilion at this time. This caused Ito to pounce on empty air. Ito didn't care about this. He just treated it as if it was his own place and sat cross-legged on Yuer's bed. Closing his eyes, he continued to digest the pile of secret techniques and secret texts that he had obtained from the heavenly sword's spirit in his mind. And this time, Ito gradually ignored the time outside. It wasn't until a sudden creaking sound that he came back to his senses. "Why are you here?" Yuer asked in a somewhat unfriendly tone. But when he thought about it, no one would be happy to see another person suddenly appear in their private bedroom, especially when the other person was someone that they didn't like. I want to start something, say Ito said indifferently, not answering the question. You should talk to my father about this kind of thing, not me, Eur said indifferently. Eur said indifferently. What's more, didn't you already use a secret technique to control my father? Why are you still looking for me? I don't seem to have any value to your great cause, right? Towards the end, Eur's face faintly revealed a self-deprecating expression. No, you do, Sei Ito said with a slight shake of his head. Oh, Eur raised her eyebrows, a puzzled expression on her face. You can allow me to better control the Southern Chu army, Sei Ito explained indifferently. Hearing this, Eur wrinkled her brow and fell silent. I came mainly to tell you that in a moment, I will propose marriage to your father and have the two of us form a lotus plum. I want you to be mentally prepared in advance. Following this, Sei Ito explained the purpose of his visit. I understand, Eur said indifferently as she secretly clenched her fists, suppressing the resentment and powerlessness in her heart. Noticing the small movements of Eur's hand, Sei Ito put down his leg and stood up from the bed. He slowly walked over to Eur and extended his right hand, his index finger gently lifting Eur's chin to make her look at him. Then, he softly said, although the relationship between us is a marriage alliance, and it seems that you aren't very satisfied, I can assure you that I will treat you well. Finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed Eur's lips. He stuck out his tongue and stuck out her teeth. Entering Jade Pool City, he gently and mischievously entangled himself with the only resident of the city. Eur instinctively let out a low moan. A moment later, Sei Ito let go of Eur. I'm going to see your father first. I'll be back in a moment. Be good and wait for me in the room. Sei Ito spoke softly into Eur's ear. Then, he took a step back and teleported away, disappearing from Eur's sight. Eur stood in place, her eyes slightly dazed as she stared at the room in front of her. It was unknown what she was thinking. On the other side, as the light in the room changed, Sei Ito's figure appeared in Yi Chongyu and Xianji's room. Yi Chongyu, Sei Ito calmly called out. Who is it? Xianji's expression changed when she suddenly heard the voice in the room and shouted harshly. However, she immediately snapped out of her daze when she saw Yi Chongyu's expression and actions. With a strange and complicated expression, she looked at Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared. My lord, Yi Chongyu stood on the ground next to the bed and bowed. In 5 days, announce to the public that Eur is betrothed to the demon lord Qin Shiqing. At the same time, form an alliance with the southern border demon race. Sei Ito didn't waste words and directly ordered. Yi Chongyu subconsciously cried out in shock when he heard the order. Sei Ito raised an eyebrow and let out a muffled groan. Although he didn't exert any pressure, Yi Chongyu, who had a spirit seed planted in his primordial spirit, still trembled and hurriedly lowered his head in acknowledgement. Yes, you. Xianji glared at Sei Ito angrily when she saw her daughter being treated like goods. If it weren't for the fact that she knew he was powerful and that she couldn't beat him, she would have rolled up her sleeves and personally stepped forward to kill this strange enemy. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. After all, no matter what, she will be my woman in the future. Sei Ito looked directly at Xianji and said calmly. Humph. Xianji, who was in an extremely bad mood, responded with a cold snort. In addition, I will come tomorrow in a normal manner. Remember to make a good show of it and don't reveal anything. Then Sei Ito turned his gaze back to the Marquis of Southern Chu, Yi Chongyu, and reminded him. Yes, this lowly one understands. Yi Chongyu lowered his head and responded. After receiving Yi Chongyu's response, Sei Ito didn't linger in their room any longer. Just like when he had arrived, he suddenly disappeared from Yi Chongyu and Xianji's sight. Phew! Only now did Yi Chongyu dare to relax and exhale. My lord, you can rest today. At the same time, Xianji, who had endured for a long time, finally lost her temper. With a cold snort, she spoke to Yi Chongyu with a face full of ridicule. Without waiting for him to respond, she flicked her sleeves and left the room. Lowly servant, Sooner or later, I will press you down and wantonly torture you. Yi Chengyu, who had been slapped in the face by Xianji, whispered with a sinister expression. His voice was filled with viciousness. He had the appearance of a completely disgusting but cowardly villain. On the other side, Sei Ito reappeared in Yu's room. "I've returned," Sei Ito said softly. Then, as he walked to Yu's bed and sat down close to her, he continued, "In 5 days, your father will officially announce our marriage." Yu didn't say anything, just sat there quietly. Knowing that Yu had taken things too hard, Sei Ito didn't force her. Maintaining his feet outside, he lay down and closed his eyes, once again throwing himself into organizing the knowledge in his mind. It had to be said that the Celestial Emperor's tens of thousands of years of memories were truly rich. Even though it was possible that only a small portion had been left in the Heavenly Sword and combined with the Heavenly Sword's spiritual intent, Sei Ito still hadn't completely digested it after absorbing it for so long. To the side, Yu's eyes flashed as she saw Sei Ito lie down so defenselessly. Her right hand twitched slightly, but she quickly calmed down. She gazed at Sei Ito beside her with a complicated expression. "Is this my future man?" Yu muttered to herself, somewhat lost in thought. The following night passed uneventfully. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. That morning, the figure of a tall and handsome young man appeared on the mountain-climbing stairs leading to the marquee of Southern Chu's estate, climbing up step by step. Chapter 21:10. Halt! This is an important area of the marquee of Southern Chu's estate. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted. The soldier guarding the marquee gate dropped his bronze dagger axe and reprimanded Sei Ito as he ascended the steps. Sei Ito politely cupped his fists towards the two and said with a smile, "I'll have to trouble the two of you to go inside and report to the marquis that Qin Shiqing has arrived." Seeing that Sei Ito's appearance was kind, his tone was gentle, and he didn't have the bandit aura of a great villain, the two soldiers immediately relaxed. They placed their bronze dagger axes beside them and said, "Very well, please wait a moment." Sei Ito slightly nodded and agreed with a smile. The soldier who received the reply did not hesitate. One of them continued to stand guard at the gate, while the other returned to the estate to report to the Marquis of Southern Chu Yi Chengyu. It wasn't until almost 5 minutes later that the soldier who had previously received the report ran back, panting, "Quick, open the gate." The soldier pulled at his companion guarding the gate and said, Quickly open the gate. The Marquis is about to arrive." At this moment, the soldier who had caught his breath spoke. He quickly walked to the gate, grabbed the handle, and pulled it open. Creak, at the same time, the other soldier who had recovered his wits quickly followed suit and opened the remaining gate. In an instant, the path leading to the innermost main residence in the center of the estate appeared in front of Sei Ito's eyes. At this moment, Marquis of Southern Chu, Yi Chengyu, and his wife, Xianji, were walking on the wide path with the black and white ministers and a dozen or so guards. They quickly walked towards the gate. "Aya, the demon lord has graced us with his presence. Please forgive us for not welcoming you from afar. Please forgive us." When they were still 4 or 5 meters away from the gate, Yi Chengyu hastily cupped his fists. With a big smile on his face, he saluted and greeted Ito Sei. That lowly and humble appearance really made it hard for people to believe that this fellow was a marquis who held great power and dominated a region, and not an unscrupulous merchant who walked the streets. However, behind him, Bai Xiang and He Xiang's expressions slightly changed when they heard Yi Chengyu's address to Ito Sei. They couldn't help but look at each other and see a hint of astonishment in each other's eyes. It had to be known that although Southern Chu didn't care about righteous, evil, devil, or demon, and even supported a great devil, the Southern Chu didn't care. But those were the people of Jianghu, martial arts experts, and lone rangers. It was not a force like the demon race. Moreover, the other party was a clan that had returned to Great Shang and was labeled as a traitor. Even now, they were still on the verge of being wiped out. What is the Marquis trying to do by receiving the demon monarch so brazenly? Could it be? Black minister and white minister could not help but think to themselves. Thank you, Marquis, for coming out personally to receive me. You have given me enough face. What crime have I committed? Say Ito carried him and walked into the Marquis's residence. He smiled at Yu and said, Moreover, Marquis is the Marquis of Great Shang and not a subject under my rule. What right do I have to punish Marquis? Marquis really likes to joke. Ha! Demon Monarch is right. Demon Monarch is right. Yu agreed with a dry laugh. Demon Monarch, Marquis, this is not the place to talk. Let us invite Demon Monarch in first. To the side, Xianji, who could not bear to see Sei Ito and Yu's fake greetings, hurriedly spoke up. Madam is right. Demon Monarch, please. Yu hurriedly agreed and spread his arms in invitation. Please. Sei Ito followed suit. He said politely. Afterwards, the group did not stay at the entrance for long. They walked along the main road to the innermost main residence of the residence until they stopped in front of a spacious room. At this time, Ipatian and another young woman wearing tight clothes with a slightly cold expression appeared in front of Seito's eyes. It was the Thunder and Lightning sect master, Qing. Moreover, what surprised Seito was that Ipatian, who he had originally expected to be a cripple and spend the rest of his life in bed, was not only standing in front of him unscathed, but also full of vitality. Divine light flickered, and he looked as if he had been reborn and his skills had greatly improved. Interesting. Seito's gaze wandered around Potion's body with interest, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he thought to himself. Greetings, father, uncle, mother, madam. Ipatian and Qing saluted and greeted. Lord Marquis, won't you introduce them? Seito continued to pretend to be ignorant and asked, Demon Lord, this is my daughter, Yu and my son, Patian. Yu pointed at Yu and Patian and introduced them. Yu Patian, this is His Majesty the Demon Lord of the demon race. Then, Yu pointed at Seito and introduced them to the two. Ipatian greets the Demon Lord. And Ipatian cupped their hands and greeted. Lord Marquis is very fortunate. Not only are your son and daughter both beautiful and valiant, but their cultivation is also so profound. If they were placed in the Jianghu, they would be ranked among the top experts. It seems that the Marquis has a worthy successor. Ito Saihara said flatteringly. You're too kind, too kind. Yu smiled modestly like a blooming chrysanthemum. Then he moved his arm and pointed at Qing, who was standing next to Ipatian, and introduced her. This is the sect master of the Western region's Thunder and Lightning sect, Miss Qing. Oh, Ito raised his eyebrows and looked at Qing. I've long heard of how powerful the Western region's Thunder and Lightning sect is. I wonder if they are really as powerful as the rumors say. Miss Qing, are you willing to let me experience it? Ito provoked with a smile that was not a smile. He clearly presented the image of a warmonger from the demon race in front of everyone's eyes. Since Demon Lord does not mind, Qing will naturally accompany you. As the leader of a force, Qing replied with equal harshness. Good, Ito praised. Lord Demon Lord, you've just arrived. You must be tired from the long journey. How about we put the matter of the competition aside for now? After today's welcoming banquet, when you've rested enough, you can compete with Miss Qing again. Yu hurriedly advised from the side. Although he had been planted with a seed, it did not mean that he had lost his own thoughts, consciousness, and memories. He was still himself. He was only affected by the spiritual seed and was loyal to Seito. Naturally, he was somewhat biased towards Qing, who had taken out a precious medicine to save his son. She was also powerful and seemed likely to become his daughter-in-law. Lord Demon Lord's martial arts are unparalleled. What does a trifling journey count for? Could it be that my lord thinks that the Demon Lord will lose? However, just as Yu's voice fell, before anyone else could reply, Xianji suddenly spoke up from the side. With these words, apart from Sei Ito and Ching, who were people of the present era, the expressions of everyone present immediately changed. Among them, Ichongyu's expression was anxious. He was afraid that Sei Ito would misunderstand him. Although Iposhin's expression did not change much, when Xianji's voice fell, a cold light filled with killing intent uncontrollably flowed from his eyes. The corners of Er's mouth twitched as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she fell silent and did not say a word. Xianji sneered. Her black and white eyes were filled with worry. The other soldiers who had followed them all looked excited, and so on. Sei Ito glanced at Xianji with a ghost of a smile. Then his gaze returned to Qing. He smiled faintly and said, "Not bad. These long journeys are not worth mentioning to me. How about it? Does Sect Master Qing want to compete with me now?" "No. In order to prevent people from spreading rumors, let's wait until the demon lore has rested enough before we begin." Qing also glanced covertly at Xianji, who had a cold smile on her face and looked as if she was ready for a good show. She looked at Sei Ito and smiled. As soon as Qing's voice fell, Xianji's expression immediately froze. However, she was a shrewd person and returned to normal in the blink of an eye. She took on the air of a madam and said calmly, "That is truly regrettable. In that case, please enter the hall and take your seats. Please." To the side, Ichongyu, who was afraid that Xianji would cause trouble again, hurriedly called out to them. Sei Ito smiled faintly and followed Ichongyu into the hall. Next were Xianji, Ipatian, Qing, and the two ministers of black and white. They sat down in order of priority. Sei Ito, Ichongyu, and Xianji sat at the top, facing each other. Ipatian, and Qing sat in the middle, also facing each other. Finally, the two ministers of black and white sat at the bottom, at separate tables, forming an irregular octagon. They sat in different parts of the hall. "Come, bring in food." Xianji, who had the authority to manage the affairs of the manor, ordered loudly. "Yes." Then, in the next moment, a large number of maids walked into the main hall, carrying wine and food and placing them on the short table in front of everyone. "This marquis is honored that the demon lord could come this time. I can only use this wine to express my sincerity." Ichongyu raised the wine cup in his hand and bowed to Sei Ito. At the same time, seeing their master raise his cup, Minister of Black and Minister of White also raised their cups and bowed to Sei Ito. "Marquis is too polite." Sei Ito also raised his cup and said politely. Then he raised his hand and drank the wine in the cup. Among them, Ito Sei, Ichongyu, and Xianji sat on the top, facing each other. Ipatian, and Qing sat in the middle, facing each other. Finally, black and white sat on the bottom, at separate tables, forming an irregular octagon, sitting in different places in the hall. "Come, bring in food." Xianji, who had the authority to manage the affairs of the manor, ordered loudly. "Yes." Then, in the next moment, a large number of maids walked into the main hall, carrying wine and food and placing them on the short table in front of everyone. "This marquis is honored that the demon lord could come this time. I can only use this wine to express my sincerity." Ichongyu raised the wine cup in his hand and bowed to Sei Ito. At the same time, seeing their master raise his cup, Minister of Black and Minister of White also raised their cups and bowed to Sei Ito. Chapter 2111. P.S. Thank you to Ely for your precious monthly votes. Ipatian, who still coveted the position of Marquis of Southern Chu, naturally wouldn't easily agree to the alliance between Southern Chu and the demons. However, at the banquet, he couldn't say too much in front of Seito. So, after the banquet ended, Ipatian immediately went to find the equally worried black and white prime ministers and began to persuade Ichongyu. However, under the brainwashed Ichongyu's stubbornness, his persuasion ended in failure. Ipatian had no choice but to return to his palace, full of anger, and find Qing, the leader of the Thunder and Lightning sect, to discuss important matters. Then that night, H.M. HM. In a daze, Xianji opened her closed eyes. Then they suddenly widened. Her face was full of disbelief and anger as she looked at Sei Ito, who was working hard on her body. She shouted angrily, "How dare you? This is your punishment for trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife during the day," Sei Ito said with a chuckle. "Bastard," Xianji cursed as she struggled. "Don't waste your energy. In order to prevent you from resisting during this process, I've already sealed the vital acupoints around your dantian. Right now, you're just an ordinary woman with a body full of power, but no ability to use it," Sei Ito said with a smile like a villain. Then, he ignored Xianji and began to work on her body even more intensely. Under Sei Ito's fierce attacks, Xianji quickly couldn't suppress the strange feeling that arose in her body. She gradually became addicted to it, letting out sounds that would cause anyone who heard them to be filled with endless reverie. Her voice was full of seduction and sweet moans. After an unknown amount of time, Xianji let out a long moan that contained a sense of release and bliss. Xianji's entire body went limp. As expected of a woman from the Tianmu sect, "You're really different from ordinary women." Sei Ito climbed up from Xianji's body with a ruthless expression. He grabbed her clothes and looked at what she was wearing. It was hard to tell whether his tone was praise or ridicule. "Bastard, didn't you say you wouldn't treat you unfairly? How dare you do such a thing to me? You really are an untrustworthy bastard. He's worse than a beast." Xianji, who had been enjoying the aftertaste of bliss, immediately became furious. She forced herself to sit up and glared at Sei Ito. "Whatever you say," Sei Ito sneered. "I only hope that you will learn to be smarter in the future and not do meaningless things. Otherwise, I may have to visit you again." His tone was full of sarcasm. He even compared her to some kind of occupation by visiting her once. "You." Xianji's face was red as she shouted. But Sei Ito couldn't be bothered with her. His body flashed, and he disappeared from her sight. "Chen Shiqing, don't give me a chance. Otherwise, even if I have to sacrifice you Er's happiness, I'll kill you." Xianji roared angrily when she saw Sei Ito disappear. "Bitch, you won't have that chance." Just as Xianji's voice fell, another voice filled with anger rang out in the room. "Ichongyu." Xianji was stunned at first. Then she shouted in a somewhat crazed and hysterical voice, "Old bastard! What did you call me?" "Bitch." Ichongyu, who had appeared out of nowhere, cursed loudly again. "Old bastard! I'll kill you." Xianji, now completely sure that what she'd heard before wasn't an illusion, was furious. She summoned her power, which she didn't know when she'd recovered, and flew naked in front of Ichongyu. She stretched out her hand and slapped it at Ichongyu's chest. "Go to hell." "Oomph." Ichongyu's expression didn't change. With a cold snort, he raised his right hand to meet Xianji's attack. Slap. In an instant, Xianji felt her body shake. Her face was filled with disbelief as she flew backward, slamming into the wall beside the bed like a cannonball. Bang! Wah! Xianji's internal organs had been hit by a powerful spiral of qi, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. "How is this possible? How do you have such profound internal energy?" Xianji questioned loudly, not caring about her image. "My strength. How can a promiscuous bitch like you measure it?" Ichongyu laughed coldly, pleased with himself. "Bitch, for the sake of our many years of marriage, I'll give you a chance. As long as you're willing to crawl in front of me like a dog and bark like a dog, I'll let you go. You shameless coward, don't even think about it." Xianji's face was twisted as she shouted, "Your woman has been taken by another man right in front of your face, and your first thought is not to ask for payment, but to kill your own woman. Ichongyu, you really are filthy mud. You disgraced your ancestors. Bitch, how dare you speak to me like this? Watch how I'll teach you a lesson." Ichongyu seemed to have been hit where it hurt. His face hardened, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then he pushed off with his feet and used his qing gong to fly to the bed. He once again slapped at Xianji. Out of survival instinct, Xianji hurriedly summoned all her internal energy and raised her palm to meet the attack. Bang! With a violent thud, Xianji's body once again slammed into the wall behind her. At the same time, her internal injuries worsened. Her face was pale, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Lee Chong-yu was unforgiving. He flipped his hands and took advantage of the fact that Xianji was powerless to resist due to her internal injuries to strike her dantian in her lower abdomen. Bang! You actually dared to cripple my martial arts. Xianji spat out another mouthful of blood, her face filled with disbelief. This marquis is the dignified marquis of Southern Shu. Everything in Southern Shu is decided by this marquis. What's wrong with crippling a lowly servant girl's martial arts? Lee Chong-yu sneered with a face full of ridicule. I'll ask you one last time. As long as you lie on the ground like a dog and bark, I'll spare your life for the sake of our past relationship. Lee Chong-yu said coldly. Don't even think about it. Xianji, who had been reduced to this state and had completely shed all pretense of cordiality with Lee Chong-yu, refused without hesitation. Very good. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Lee Chong-yu was so angry that he laughed. Then he struck Xianji's forehead with his palm. Immediately, the latter felt a sharp pain in his head, and his consciousness became blurry. What a pity. I won't be able to see Di Lang again. In the end, Xianji's thoughts were not, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Instead, she regretted that she might not have the chance to see him again. It really made one speechless. Where am I? After an indeterminate amount of time, Xianji slowly woke up and muttered to herself with a blank gaze. Beauty, you're my home. A middle-aged man who smelled strongly of sweat and was dressed like a commoner on the streets smiled lecherously. His face was unshaven, and his expression was frivolous like that of a local ruffian. Her lips parted. A strong smell of breath rushed into Xianji's nose. Xianji's expression shook, and she instinctively struck the chest of the man who looked like a local ruffian. Slap! Beauty, are you tickling me? The ruffian chuckled. At the same time, he reached out and stroked Xianji's white and delicate body. TSK. I don't know which family was so cruel to leave a beauty like you alive in the wilderness. What a waste. But if it wasn't for this, how could Ma-san benefit from it? How could I, Ma-san, enjoy such good fortune? Bastard, get your dirty hands off me, Xianji said angrily. Only now did she remember that her martial arts had been destroyed and she still had internal injuries. Her strength might not even be as strong as an ordinary peasant woman. I won't let you. Shut up. Beauty, it seems you can't wait. Ma-san chuckled. Then he lowered his head and fiercely kissed Xianji's lips. At the same time, his hands moved. Unscrupulously, they began to wander over Xianji's already naked body. Xianji, whose lips were sealed by his thick mouth, unconsciously let out a low moan of resistance. What happened next was even simpler. One side was angry, but unable to resist. One side was lecherous and cunning, and he didn't know what it meant to have tender feelings for the fair sex. Soon, Xianji's body was invaded by Ma-san. Despair and resentment began to appear on her face. Lee Chong-yu, Chun Shiqing, even if I become a ghost after death, I, Xianji, won't let you go. Xianji's heart was full of vicious curses. Then she clenched her teeth, and after a while, red blood flowed out of her mouth. Clearly, Xianji, who was proud and didn't want to let herself be humiliated like this, bit her tongue and killed herself. And Ma-san, who was immersed in sensual pleasure, didn't notice all of this. It wasn't until he exhausted his energy that he discovered Xianji's situation. What bad luck! Ma-san muttered with a face full of dissatisfaction. Then he hurriedly cleaned up his body, picked up the beauty who was no longer breathing, and threw Xianji into the wilderness while it was dark. Ah! With a scream, Xianji suddenly sat up on the bed. Madam, what's wrong? Lee Chong-yu, who had been frightened by Xianji's sudden scream, also hurriedly sat up on the bed. He looked at Xianji, whose face was constantly changing and whose forehead was covered in sweat, and asked with concern. I'm fine, Xianji said in a cold and hard voice. After speaking, she grabbed a coat from the side and put it on her shoulders. She rolled off the bed and walked out of the bedroom. Her eyes flashed as she looked at the boundless starry sky. She couldn't help but think back to that realistic dream and the words that suddenly appeared in her mind after the dream shattered. Chen Shiqing, who exactly are you? Xianji muttered to herself with an uncertain expression. The sun rose and the moon set, the stars hid in the clouds. In the blink of an eye, it was the second day. Miss, young Master Patian and the Thunder and Lightning Sect Master have come. A beautifully dressed maid came to Er's bedroom and reported. I know, Er said indifferently. Yes. The maid answered and consciously left the room. It looks like your older brother Patian has a lot of confidence in the Thunder and Lightning Sect Master. Seito smiled as he looked at Er. He's so impatient to come here and throw his life away. Don't be careless. Be careful of capsizing in the gutter. Er reminded. Although there were many things she was unwilling to do about the marriage, things had already reached this point. Knowing that resistance was useless, Er accepted her fate. She began to consider the problem from the perspective of mutual benefit. What? You don't have confidence in my strength? Seito said, amused. That will depend on a certain person's attitude. Er glanced at Seito. Then she stood and walked out of the room. Seito smiled softly and stood to follow her. He took Er's small hand and asked, What do you mean? The Thunder and Lightning Sect seems to be a large faction in the western regions. Er said with a double meaning. Now that you mention it, it seems to be true. Should I simply take the Thunder and Lightning Sect in my hands and add strength to the upcoming major event? Seito turned his head and looked at Er's face with a smile. Er coldly snorted and did not give him a good face. Seeing this, Seito smiled and did not say anything. He followed Er to the main hall in front of the Yuxiang Pavilion used for receiving guests. He saw Patian, the Thunder and Lightning Sect Master Qing, as well as her bodyguards Red-Hair Ancestor and White-Hair Ancestor who were already waiting inside. Seeing Seito and Er walking into the room hand in hand, Potion's eyes flashed and then disappeared. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Seito let go of Er's hand and cupped his fist to Patian and the others like a master. Demon Lord, what are you saying? It's us who disturbed your rest. Patian smiled fakely and returned the greeting. It seems that Sect Master Qing can't wait any longer. Then Ito-sei turned his head and looked at Qing. Her eyes were flashing and her aura was condensed, but she was sitting there giving people a feeling that she was ready to strike at any time, and said with a smile, That's right. I wonder if the Demon Lord has rested well. Qing released her aura slightly and looked back at Seito with a burning gaze, asking in a deep voice, Since Sect Master Qing can't wait any longer, how can this Chun not tactfully refuse the beauty's good intentions? Let's go to the drill ground outside. Seito's eyes circled around Qing with interest and said with a chuckle, Please. Qing stood up and extended her arms in invitation. Please, Seito said indifferently. Then, without hesitation, he turned around and walked out of the front hall that he had just arrived at. He went straight through the gate not far away and left the Yuxiang Pavilion, arriving at the vast central courtyard of the Marquis's mansion and the drill ground. Qing the red-haired ancestor, white-haired ancestor, and Patian also did not hesitate and quickly followed out, stopping about 10 meters away from Seito. Then, the red-haired ancestor, white-haired ancestor, Patian, and also retreated a distance away from Seito and Qing making an open space for the two to fight. Gradually, a heavy and austere atmosphere spread over the Marquis's mansion. Chapter 21:12. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew past, sweeping up a small cloud of dust. The two auras became even more majestic, like the mountains and rivers of the world spreading out in the field, causing Patian, the red-furred ancestor, and the white-furred ancestor's expressions to slightly change. However, when one of the auras was about to reach its peak and a great battle was about to break out, Seito, the owner of the other aura, suddenly smiled. Like a Buddha descending to the world, he dispelled the austere aura in the field and gently said, Chinger doesn't have a master. Why don't the two of us open a bet before the battle? Affected by Seito's smile, Chinger, whose aura suddenly stagnated, asked with a frown, bet on what? I know that your Thunder and Lightning sect intends to use E-Potion's hand to develop and become a first-rate sect in the world. That's why you spared no effort to support E-Potion and my woman Yu in the struggle for the position of heir. However, I have a proposal that can allow us to resolve this problem very well, Seito said with a smile. What is it? Chinger, who had vaguely guessed Seito's plan, asked, her eyes flashing. Let's bet on the outcome of our battle. If I win, Sect Master Chinger, you will abandon E-Potion and become my woman with Yu, leading the Thunder and Lightning sect under my command, Seito indifferently said. At these words, Yu and E-Potion's expressions immediately changed. However, the former's face was filled with anger and displeasure at Seito seducing another woman in front of her, while the latter's was filled with anger and fury at Seito seducing his woman and destroying his foundation, as well as an uncontrollable cold, killing intent. Then what if the Demon Lord loses? Although there was no change in her expression, Chen, whose heart was filled with raging anger, coldly asked, I will take Qing and the demons under E-Potion's command. Henceforth, I will no longer compete with him for the title of Marquis of Southern Shu. Seito firmly replied. How is it? Then, Ito-sei asked with a faint smile on his face. Qing did not answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at E-Potion. Qing, you can decide for yourself. I believe in you. E-Potion forced a smile on his face and said warmly, Potion. Qing's heart warmed slightly as she softly called out. Then, he took a deep breath and solemnly looked back at Seito. Does the Demon Lord dare to swear an oath? I, Chun Shiqing, swear on my identity as the Devil Lord that as long as I lose to Sect Master Qing in this competition, I will follow her words and submit to E-Potion. If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Seito did not hesitate. He raised his hand and swore. Qing, who did not expect Seito to swear an oath so straightforwardly, could not help but sigh and say, Demon Lord is so bold. It's Sect Master's turn. Ito-sei smiled, accepted Qing's compliment, and then said in a low voice, I, swear on my identity as the Sect Master of the Thunder and Lightning sect that if I lose to Demon Lord Chun Shiqing in this competition, I will follow the agreement and submit to E-Potion. Lead the Thunder and Lightning sect under the command of the Demon Monarch. If you violate this oath, you will be struck by lightning. Qing took a deep breath and announced with a solemn expression, Sect Master Qing, there seems to be one item missing from the oath. Seito said with a faint smile after Qing's voice fell. The Demon Race and my Thunder and Lightning sect, Demon Lord and my Qing. Our identities and forces are equal. I don't think there is anything missing from this bet. Qing said coldly. Yeah, that's fine. Anyway, as long as I win this competition, Qing, you can't escape from my hands. Seito looked meaningfully at Qing and chuckled. It's not certain who will win or lose. Demon Lord should not be overconfident. Qing retorted without any trace of politeness. I will wait and see, Seito said with a smile. Then, an even more powerful and majestic aura erupted from Seito's body. Qing was not to be outdone. She fiercely raised the lightning yuan in her body and also erupted with a majestic aura like that of a supreme ruler. It collided with Seito's aura. Although it was silent, a powerful yuan chi shock wave spread out in all directions with the two as the center. The clothes of E-Potion and the others were blown violently. How can it be? How can Demon Lord have such a majestic and endless aura? Qing's expression changed slightly. She looked at Seito, who was still acting indifferent and flirtatious, with some surprise and thought. No, I can't drag it on like this. Otherwise, I may be suppressed by him to the point that I won't even have the desire to attack. Thinking of this, Ching'er no longer hesitated. She immediately moved and arrived in front of Seito. Her hands turned into a pair of sharp claws, and with the crackling reddish-yellow lightning, she clawed at Seito's body. Seito did not care about Ching'er's attack. He simply tapped his foot behind him, and his body suddenly became illusory. Like a mirage, he was torn into pieces by Ching'er's lightning claws. Then, Seito's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ching'er's claws. He looked at Ching'er with a smile. Ching'er did not talk nonsense. She raised her foot and kicked Seito's chin. But at this moment, Seito's figure became illusory. He once again turned into an afterimage and disappeared in front of her. He suddenly appeared behind her on the right side. He stretched out his hand and very flirtatiously pinched Ching'er's bouncy buttocks wrapped in black pants. Bastard! Ching'er's face flashed with anger. She fiercely swung her arm behind her back. But like the previous 2 times, the attack missed once again. The feeling is not bad. Seito, who suddenly appeared 5 meters behind Ching'er, gently rubbed his fingers as if he was reminiscing. He said with a frivolous smile on his face. Ching'er's face was gloomy. Her eyes flashed with cold light. She turned around and looked at Seito with killing intent. A beauty's anger is indeed a different style. Seito chuckled. It's just a pity that it's stuck in a pile of cow dung like Ipatian. Follow me. I can give you greater glory and wealth than Ipatian and the Marquis of Southern Chu can give you. Ching'er did not reply. Her figure flashed, and like a bolt of lightning, she suddenly appeared in front of Seito. She raised her leg and kicked at Seito's body with electricity. Seito chuckled. His left hand moved later, but arrived first a block in front of his chest. Boom! A booming sound rang out from the point where their palms and feet met. Not bad. It's a bit powerful. Seito smiled. Seeing her attack easily blocked, Ching'er's face changed. She hurriedly stretched out her hands and released a large amount of lightning. The powerful lightning transformed into a huge electric net that instantly enveloped Seito's body. It was as if it weighed 1,000 pounds and constantly pressed him to the ground. It caused the free electrons that existed underground to form a large number of messy thunder tentacles, intertwining with the electric net above, forming an electric ball that had the power of compression and pulling at the same time. Together, they pushed Ito-sei to the ground. Immediately after, Ching'er, who had pressed Seito down with the electric net, quickly leapt up again. Her right foot stabbed out. The powerful lightning and the yuan qi of the world immediately materialized a bright yellow sword-shaped light blade on her leg. As Ching'er fell, it stabbed at Seito's face. Lightning sword, what a ruthless heart. As if he did not see the lightning sword shooting down, Seito still had a relaxed expression as he teased. Then, in a futile struggle, the electric net trapped outside his body was suddenly torn apart, turning into a large number of electric sparks that shot out in all directions. Then, Seito stretched out his left hand and met it with an ordinary palm strike. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two collided, forming a gas explosion. A visible yuan qi shockwave rushed out and quickly spread in all directions. Looking at Seito, who was unscathed below, Ching'er exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Like her, Ipatian, red-hair ancestor, and white-hair ancestor also changed their expressions." Ito-sei grabbed Ching'er's foot with one hand and threw her to the ground with a swing of his arm. Secmaster, white-hair ancestor, and red-hair ancestor shouted anxiously. Ching'er, who felt the force released from the tip of her foot, quickly flipped in the air and landed on the ground again with her right hand and feet. Then, with the remaining force in her body, she moved back a short distance. Whoosh! Ching'er's expression kept changing as she looked at Seito, who was not far away, and thought to herself, "How can he be so strong?" Slowly retracting his left hand, Seito, who stood still in place, chuckled and said, "How about it? Do you want to consider my proposal?" "Oomph." Qing'er snorted coldly and straightened her body. Then, she began to circulate her highest level of power and absorbed the lightning essence in the air and under the ground in a strange way. In an instant, there was a clap of thunder, and a thick electric arc fell from the sky under the traction of the lightning that kept jumping out of the ground, bombarding Qing'er, who was surrounded by bright yellow electric arcs. The surging electric arcs made Qing'er look like a reincarnated thunder god. At this time, Qing'er quickly channeled the electric arcs on her body and around her hands, forming a highly compressed electric ball that looked like a small sun. Then, with a swing of her arm, a real electric dragon made of lightning energy immediately roared out from Qing'er's hands and rushed straight toward Saito. The third of the Thunder and Lightning sect's 3 ultimate skills, Extreme Thunder Evil Dragon. The electric dragon cut through the air and appeared in front of Saito almost instantly. Stab! Under the illumination of the electric arcs, Saito's face showed a bright yellow color. His expression did not change, and he did not even dodge. He just raised his right hand gently in front of him, formed a knife with his 5 fingers, and then suddenly stabbed at the electric dragon in front of him. Chapter 21:13. In an instant, an extremely dazzling white light flashed, and the bright lightning divine dragon was instantly split into 2. Then, with a loud boom, it exploded, turning into a sky full of lightning sparks that flew in all directions. Did it work? Ipatian whispered to himself with anticipation. "Chong!" Eeyore exclaimed with a worried face. On the other hand, Qing'er, as the person involved, stared blankly ahead with eyes full of disbelief. She muttered to herself like a fool. How is this possible? After a while, the lightning disappeared, and Saito's figure reappeared from the remnant lightning sparks in the sky. At this time, his figure was intact, his skin was smooth, and even his clothes were still the same as before the battle. There was no trace of being attacked by energy. If it weren't for the fact that there was still a large amount of lightning sparks around him that had not dissipated completely, it would be hard to believe that this guy had just been bombarded by someone else's big move. Then, Saito stepped forward and walked step by step toward the Thunder and Lightning sect master, Qing'er, who was still in a daze. Sect master, Ipatian, red-hair ancestor, and white-hair ancestor called out anxiously. Hearing the call, Qing'er's body shook, and she recovered from her daze. With a complicated expression, she looked at the young demon, Lord Saito, who was gradually walking toward her. Then, she said in a low voice full of dejection, "I lost." Qing'er? Ipatian immediately widened his eyes when he heard the words. He looked at Qing'er in the field with a face full of disbelief. Then, according to the bet before the battle, from now on, you and your Thunder and Lightning sect will officially draw a clear line with Ipatian and become my subordinate. Saito, who walked slowly to Qing'er and stood still, looked at the beautiful person in front of him with a calm expression. He said indifferently. Qing'er looked deeply at Saito in front of her and did not say anything. However, he did not refute Saito's words. Of course, even if she didn't acquiesce, Qing'er would still admit it. After all, she had already made an oath. In this ancient society where there were immortals and gods, and where oaths were valued, no one wanted to be punished by the heavens because of an oath. Very good, Saito smiled, then changed the topic and asked again, "How is it? Should he go with you, become my woman? That way, you will gain more benefits than you can gain now. Just like what you've always wanted, to make the Thunder and Lightning sect a first-rate sect." "Demonic Lord, please be careful with your words," Qing'er reminded him with a cold expression. Ito-sei chuckled when he heard this, and then whispered something in Qing'er's ear using the method of voice transmission. Qing'er frowned as she glanced at Saito. Without saying anything, she turned around and walked to the side of Ipatian, red-hair ancestor, and white-hair ancestor. "Let's go," Qing'er said faintly. "Yes," red-hair ancestor and white-hair ancestor replied in unison. Ipatian opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything. He silently followed Chinger, the red-furred ancestor, and the white-furred ancestor out of the central courtyard that also served as a drill ground. They returned to the soaring dragon pavilion on the left side of the courtyard. Let's go back too. Sei Ito, who had watched Chinger and the others leave, retracted his gaze and turned to look at EU, who had walked to his side. You men are indeed not good things. You clearly said that you won't treat me unfairly, but you turned around and seduced other women in front of me. Truly shameless to the extreme. EU looked at Sei Ito with a mocking expression. Well, your husband is destined to become the most powerful man in the world. Although I'm not talking about having 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, I'm still a man who is destined to become the most powerful man in the world. Although I won't have many wives, I will definitely have a few concubines. Instead, it's the Thunder and Lightning sect leader, Chinger, who has good looks. She has status, enough power, good martial arts, and can also help my woman is more suitable. Seito reached out to hold EU's hand and explained with a smile. Moreover, compared to those flower vases, it's easier for Chinger to become friends with you. This way, when I, Rongzun, ascend to the throne and open up a palace in the future, you can have a friend to talk to and won't be lonely and bored. I'm doing this for your own good. Shameless. EU unhappily rolled her eyes at Seito and scolded. If I wanted to be shameless, how could I get you? Seito was not ashamed and instead laughed proudly. EU, who had never seen such a thick-skinned person, was speechless. She lightly snorted and decided to ignore him. Just like this, the two of them returned to the Xiang Pavilion. On this day at night, in the room where sect leader Chinger of the Thunder and Lightning sect was, Seito's figure suddenly appeared with a flash of light in the room. Who? Chinger opened her eyes, and a bright yellow lightning flashed at her eyes. She looked at Seito's current position with great pressure. How did you get in? Chinger glanced at the door that was still tightly shut and locked from the inside with the corner of her eyes. She frowned and questioned. I just came in. Seito replied in a frivolous tone. What's the matter? Chinger's expression froze, and she asked in a deep voice. Naturally, I'm here to take you to see the real appearance of Ipatian, Seito said with a smile. Chinger frowned slightly, and she couldn't help but think of the words that Ito-se used to whisper in her ear when she admitted defeat during the day. Believe me, the real Ipatian is not as good as what you see. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it for yourself. Is Patian really that unbearable? Chinger's confidence in Ipatian was shaken. No, this must be the Devil Lord's trick. I can't fall into his trap. Patian is definitely a good man. Chinger, you have to believe in Patian. You don't believe? Then how about we have a test? Seito, who had vaguely guessed Chinger's thoughts from her calm expression, said again, let's see if Ipatian is the kind of good man you think he is. Chinger's face slightly moved, and she seemed to hesitate. What? You don't dare? Seeing this, Seito smiled and provoked her. Good. The test is a test, but you have to promise that you will never hurt Patian. And after the test, if Patian doesn't show the kind of unbearable performance you said, I ask the Devil Lord not to pester Chinger in the future. Chinger was provoked and said with a serious expression, Okay, but if Potion's performance is unbearable, you have to accept my proposal and become my woman together with you. Seito happily nodded and agreed, then added another condition. There are so many women in the world. Why is the Devil Lord so obsessed with Chinger? Chinger felt baffled in her heart, but she also faintly asked with some pride. You really want to know? Seito asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. That's right. Chinger's heart tightened, and she nodded with an affirmative expression. There are 3 main reasons. First, you are beautiful enough. Second, you are the Thunder and Lightning sect master. Third, for the sake of the marriage alliance, it's better to have some insurance. Seito, who had received an affirmative answer, straightforwardly answered without hiding anything. Chinger's face sank when she heard the answer. She was clearly very unhappy, but thinking about it, it made sense. Who would have a bad expression when they found out that the reason someone wanted them was because of other things and not because of their own feelings? but I believe in a saying called love grows with time. Although it can be said that there are almost no feelings between us right now, as long as we get along for a long time, I think we will definitely have feelings that can make each other feel comfortable. I believe that when the time comes, you will definitely not regret your choice today. Sei Ito said again when he saw Chinger's expression wasn't too good. Humph. Chinger coldly snorted. She was full of disdain for Sei Ito's words. Let's go. We'll talk about this later. Now, I'll take you to see E Potion's true face. Sei Ito changed the topic. Then, he waved his hand, and a strange fluctuation enveloped Chinger's body. I've already cast an illusion on you. As long as I don't take the initiative to remove it, even if you stand in front of Ipatian, he won't be able to see you. Without waiting for Chinger, who seemed to have sensed something, to ask, Sei Ito took the lead to explain. Then, with a thought, he disappeared from the room with Chinger. Then, in the next second, the two appeared in E Potion's room. Chinger, who suddenly discovered the change in the environment, was shocked and subconsciously let out a low cry. But it was also at this time that Chinger somewhat understood how Sei Ito entered her room. Who, at the same time, Ipatian, who heard Chinger's exclamation, immediately looked serious. He threw the wine bottle in his hand over and shouted sternly. Sei Ito flicked his finger. An invisible force instantly hit the flying wine bottle. With a dong sound, the wine bottle returned to Ipatian at a faster speed than when it came. Ipatian, who only felt a black shadow attacking him, changed his expression and quickly dodged from the spot. Bang! The missing wine bottle immediately hit the wall on the side, then bounced back and fell to the ground with a crisp dang-dang sound. It's you, Demon Lord. Looking at Sei Ito, who suddenly appeared in the room, Ipatian, whose body was full of the smell of alcohol, said with an ugly face. Sei Ito didn't speak. He just opened one hand, and a large amount of dust immediately floated from the ground under his feet, like a pile of fine black dots, densely covering his body. Then, without seeing him do anything, those floating black dots spontaneously gathered, almost in the blink of an eye, forming dozens of dark brown stone darts as thick as chopsticks, and shot fiercely at Ipatian in front. No! Seeing this, Chinger, who was invisible on the side, changed her expression and quickly shouted. However, in the next moment, a scene that she couldn't believe suddenly appeared in front of Chinger. Chapter 21:14. Plop! Ipatian knelt down without a care for his image. While desperately kowtowing to Sei Ito, he shamelessly begged for mercy in a loud voice. Your Majesty, Devil Monarch, it was this lowly one who had eyes but failed to see and offended you. I beg you to let me go. From now on, I will no longer compete with you for the position of Crown Prince. I am willing to serve under your command, and I will not lie about being an ox or a horse, so I beg you to spare my life on account that I'm still you brother. How could this be? Looking at E Potion's cowardly appearance, Chinger, who was about to save him, subconsciously stopped. Her face was full of disbelief as she muttered to herself. Fortunately, Ipatian was fully focused on begging for mercy at this time and did not hear Chinger's words. Coupled with the existence of the illusion, he only thought that he and Sei Ito were in the room. Sei Ito looked up at Chinger, who was in a daze. With a light movement of his finger, he set up another layer of spatial isolation around her. Only then did he look at Ipatian, who was kowtowing under the pressure of numerous stone darts. He sneered. Only now do you remember that you are Yuer's brother? What were you doing earlier? I know I was wrong. Patian swears that I will absolutely love you in the future. I will never have the slightest intention to compete for the position or frame her. If I violate this oath, I will suffer the calamity of 10,000 arrows piercing through my heart. Your Majesty Devil King, please let me go. Ipatian straightened up when he heard this. With an anxious expression, he swore an oath. Then, he kowtowed and begged for mercy. It's not impossible for me to let you go, but you have to do something for me. Sei Ito said casually with a smile that was not a smile. Please speak, Devil King. As long as Patian can do it, I will not refuse. Patian, who heard that there was hope for him to live, quickly straightened up. He looked expectantly at Seito and hurriedly promised. It's very simple. I want you to help me get Chinger into bed. Seito chuckled strangely. Shameless. Chinger, who came back to her senses, cursed loudly with shame and anger. However, Seito had set up a spatial barrier in advance. Her voice didn't spread at all, only echoing in a radius of less than half a meter around her. This, Epotion's face revealed a hint of hesitation, even though his feelings for Chinger were not real. There was a lot of exploitation involved, but it would be a lie to say that he didn't have any feelings for her. Therefore, he was very willing to personally send his woman to someone else's bed and let the enemy ravage her. Of course, when compared to his own life, this reluctance was immediately reduced by a lot. At this moment, seeing that Patian did not immediately answer, Seito pretended to be dissatisfied and let out a low groan full of cold intent. At the same time, the earth darts around Epotion's body moved slightly and moved closer to his body. It was about to pierce his body. Yes, yes. What does Her Majesty Devil King want Patian to do? Patian, whose body trembled and face became even paler, no longer hesitated and hurriedly replied. With a flick of his finger, a powdery pill the size of a soybean was flicked to Patian. You just need to put this goddess bliss pill into the tea, bring it to Chinger, and watch her drink it. That's all, said Ito-se calmly. You just need to put this goddess bliss pill in the tea, bring it to Chinger, and watch her drink it. Yes, Patian, who reached out to catch the bliss pill, happily replied. Bastard! Chinger cursed loudly with a face full of anger. Her body immediately moved and rushed towards Patian. However, she was immediately blocked by a soft, invisible wall. No matter how she punched it, she couldn't break it. Seito only glanced at Chinger, who was imprisoned in the isolated space, from the corner of his eyes. Then, he ignored her and pointed his finger forward again. A stream of light then entered Epotion's forehead under his horrified expression. You also saw the light just now. That's a kind of restriction. Don't try to play tricks or deceive me. If I find out that something is wrong with you, this Devil King will make you beg for death. Seito sneered. Yes, yes. Patian definitely wouldn't dare. From now on, Patian is Your Majesty Devil King's dog. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Patian said with a fawning smile. Go do it. I'll look forward to your performance. Seito waved his hand and scattered the earth darts floating around Patian. He had a strange expression on his face as he said softly, Yes. Patian, who finally felt a lot safer, lightly sighed and agreed. He quickly got up and walked out of the room. Seito smiled as he watched Patian leave. He transmitted his voice to Chinger, whose face was filled with resentment. Let's go. Let's see how your Patian performs. Then, with a thought, he removed the spatial shackles around Chinger and set up a layer of illusion on himself. Then, he brought Chinger out of the room and followed behind Patian. He watched how Patian summoned the maidservant to bring over the so-called tonic, and how he placed the angel's bliss pill inside without hesitation. Finally, he carried the tonic with added ingredients to the front of Chinger's room. I'm going to kill him, Chinger said coldly with a face full of killing intent. Obviously, Epotion's current image and actions had already broken the bottom line that Chinger could tolerate, completely shattering his image and feelings in her heart. It had even caused Chinger's love to turn into hatred, and she wished she could kill him with her own hands to vent the extreme anger in her heart. I think it's better to make him live a life worse than death, Seito said indifferently. You're right. Killing this kind of person is letting him off too easily. Chinger's eyes flashed slightly as she sneered. Then, she took a step forward and left the range of Seito's illusion. She suddenly appeared in the corridor. Patian, Chinger called out coldly. Chinger, why are you here? Patian asked in surprise. However, he didn't notice the change in Chinger's attitude toward him. He He still walked forward with a gentle expression and handed the wooden bowl in his hand to Qing. He said softly, "Qing, this is the bird's nest that I asked the servants to carefully prepare. It has the effect of nourishing qi and blood. Come, drink it while it's hot." Qing'er didn't say anything. She only looked at Ipatian with a deep gaze. Qing. Ipatian, who felt a little guilty under her gaze, called out carefully in a low voice. "Ipatian, you really disappoint me." Qing'er spoke as if she was talking to a stranger. Her tone was emotionless. Qing'er, Ipatian, who had a bad feeling in his heart, subconsciously called out. His expression changed slightly. "I, Qing'er, am really blind. I actually fell in love with a man like you. I even took out the sect's secret treasure, the spirit essence pill, to save you. Now, let me take everything back." Qing'er suddenly changed the topic and shouted angrily in a cold voice. After saying that, without waiting for E-Potion's reaction, her left hand struck out with lightning claws and heavily hit E-Potion's lower abdomen. Bang! Ipatian, whose whole body was covered with lightning, immediately let out a miserable scream. Then, his body flew backward and fell heavily on the ground 2 to 3 meters away. However, Ipatian was a disciple of the Thunder and Lightning sect after all. He also cultivated the fundamental technique of the Thunder and Lightning sect, limitless lightning. Although he couldn't be compared to Qing'er, who had inherited the entire Thunder and Lightning sect's true teachings, his resistance to lightning was extraordinary. In just a short while, he got rid of the shackles of lightning. He struggled to get up and beg for mercy. "Qing'er, spare me, spare you, and then wait for you to find an opportunity to harm me." Qing'er, who was walking step by step toward Ipatian, whose dantian was injured, sneered. "Qing'er, I know I was wrong. I was possessed. I shouldn't have listened to the Devil Monarch's words to harm you. I won't dare to do it again. Qing'er, for the sake of our past relationship, please spare me this time." Ipatian quickly turned over and knelt on the ground. He kowtowed and begged for mercy without any sense of shame. Coward! Looking at Ipatian like this, Qing'er's expression became even angrier and she scolded loudly. "Yes, I'm a coward. Qing'er, please spare me." Ipatian kowtowed nonstop. He continued to beg for mercy. At this moment, accompanied by 2 rapid sounds of breaking through the air, the red-haired old ancestor and the white-haired old ancestor appeared in the corridor. Sectmaster, the red-haired old ancestor and the white-haired old ancestor, who didn't understand the situation in front of them, called out in surprise. "Red-haired old ancestor, white-haired old ancestor, I beg you to stop Qing'er and save me." Seeing that he couldn't get through to Qing'er, Ipatian turned his head to look at the red-haired old ancestor and the white-haired old ancestor who had just arrived. However, in the eyes of the 2 old ancestors, how could he, Ipatian, compare to Qing'er? Immediately, he ignored him and stood to the side silently. It seemed that he was ready to let Qing'er do whatever she wanted. Seeing that the foreign aid failed, Ipatian could only kowtow to Qing'er again and beg for mercy. "Qing'er, please spare me." What answered him was a high kick from Qing. Boom! Thunder exploded. Under the impact of the qi, E-Potion's body immediately fell backward and then fell heavily to the ground. His head tilted and he fainted. After completing this attack, Qing'er still didn't speak. She slowly walked to the unconscious E-Potion's side, lifted her leg, and the tip of her foot pierced his lower abdomen again like a sword. And, even in a coma, Ipatian, whose lower abdomen was injured, still instinctively let out a painful groan. Master? The red-haired old ancestor, who relied on his superb eyesight and perception of his fellow sect members' internal strength, almost instantly discovered that E-Potion's internal strength had been crippled. He couldn't help but look at Qing'er in surprise and called out softly. He really couldn't understand what kind of mistake made the master, who was willing to take out the sect's unique secret medicine to save someone, to personally cripple the other party's martial arts that he had painstakingly recovered. This person offended his superiors and intended to harm me. According to the sect's rules, he should be killed. However, On account of his special status and his outstanding contributions to our sect for so many years, I've decided to only cripple his martial arts and expel him from the Thunder and Lightning sect, as an example. Qing'er explained in a serious manner. Damn it! How dare he treat the master like this? Crippling his martial arts is too easy for him. The red-haired old ancestor's face was immediately filled with anger, and he cursed angrily with thunder surging all over his body. Pack your things. We're going to find Prince Yu, Qing'er said lightly. Yes. The red-haired old ancestor and the white-haired old ancestor responded in unison and went back to the room to pack their things. Actually, you can be more ruthless. After the two old ancestors left, Sei Ito, who emerged from the void, said softly, "Humph." Although it was Sei Ito who helped her to see the true face of Ipatian, a woman's mind had always been like this, complicated and difficult to understand. Therefore, unsurprisingly, Qing'er didn't give him a good face. In this regard, Sei Ito didn't care. He shrugged indifferently and smiled. I'll go back to the Yuxiang Pavilion first. If you think it through, come to me. My door here will always be open for you. After speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from the corridor. Qing'er, who didn't care whether Sei Ito had really left or not, didn't say anything. She just looked somewhat absent-mindedly at Ipatian, whose martial arts had been crippled by her own hands. From then on, he could only be regarded as a cripple. She didn't say anything until the red-haired old ancestor and the white-haired old ancestor returned. Then, Qing'er came back to her senses and simply packed her things. Together with the red-haired old ancestor and the white-haired old ancestor, she left E Potion's soaring dragon pavilion overnight and arrived at the Yuxiang Pavilion opposite. Because she had received news of Sei Ito, Yuer had been waiting in the hall for a long time. She cordially received them and prepared rooms for them to rest. The next day, as expected, the news that E Potion's martial arts had been crippled once again spread. However, under the suppression of Sei Ito, the retired emperor, this matter ultimately became unknown. Other than the collapse of E Potion's power, which had just risen to prominence, there were no other changes. The entire Marquis estate of Southern Shu and the lands of Southern Shu were still as quiet as before. However, this only lasted for 3 days. On the 5th day after Sei Ito entered the Marquis estate of Southern Shu, the news that the demon race and Southern Shu had formed an alliance, and the news that the demon lord had taken Yuer as his wife exploded. All of Southern Shu began to enter a state of war. A large number of soldiers were recruited and trained under the supervision of Southern Shu's generals in preparation for the upcoming great battle. About a month later, with Sei Ito, the demon lord, at the helm, Southern Shu dispatched 200,000 soldiers, including slaves and 60,000 able-bodied soldiers from the demon race. A total of 260,000 soldiers and horses, led by experts such as General Lei, General Scorpion, General Tai, General Soul Hooking, General Yuer, Qing'er Ancestor Red Fur, and Ancestor White Fur, launched an attack on Chaoga in the north. Along the way, the army was like a hot knife through butter. Excluding the time it took to march through Southern Shu's borders at the beginning, in a little more than a month's time, they broke through several passes in succession. It didn't seem like it would take long for them to reach the heart of Chaoga. At the same time, the West did not show any weakness. With the Vermilion Bird and the brainwashed Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise as their generals, Misty City's 100,000 soldiers, they marched east. Together with the hundreds of thousands of soldiers from Western Qi who had been forced to mobilize, because of their father, Ji Chong, a total of 200,000 soldiers were directed at Chaoga. It could be said that under the combined attacks of the West and South, Chaoga was in imminent danger in just a little more than a month's time. It even looked like it was about to be breached by the army. Chapter 21:15. 3 months later, with none of the Shang dynasty's vassals coming to the rescue, the allied army of Southern Shu, Western Qi, the Demon Race, and Misty City finally reached Zhaoga City and surrounded it. Your Majesty, give the order to attack this city. General Lei stepped forward and cupped his fists in a large tent outside Jiaoga City. That's right, Your Majesty. Give the order to attack the city. With our military might, we can definitely win. A southern Chu general echoed. Your Majesty, give the order to attack the city, the others echoed. Absolutely not. Just as the crowd was in a frenzy, an urgent voice rang out in the tent. It was a handsome young man wearing a brocade robe. However, because of his long eyebrows and drooping eyes, his face was filled with sorrow, making people feel sympathy for him. This person was none other than Ji Cao's trusted aide, Ji Wei. Why not? General Lei asked angrily. Your Majesty, don't forget that the heir apparent and second young master are still in the city. If we attack the city by force, King Zhou will likely kill the heir apparent and second young master. If that happens, I'm afraid that it will cause a mutiny in the army. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Ji Wei ignored General Lei's question. Instead, he spoke clearly to Ito Sei, who was sitting on the high seat of honor. You Western Qi are troublesome. Black Tortoise, who was from Misty City, snorted disdainfully. Obviously, because Ji Chong was in Ito Sei's hands, Western Qi had no choice but to send troops to attack the Shang Kingdom under the instigation of the captain of Li. But deep down, most of the people in Western Qi were unwilling to wallow in the mire with Ito Sei's Misty City, Southern Shu, and the demon race. They still focused on their own interests. Your Majesty, Ji Wei called out again. At this time, Sei Ito slowly opened his eyes. His deep and calm gaze swept across the people in the tent. Although he didn't say anything, the generals in the tent suddenly felt their hearts tighten. They couldn't help but fall silent and carefully look at Sei Ito on the main seat. General Lei, Azure Dragon Yua, Sei Ito suddenly called out after everyone had quieted down. Your subordinates are here. The three of them hurriedly stepped forward and answered. Sei Ito ordered, I order the three of you to gather your troops and surround the east, west, and south gates of Chaoga. Prepare to attack the city. Yes, the three of them replied. Ji Wei, Sei Ito called again. Yes, Ji Wei replied. Sei Ito ordered, I order you and the sword lieutenant to form a separate team with the lead captain and several people from the West Qi army to sneak into the city and rescue Ji Cao and GFA. Yes. Ji Wei's expression relaxed, and he immediately replied. However, shortly after, Sei Ito's voice sounded again. Remember, you only have an hour. After an hour, no matter what the result is, the army will immediately attack the city. It will definitely be delayed, Sei Ito coldly said. Yes. Ji Wei's heart tightened, and he hurriedly replied respectfully. The rest of you, go to your posts. Clean up the army and prepare for the city battle. After arranging Ji Wei, Sei Ito said to the rest of the people who didn't have specific posts. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Except for Qing, the rest of you are dismissed. Sei Ito finally said. Everyone didn't hesitate when they heard this. They all cupped their fists and bowed to Sei Ito, then turned and left the accounting room. Let's go and meet King Zhou. I wonder how much time has passed. How much has he improved? After everyone left, Sei Ito stood up from his seat and walked to Qing, who was still standing in the tent. Then he suddenly reached out his hand. He wrapped it around Qing's waist, who was caught off guard, and used teleportation to disappear from the tent. The next moment, Sei Ito and Qing suddenly appeared in a corner of the Imperial Palace of Chaoga City. At this moment, Sei Ito's mind moved again. The short, fat, and bald old Ji Wei, the young, handsome, and somewhat arrogant General Dian, the former city lord of the floating mist city, Dan Chong, and the blue-skinned devil commander and his son, devil brother, all appeared in the tent. My lord. Then, the five of them bowed to Sei Ito together. This is the location of the dragon vein of the great Shang dynasty. The five of you, go and destroy the dragon vein of the great Shang dynasty. Sei Ito casually pointed a finger and shot out a ray of light. It split into 5 smaller rays of light midway and disappeared into the foreheads of the 5 people in front of him. He ordered calmly. Yes. A map suddenly appeared in their minds. The five of them replied in unison. Then their bodies moved, and they used Qinggong to quickly run into the distance. "Let's go," Seito said with a smile. Then, without any explanation, he held Qing'er's waist and walked toward the place where the demon Qi was. Under the guidance of the clear demon Qi, it did not take long for Seito and Qing'er to arrive at the center of power in Jiaga City. In the Great Hall of Government, they saw King Zhou and his queen, Daji, still sitting on the throne. Other than the two of them, there was only one woman left in the hall. She wore a colorful wing crown on her head and a silk robe. She had a slim figure and a beautiful face. She was full of indescribable charm and looked like a real fairy. The moment he saw this woman, Seito knew her identity. She was the current leader of the Tianmu sect, the younger sister of Marquis Xianji of Southern Shu and Daji's teacher, the Tianmu Holy Maiden. But he did not expect that the Tianmu Holy Maiden had not abandoned King Zhou at this time and was still on his side. He did not know if it was because she was too confident in King Zhou and her own martial arts, believing that she could easily destroy the enemy, or for some other reason. "King Zhou, we meet again," Seito said with a smile as he looked at King Zhou, who was sitting on the throne. "I did not expect that you would dare to appear in front of me," King Zhou said with a face full of murderous intent. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Seito said with a smile. "Is it because of the demon Qi on your body?" Then he changed the topic and continued. "But King Zhou, do you really dare to use your full strength? If I am not wrong, it seems that you have not passed the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation. Are you not afraid of being struck to ashes by the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation?" As soon as he said this, King Zhou's expression immediately changed and was filled with rage. "If I'm not wrong, this is the Tianmu sect's Tianmu Holy Maiden, right?" Ignoring King Zhou's mood, Idose turned his head to look at the holy concubine, who was constantly exuding an amazing charm that made people want to press her in front of them and play with her wantonly. "I did not expect you to know me," the holy maiden said with a smile. Although it was just a simple smile, the amazing charm she exuded made King Zhou's eyes light up and a hint of lust flashed in his eyes. As for Seito, with his mind, he was not affected at all and still looked back at her with a clear expression. Seeing this, the holy maiden could not help but feel a trace of surprise. The name of the holy concubine is like thunder in my ears. I plan to wait until I unify the Shang dynasty before going to the Mother Island to see the holy concubine. I didn't expect to see the holy concubine at this time and place. It really makes me happy and regretful." Idose pretended to be regretful and shook his head. "Oh." The holy maiden cooperated with him and made a puzzled sound. "In this case, I have no choice but to attack the holy maiden. If this is not regretful, then what is?" Seito said with a smile. "If that is the case, how about you withdraw your army? As long as you are willing to withdraw your army, you will not have any regrets." The holy maiden's face shone with holy light as she smiled. A powerful charm was then transmitted to Seito. "If you want me to withdraw my army, it is easy. As long as King Zhou is willing to surrender his head, I will naturally withdraw my army and return to the camp, and the world will be at peace." Seito smiled and was not affected by the holy maiden's charm at all. "You want me to surrender my head? Impossible." King Zhou suddenly stood up from his throne and said loudly, "Then there is no other way. King Zhou, are you ready?" Seito pretended to sigh regretfully and then let go of Qing'er's waist. He took a step forward and said calmly. At the same time, the Heavenly Mother, the Holy Maiden, and Daji also stood up from their seats and stared at Seito with solemn expressions. "Holy Maiden, you go and deal with that woman first. I will personally deal with this bandit chief." King Zhou stared at Seito and said coldly with a flash of cold light in his eyes. "Okay." The Holy Maiden agreed. As soon as she finished speaking, King Zhou and the Heavenly Mother and the Holy Maiden moved at the same time. They each turned into a golden light and a colorful cloud and rushed towards Seito and Qing'er. "You want to deal with me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." Qing'er, whose body was bursting with lightning, sneered. Then she rushed toward the Heavenly Mother and the Holy Maiden. Great Sky Demon Blade. At this time, King Zhou, who had used the heavenly demon's golden body and turned into a golden man, clasped his hands together and swung them down as if he was swinging an axe. A pale green light, like a crescent moon, cut towards Sei Ito with a chilling aura. Sei Ito's 5 fingers on his left hand moved horizontally, and 5 bright yellow lines as thick as fingers appeared in front of him to block the attack. Boom! Then, a large amount of primordial chi rushed out in all directions. Heavenly Demon rips the sky. Seeing that his attack was blocked, King Zhou was furious. The image of the great sky demon roaring faintly appeared behind him. His hands were like a pair of iron hooks and claws, and they once again scratched towards Sei Ito's head. Perhaps it was because of the appearance of the great sky demon statue, but the originally simple attack actually revealed the true feeling of tearing the sky. Sei Ito's expression changed slightly. He tapped his feet lightly and quickly jumped back. The clear sound of air exploding immediately rang out in the palace. Heavenly Demon Blade. Seeing that Sei Ito was dodging, King Zhou was not going to let him go. He waved his hands and slashed out dozens of jade-green energy halos, which quickly flew towards Sei Ito and attacked him. Ito Sei flipped his palm and gathered a golden ball that was blooming with golden light in his palm. Then he squeezed it hard, and the entire energy ball immediately burst apart, turning into fine light in the sky. It blasted out in all directions without any pattern. A large number of air exploding sounds immediately rang out in the palace. Chapter 21:16. Heavenly Demon's Wrath. The majestic chi of heaven and earth began to gather and was sucked into the shadow of the great sky demon behind King Zhou. The great sky demon's body was solidified as if it was real. Then it opened its limbs and roared at the energy cloud created by the explosion of the primordial chi in front of it and Ito Sei, who was hiding in it. Roar! An invisible and powerful shockwave blasted towards Sei Ito. Wherever it passed, the roof of the hall was shattered into dust. A layer of the ground was pressed down. The surrounding air was forcefully pushed away, and a part of the space in the hall was forcefully turned into a vacuum. Affected, the Heavenly Mother, Holy Maiden, and Qinger, who were originally fighting happily, had no choice but to temporarily stop. They hurriedly used their movement techniques to dodge to the side. Asterisk. In the face of King Zhou's heavenly demon's wrath, Sei Ito did not show any weakness. He still stood where he was and did not dodge. He opened his mouth and spat out a Sanskrit word, seed. The word seed expanded in the wind and instantly became the size of a person. It shone with endless golden light and radiated in all directions. It turned the surrounding space into an invisible barrier in front of Sei Ito. Almost as soon as the word seed appeared, the two collided heavily. Boom! Amidst the sound that sounded like the explosion of 10,000 kilograms of explosives, the entire hall was immediately shaken. The air turned into shock waves that rapidly spread out in all directions. Wherever the shock waves passed, everything that they touched would be destroyed and destroyed. Very good, King Zhou. You're finally more like it. Sei Ito, who felt a little satisfied, praised with a laugh. However, in the next moment, King Zhou grabbed his chest with a face full of pain and started to howl loudly. Your Majesty! Daji saw this. His expression changed drastically as he called out, Blood! Blood! Quickly asked someone to arrange the blood sacrifice. King Zhou, who was curling up because of the unbearable pain, roared loudly. Yes! Daji did not dare to hesitate and answered. He turned around and ran into the distance. Sei Ito looked at King Zhou, who had basically lost his ability to fight, using blood as a sacrifice to avoid divine punishment. It seems that it will be difficult to find an opponent in the mortal world that I can fight to my heart's content. He said regretfully, Forget it. Let me set you free. After saying that, he moved and suddenly appeared in the air behind King Zhou. He formed a seal with his hands and pressed it down on King Zhou. After the Taoist seal left his palm, it instantly expanded into a huge golden cauldron-shaped cauldron with cloud patterns all over its surface. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise, which was filled with a large number of inscriptions, covered King Zhou's head. In an instant, a dazzling golden light, like the sun, bloomed from the golden cauldron. Then, the golden cauldron shrank and quickly shrank into a golden ball. It flew back into Sei Ito's palm and was put away by him. The moment Sei Ito suppressed and sealed King Zhou, the dark clouds and lightning that suddenly appeared in the sky seemed to have lost their meaning of existence. They quickly dissipated and revealed the clear blue sky once again. Sei Ito, who did not care about how the clouds in the sky changed, turned his head and looked at the Heavenly Mother beside him. The latter's heart immediately tightened. Her expression became serious. Sei Ito, who was walking down the sky step by step as if he was stepping on a solid staircase, said softly, "Sei Ito, do you still want to resist? Your Majesty, you are the ruler chosen by the heavens. Sei Ito does not have the courage to go against the heavens. Your Majesty, please do not make fun of Sei Ito." Sei Ito laughed dryly and flattered him. It was as if she was not the one who had helped King Zhou fight to the death. "Sei Ito is indeed sensible," Sei Ito said with a smile. Sei Ito smiled and did not reply. Next, Sei Ito chatted with the Heavenly Mother and Sei Ito for a while. Then, after Daji, who had left earlier, returned, he brought them and Qing'er into the stargazing tower. He stopped at the top floor and enjoyed the beautiful dance performance of the holy concubine under Daji's service. They sat and waited for the final moment of the great Shang's destruction. After a quarter of an hour, with several loud rumbles, the golden dragon Qi that shrouded the sky above Zhaoga City, which represented the fate of the great Shang, suddenly exploded and turned into spiritual energy that filled the sky and returned to the surrounding spiritual mountains and rivers. It was obvious that the actions of the lieutenant, Shan Chong, Lightning General, and Demon Commander had succeeded. They had successfully destroyed the Dragon Qi of the Great Shang. Then, after another quarter of an hour, the hundreds of thousands of troops outside the city that had been preparing and accumulating power for an hour immediately moved. They broke through the gate of Zhaoga City like a hot knife through butter and defeated the royal guards of Zhaoga City. They marched straight in and occupied the entire Zhaoga City. Then, the next day, after hurriedly organizing, Sei Ito, as the leader of the allied forces, prayed to the heavens and earth in front of everyone's eyes. He ascended to the throne and became the new king, establishing the country as Hua. At this point, the great Shang dynasty, which had been passed down from 17 generations to 31 kings and had lasted for 600 years, officially came to an end. After that, Sei Ito simply rewarded the people who had fought with him. For example, Iyur was conferred the title of queen. Zhu Kei, Xiu Wei from Shiqi, demon queen from the demon clan, and Qing'er, who had the entire thunder and lightning sect and almost controlled half of the western region, were conferred the title of princess through marriage or appeasement. Then, he officially began to govern the country. In the 8th month of the first year of Hua, a total of 800 vassals, big and small, submitted petitions, declaring Hua as the ruler of the world and accepting his control. In the 6th month of the 2nd year of Hua, after a year of governance, Sei Ito, who had won the hearts of the people, formally abolished the feudal system. As an example, Queen Iyu's southern Shu, Princess Xiu Wei, and Prince Gfa's G clan's Shiqi submitted petitions to return their land and move their titles to Zhaoga. At the end of the 6th month of the 2nd year of Hua, the Marquis of the East and Marquis of the North were dissatisfied with the new policy and jointly submitted petitions. They joined forces with the 800 vassals to attack Dahua. At the beginning of the 7th month of the 2nd year of Hua, Sei Ito, who had heard the news of the Marquis rebellion, immediately started a war with the Yu clan. In the 8th month of the 2nd year of Hua, the Marquis of the North's Chongsher clan was exterminated and their land returned to the country. In the 9th month of the 2nd year of Hua, The Marquis of the East Jiang clan was exterminated and their land returned to the country. In the 11th month of the second year of Hua, several countries in the land of Shu were destroyed, and their people moved to the Central Plains. In the 5th month of the third year of Hua, in the 6th month of the third year of Hua, it wasn't until the 7th month of the 7th year of Hua that Hua finally destroyed the 800 vassals and formally unified the world, making it so that there was no country within a country. It formally ended the era of the feudal system and entered the three-tiered stage of villages, counties, and prefectures. It's about time. On this day, Ito Sei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and woke up from a meditative state. He whispered to himself, "Guards!" Then Ito Sei raised his voice and shouted, "Your Majesty!" Along with the creaking sound of the door, a pretty maid walked into the hall and bowed her head in salute. "Call the queen and the princess consorts over," Sei Ito indifferently said. "Yes," the maid replied, then turned and left the hall. About 10 minutes later, accompanied by a series of footsteps of varying intensity, the graceful Queen Yu and the beautifully dressed Qing'e, Xiu Vermilion Bird, and Infernal Queen entered the palace. "Your Majesty," Yu led the other four in saluting. "You may rise," Sei Ito said with a smile. After saluting, Yu asked curiously, "What orders does your Majesty have for summoning us?" "I am preparing to ascend to the heavens and take the throne of the Celestial Emperor, so I will be away for a while. During this time, I will leave behind a clone to take care of you. However, in order to avoid neglecting you, I informed you in advance," Sei Ito explained. "Celestial Emperor?" The women couldn't help exclaiming as they looked at each other. "Is your Majesty going to ascend?" Ito asked worriedly. "With beauties like you here, how can I bear to ascend?" Ito Kanari stretched out his hand and pulled Ito into his arms. He leaned out his head and kissed her white and delicate cheek with a smile. "I am only going to ascend to the heavens and take the throne of the Celestial Emperor. As long as I succeed, I will return. You don't need to worry." "Can you really return? Didn't the immortals of the past never return?" Among the ancestors of the sect, there were also people who had ascended before. Therefore, the sect's ancient records had some records of ascension. Qing'e, who knew a little about ascension, asked curiously, "Ordinary people naturally can't return, but I'm not an ordinary person. I have full confidence that I can return to the mortal world," Sei Ito said with a smile. Hearing Sei Ito say this, everyone still had some doubts in their hearts. However, when they thought of how Sei Ito was always right in the past, they agreed to suppress their doubts and nodded slightly to express their understanding. "But before I leave, let me feed you all one more time," Sei Ito, whose palms immediately became mischievous, said with a hearty laugh. After saying that, he did not wait for Yu and the others to react. With a thought, he used teleportation to move everyone's clothes to the side, revealing his naked body. Then, amidst Yu and the others' cries of surprise, he got them onto the bed and began to have sex in broad daylight. Sweet moans that made people's imaginations run wild and gave people infinite temptation immediately spread throughout the entire palace. It didn't stop until the moon was high in the sky. Then, on the second day, Sei Ito left a shadow clone to look after the mortal dynasty. He bid farewell to Yu and the others and left Zhaoga City. He turned into a stream of light and flew to the 1,000-mile swamp. Almost in the blink of an eye, Sei Ito once again appeared in the celestial region. Moreover, because of the information obtained from the heavenly sword, this time he didn't disturb the celestial region's 9 dragons barrier formation at all. He directly entered the depths of the celestial region silently and appeared in one of the rooms. "Wanu, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Sei Ito took a step forward and pulled Wanu, who was doing something, into his arms. His hands unrestrainedly pressed on Wanu's chest as he said with a frivolous smile, Chapter 21:17. P.S. Thanks to Andrew and Sacred Knight for their precious monthly votes. In the depths of the immortal region, Sei Ito swung the crimson gold celestial sword before the eyes of the angels, Lady Wa, Fairy Child Flying Axe, the Great Sage, and the others. A crack as tall as a man appeared in front of Sei Ito. It expanded outward on both sides, turning into an oval, multicolored door for which large amounts of high-quality, immortal chi gushed out. "I'm leaving," Sei Ito called out, then stepped into the multicolored door. Then, as if it had completed some sort of mission, the multicolored door quickly shrank back into a pitch-black crack in the blink of an eye. Under the influence of the rules of space, it quickly melded and disappeared, vanishing from the eyes of the angels. "Princess, let's go back." Lady Wa sighed softly when she saw that even the last trace of the door had disappeared, then turned to the angel beside her. The angel replied softly. Then, without further ado, they turned and walked back to the palace in the immortal region. On the other side, after a short journey, Sei Ito's eyes lit up. A vast, boundless world of clouds appeared before his eyes. Large numbers of immortal birds and beasts ran amok, chasing and playing with each other in interesting poses. It was a harmonious and natural scene. Sei Ito took a deep breath and felt a large amount of immortal chi rush into his nose. He sighed softly and said, as expected of the immortal realm, "What rich immortal chi! It's much richer than the immortal chi in the immortal region that the Celestial Emperor specially created." Then, with a fling of his hand, he tossed the celestial sword into the air. Then, with a leap, he transformed into a beam of white light and merged with the celestial sword. With the momentum of man and sword as one, he transformed into a beam of light and shot into the distance. He was so fast that he almost disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. The clouds receded along the way. Fairies transformed into shadows. Rare birds and beasts flowed past like a painting. After flying like this for a long time, a magnificent group of buildings, exuding an immeasurable amount of immortal, holy, spiritual chi, finally appeared in front of Ito Sei. "We're finally here." Sei Ito sped up and flew above the buildings in the blink of an eye. He turned around and looked at the most eye-catching and majestic palace in the middle of the buildings. "Who is it? How dare you?" "This is a restricted area of the Heavenly Palace. All unrelated personnel should leave at once." However, before he could land in front of the palace, loud shouts and majestic auras could be heard from the buildings below. Sei Ito smiled when he sensed the aura. He ignored it. However, with a thought, he activated the Heaven Sword once again, bringing out a dazzling white light. It instantly flew to the front of one of the buildings. "How dare you!" At this time, a loud roar filled with anger sounded, and a huge golden blade light immediately slashed towards Ito Sei, who had just landed. Good timing. Sei Ito didn't panic as he withdrew from the one with the sword state and retrieved the heavenly sword into his hand. His eyes flashed as he swung his sword to meet the attack. Immortal chi vibrated, and it was also majestic. However, a majestic and righteous sword chi gushed out from the heavenly sword. With a dazzling light, it collided with the incoming blade. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, a ripple of impact visible to the naked eye quickly spread out in all directions. Swish, 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 swish. Then, there was the sound of air being torn apart. A dozen golden-clothed and golden-armored men appeared. A burly man with a sharp blade in his hand and a solemn face appeared around Ito Sei, each standing in a different place. They surrounded Sei Ito in the middle. Their powerful auras kept pressuring Sei Ito. This is the immortal realm, after all. It seems that even the guards have the cultivation of a mortal realm. I really don't know what the cultivation level of those famous great immortals is like. Ito Sei simply looked around and took in the situation of the guards in his mind. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the heavenly palace? Aren't you afraid of the heavenly laws? At this time, one of the guards glared at Ito Sei and asked loudly, "What are you doing here? Do you recognize this sword?" Ito Sei chuckled, drew a sword flower, and then raised the heavenly sword in his hand above his head. When everyone's attention was attracted to the heavenly sword, he suddenly asked loudly, "That is the heavenly emperor's sword." The heavenly sword. At first, they didn't think much of it. However, after Seito mentioned it, the more they looked at the heavenly sword, the more familiar it seemed. Their expressions changed, and they exclaimed one after another, "Why is the heavenly sword in your hands?" Another guard asked loudly. "Naturally, the heavenly emperor bestowed it to me," Seito said as he tugged on his beard. After all, the real heavenly emperor's reincarnated body had suffered a tribulation and entered the cycle of reincarnation again. However, no one could prove that he was talking nonsense. Therefore, to a certain extent, it could be taken as the truth. "Then why are you here?" Hearing that it was the heavenly emperor who bestowed it to him, the surrounding guards' expressions changed again. However, their attitudes became much friendlier. They were no longer as eager to kill as before. "Naturally, I'm here to take over the vacant heavenly emperor's position." Seito lowered his raised arm and stroked the heavenly sword with his left hand. When the guards heard this, their expressions changed again. They turned to look at each other. Then, a guard who looked quite prestigious put away his weapon and cupped his fists. "We can't make a decision on this matter. Please allow us to report this to the ministers." Of course, Seito agreed. After receiving permission, the guard cupped his fists at Seito again. Then, he turned and flew away to report to the ministers, leaving behind several guards and Seito to stare at each other. About 7 minutes later, a large group of several dozen immortals, male and female, returned to the palace under the lead of the guard who had left earlier. What a large group. Not only are they all late-stage sky immortals, or true immortals, but they're also golden immortals. 2 of them seem to have entered the golden immortal stage. It seems that I've underestimated the foundation of this world. Seito's eyes narrowed when he saw them and sensed their faint auras. He thought to himself in shock. As expected, it's the heavenly emperor's sword. Just as Seito was sizing them up, the immortals were also sizing up Seito. However, most of them were looking at the heavenly sword in his hand. Then a true immortal old man nodded and confirmed it. "May I ask who you are?" Seito cupped his fists and asked. "This old man is Feng Ho," the speaker said flatly as he stroked his beard. Feng Ho was the prime minister of the Yellow Emperor. In the legends, he was the one who helped the Yellow Emperor defeat Qi Yu and was eventually deified by the Yellow Emperor. Although the Yellow Emperor's deification didn't exist in this world of legends, it wasn't impossible for him to be brought to the Heavenly Emperor by the Yellow Emperor. Thus, apart from a trace of surprise when he first heard his name, Seito's expression didn't change. "It's an honor to meet you at last," Seito said politely. "You want to take over the Heavenly Emperor's position?" At this time, a burly man wearing green linen clothes next to Feng Ho looked at Seito indifferently and asked. "That's right," Seito nodded and asked. "May I ask who you are?" "I'm Junjun Limu," the burly man replied. Seito, who already had Feng Ho in front of him, was mentally prepared. Thus, when he heard the name of another legendary deity, his expression didn't change as much as when he heard Feng Ho's name. "May I ask what advice General Limu has for me?" Seito asked back. "To be an emperor, you need to have martial arts. Only then will you be able to intimidate the thousands of evils in the world and prevent them from causing chaos. But now that the world is at peace, there is naturally no military service for you. But that's okay. As long as you can show enough strength, I will acknowledge your martial arts," Limu said flatly. "A test." Seito chuckled. "May I ask who General Limu is going to choose as my opponent?" "Seiko." Limu looked at Ito Seiko from head to toe, then suddenly shouted, "General Limu." The crowd dispersed, and a man wearing a robe appeared. On his shoulders, sleeves, and hem, there was a purple robe with golden embroidery. He walked to the front and bowed to Limu. Although in the legends, Guang Qingzi was the emperor's teacher in the world of Tianzi. Guang Qingzi, on the other hand, was the successor of the Yellow Emperor's river diagram sect. Guangqingzi's seniority was lower than Li Mu, who was one of the 3 ministers of the Yellow Emperor. Therefore, according to etiquette, Guangqingzi had to greet Li Mu. Li Mu could directly call him by his name and didn't have to specifically call him Daozhong. But even so, Guangqingzi was indeed worthy of being called Guangqingzi. He didn't insult the legendary character that he inherited at all. He was one of the 2 people that Sei Ito noticed seemed to have stepped into the golden immortal realm. This made Sei Ito's expression turn serious. Why don't you test his strength and see if his martial arts are good enough for the position of Emperor of Heaven? Li Mu said. Yes, Guangqingzi replied. The other immortals didn't object to Li Mu's choice. They all consciously retreated to the sides and made enough space for Sei Ito and Guangqingzi to fight. Fellow Taoist, please. Guangqingzi walked to Sei Ito and stood in front of him. He clasped his fist and bowed. Fellow Taoist, please. Sei Ito returned the bow. Then the 2 of them changed their auras and confronted each other. At the same time, the surrounding void surged. Endless chi of heaven and earth rushed towards the 2 of them like a tidal wave. Under the influence of their auras, the chi of heaven and earth turned into something substantial. Among them, there was a pitch-black, boundless universe behind Ito's Sei, and the universe stars that were still revolving in it. However, the number of stars was very small, only a dozen or so. The rest were some random meteorites that were flying around randomly. However, if there were people from later generations here, they would find that this star chart was none other than the star chart of the solar system. What appeared behind Guangqingzi was a huge Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish that chased each other. The natural forms of the world, such as flames, flowing water, thunderbolts, and mountains, revolved around the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish, forming a natural 8 garments diagram, depicting the principles of the changes of the world. They seem to have entered the realm of the Emperor of Heaven. Feng Ho said softly with a sigh. Yes. Li Mu narrowed his eyes and replied. At this time, the 2 of them moved at the same time. They leaped into the air. Guangqingzi punched out thousands of lightning fists. It was hard to tell whether they were real or fake. They filled the void and blasted towards Sei Ito like divine punishment. On the other hand, Sei Ito was surrounded by billowing black gas. It was like smoke and fog. It filled the heaven and earth and covered Sei Ito like a huge curtain. Then, it suddenly turned into a black tiger more than 100 feet tall. With a violent wind, it pounced towards Guangqingzi in the air and bit him. Boom! The fist and the tiger collided. A huge explosion and dazzling light bloomed in the sky above the palace. The people watching below could not help but squint their eyes to avoid being blinded by the light. Immediately after that, a large number of muffled sounds of punches and kicks colliding and surging worldly energy spread out from the sky. Even Li Mu and the others, who had already stepped into the true immortal stage, could not keep track of how many moves the 2 of them had exchanged. Boom! At this time, there was another explosion that seemed to break the sky. The figures of Ito, Sei, and Hiroshi separated in midair. Sei Ito, who was surrounded by surging primordial chi, laughed and praised, as expected of Guangqingzi. You actually merged part of the essence of the 7th ultimate skill of heaven and earth into the first 6 ultimate skills. Not only did you avoid the primordial chi explosion caused by the 7th ultimate skill of heaven and earth, but you also added other essences to the first 6 ultimate skills. You have made the first 6 ultimate skills completely break away from the category of ordinary kung fu and officially evolve into an immortal skill. I really admire you. Your Excellency's kung fu is truly admirable. Not only does it contain the changes of the 5 forms of heaven, earth, yin, and yang, it is even more exquisite than my innate Shinkuan skill. It even contains a kind of majestic power that can encompass all things and accept the heaven and earth. If it were not for your Excellency not using it, I might have been defeated by you at that time. It's not that I didn't want to, it's that I couldn't. This skill is called Book of the Chaos. It was created by Goddess Nuwa based on her understanding in her life. It aims to create fortune. Although the effect is not weak in combat, it is still inferior, especially the majestic force that you mentioned. If it were to explode, it would be difficult to stop without destroying the world. Moreover, it would consume a lot of energy. Therefore, I could only seal it and use it another day. Seito smiled bitterly. You are indeed kind, Guang Qingzi praised. Forget it. Let's stop with the compliments. Let's do it again. Probably because he had been playing like a turtle for a long time, Ito Mori's eyes lit up as he said loudly, Then I will respectfully accept. Guang Qingzi, who was also excited, said with a smile. Then the two of them moved again and exchanged blows again. Chapter 21:18. Boom, 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 boom. Violent explosions erupted in the sky one after another, shaking the air and forming shock waves visible to the naked eye that shot out in all directions. I really have to admit that I'm old. Young people nowadays are really amazing. Looking at Seito and Guang Qingzi in the sky, Feng Ho could not help but shake his head and sigh. He should have passed the martial arts test, right? Feng Ho then turned to look at Li Mu and asked. He did pass, but it's still far from what I wanted. Li Mu said lightly. Oh. Feng Ho raised his eyebrows in surprise. Think about how noble and powerful the position of Heaven Emperor is. How many people are coveting it? If it wasn't for us, the position would have already been occupied. Therefore, those who want to become the Heavenly Emperor must not only be skilled in martial arts, but they must also be the strongest. Only then can they suppress the greedy hearts of those around them and bring peace to the world. Li Mu explained calmly. That's why I said he's still far from it. You're asking too much. Feng Ho shook his head. Although martial arts is important, the most important thing is his character. If he's a person with a bad character or a deceitful mind, even if he's strong to the point that we can't suppress him, I won't agree to let him inherit the position of Heaven Emperor. Of course. Li Mu nodded and agreed with a natural expression. But since this young man can obtain the recognition of Heaven Emperor and obtain the Heaven Sword, he should be a kind person. Feng Ho then stroked his beard and chuckled. Li Mu did not say anything, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. It was obvious. They had blind faith in Heaven Emperor, but they did not know that everything Seito said before was nonsense. He had seen the Sky Emperor, but he had never acknowledged him. Moreover, the Sky Sword was not given to him by the Sky Emperor. He had obtained it by himself. The Sky Emperor did not know about it at all, let alone give it to him personally. However, all of this had now become a secret that no one knew. There was no way to verify this with the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation. Boom! At this moment, Seito and Guang Qingzi separated from each other again. But this time, both of them were not as elegant as before. They were like immortals. Their clothes were torn by the lightning, fire, and astral winds. Their hair was messy and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. They looked like both sides had suffered great losses. But Seito and Guang Qingzi's eyes were shining so brightly that no one could look directly at them. Clearly, both of them had gained a lot from this intense battle. Fellow cultivator, do you still want to continue? Ito-sei glanced at the immortals who didn't say anything to dissuade him and asked Hiroshi. Furthermore, there were no longer just a few dozen immortals gathered down below. Instead, there had been quite a few more of them. There were at least 100 of them, either standing or flying around the palace, staring at the two of them with shining eyes. This humble Taoist mission is to test your strength. Since Lord Li Mu did not stop, this humble Taoist can only risk his life to accompany you. Guang Qingzi said with a wry smile. In that case, then I have no choice but to use my trump card. Seito sighed and said seriously. Oh. Guang Qingzi let out a low groan of interest. Seito did not explain. He swept a hand over his waist, and the crimson-golden celestial sword that he had worn as a belt earlier appeared in his hand. I didn't want to use it because it would be cheating in our battle. It would make me feel like I had an unfair advantage. But now I have no choice but to use it. Seito raised his right hand and placed the celestial sword in front of him. He used his left hand's index and middle fingers as a sword and stroked the sword. Could it be? Guang Qingzi narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard that. He had a vague guess in his heart. Fellow Taoist, please excuse me. As Ito Sei spoke, he waved his arm and pointed the heavenly sword downward. At the same time, the heavenly dragon qi on his body erupted. Under the surging of the surrounding primordial qi, it evolved into the shape of a golden dragon, dancing in the void. Under the dance of the golden dragon, almost every second, the majestic power of heaven and earth was gathered and added to Ito Sei's body, making his posture and aura rise exponentially in the eyes of others. Almost in the blink of an eye, he became indomitable, making people feel small and humble, unable to resist. It's the Emperor's draconic qi, and it's the Emperor's draconic qi, Feng Ho exclaimed. No wonder he is the successor of the Emperor. He is indeed extraordinary, Li Mu said softly with narrowed eyes. Looks like the Emperor's position has been decided. Then, Feng Ho, Li Mu, and the other elders looked at each other and thought in unison. Sure enough, it's the celestial sword divine art. Guang Qingzi smiled bitterly. Then his face turned serious, and he looked at Sei Ito with a stronger aura and battle intent than before. Although he knew how powerful and terrifying the Heaven Sword Divine technique was, Guang Qingzi couldn't just surrender like that. This was not only a matter of face, but also his own persistence in the martial artist's heart and martial arts. If he really did that, he might stop at the Golden Immortal realm for the rest of his life. After all, for people like them who had become immortals through the martial Tao, although they needed to be flexible sometimes, a courageous and diligent heart was absolutely essential. Otherwise, they would definitely fall into depravity in the near future. Guang Qingzi did not do anything, but the boundless immortal energy in the sky transformed into a formless wind aura that rapidly gathered around him. In the blink of an eye, it formed a terrifying hurricane that connected the heavens and the earth around him. Not good, Guang Qingzi used shaking the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Li Mu, who had followed the Yellow Emperor to many battles and had personally seen the Yellow Emperor use the innate Qingquan method, was shocked. At the same time, the other immortals who were familiar with the Yellow Emperor's innate Qingquan art were also shocked. They quickly retreated, afraid that they would be caught up in the shock waves of the battle. Fellow Taoists, take this. Wind breaks the earth, Guang Qingzi said loudly. Then his body rotated at a high speed like a spinning top, and mixed with the terrible hurricane around his body, it turned into a huge, sharp wind column with a diameter of tens of meters and rushed towards Ito Sei. As the one being attacked, Sei Ito's expression did not change. His right hand, holding the sword, slightly moved. Although there was no strange light, the entire world seemed to be tilted by something and suddenly trembled. Then, he raised his sword and waved it into the air. Then, just like when Sei Ito waved his sword, there was no sound. The huge hurricane around Guang Qingzi suddenly split into two, exposing Guang Qingzi, who was spinning at high speed. However, Guang Qingzi's attack did not decrease. He used his own strength to continue to crash towards Sei Ito's chest. The long sword in Ito Sei's hand drew a bright arc in the air and appeared under Hirosei from the right side. With the back of the sword, Ito Sei slapped Hirosei's arms with a paw sound. In an instant, Guang Qingzi felt a tremor and could no longer control his body. He was uncontrollably sent flying by a force that appeared out of nowhere. Boom! It was also at this time that the roar caused by the previous collision suddenly exploded. The Yuan Qi surged, turning into countless huge torrents that rushed out in all directions without any pattern. Then, Sei Ito, who had gained the upper hand, did not show any mercy. He took a step and instantly appeared in front of Guang Qingzi, who had just forcibly stopped his momentum. He thrust the heavenly sword forward, and the majestic momentum of thousands of mountains rushed towards Guang Qingzi. Water overflows the sky. Guang Qingzi's expression changed slightly. He clenched his teeth and transformed the innate immortal power in his body and the surrounding immortal chi into majestic water elemental power. Then, he used the second move, Water Breaks the Earth, to create a surging wave that met the thousands of mountains that were pressing down on him. Boom! In a violent explosion, the water elemental power shot out in all directions like rain, turning the area within a radius of several miles into a pond. Even so, the surging wave was still unable to destroy the thousands of mountains. Guang Qingzi could only watch the power of the mountains descend and suppress his body. Then, Seito's sword was pressed against his throat, as expected of His Majesty's heavenly sword divine technique. I lost. Guang Qingzi smiled bitterly with a disappointed expression. You let me win. Ito Sei put away his sword, dispersing the heaven's dragon chi and the power of the world gathered by the heaven's dragon chi, and said politely. Guang Qingzi waved his hand and did not say anything. Seeing this, Ito naturally did not say anything. He silently flew back to the cloud with Guang Qingzi and landed in front of Li Mu and the others who had returned. Master Li Mu, it is my loss. Guang Qingzi took a deep breath and cupped his fists towards Li Mu after recovering from his disappointment. Very good. You passed the test of martial arts. Next is the test of morals. Li Mu's calm face finally revealed a kind smile. Yes. Seito clasped his hands in response. I will be in charge of the next test. At this moment, Feng Ho spoke. Come with me. After saying that, Feng Ho turned around and walked towards the main hall not far away. Ito Sei, who was somewhat baffled, didn't hesitate and slowly followed them. The others also followed behind them and walked towards the main hall. Chapter 21:19. Moments later, everyone arrived at the main hall. The main hall was very spacious and was the size of a gymnasium. Red pillars were arranged inside, supporting the hall. The floor was as smooth as a mirror and could faintly reflect one's image. However, other than that, there was nothing else in the main hall. It was as though it was a completely useless and used hall. No one knew what it was used for. Changxian, Lingluan, Fairy Dahong, come over and help me. Feng Ho walked to the center of the main hall and turned to call out to everyone. Okay. The four immortals, 3 men and 1 woman, who were called out, quickly responded. They walked out of the crowd and came to Feng Ho's side. What do you want us to do? Fairy, who was the only woman among them, asked. Feng Ho didn't explain. He flipped his hand, and a shimmering ball of light appeared in his hand. When Fairy and the others saw the ball of light, they didn't hesitate. They stretched out their fingers and tapped on the ball of light. In an instant, the ball of light flashed and split into 4 tiny streams of light. They flowed through Fairy, Changxian, Lingluan, and Dahong's fingers and surged into their bodies. The 4 of them didn't resist and silently closed their eyes. Understood. Moments later, Fairy opened her eyes and nodded. From the actions of Angel and the others, as well as the final words they said, it was not difficult to guess that the ball of light should be an aggregation of thoughts. What Angel and the others did before was to absorb the information transmitted by the aggregation of thoughts. Then, let's begin. Feng Ho nodded and said after seeing that everyone understood. Following that, the 5 of them moved in unison and spread out. They were like 5 vertices of a pentagram, standing in a corner of the main hall. Following that, the 5 of them moved their hands and feet in unison, forming strange hand seals and performing strange footwork. They began to move freely in the main hall. Just as the Wind Empress and the other 4 were behaving strangely, a strange formation gradually appeared on the ground. Moments later, Feng Ho, who suddenly stopped, shouted, "Done!" Instantly, a dazzling light erupted from the formation. It was like a huge pillar of light had filled the hall. It lit up the entire hall. However, this situation did not last long. In just 4 to 5 seconds, the entire pillar of light suddenly exploded, turning into tiny fragments of light that filled the sky. It slowly melted into the air, leaving behind only a complex array that was faintly flickering on the surface. Chimendunjia. looking at the array that suddenly appeared in the hall. Ito said with some uncertainty in his heart. You. All right, we don't seem to know your name. After setting up the formation, Feng Ho turned to Sei Ito and called out to him. However, when he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered that he and the others did not know Sei Ito's name. My name is Chun Shiqing. Sei Ito replied with a fist salute. Chun Shiqing, come over here and enter the array. Feng Ho nodded. He pointed at the array in front of him. All right. Sei Ito did not hesitate and straightforwardly nodded in agreement. Then, he took a step forward and walked straight into the array. He only stopped when he reached the center of the array. Are you ready? Feng Ho asked when he saw Sei Ito standing still. I'm ready. Sei Ito nodded in confirmation. Good. Heart questioning array, activate. Feng Ho did not hesitate after receiving an affirmative answer. He immediately made a hand seal and activated the array. In an instant, the entire array lit up slightly. Like a vacuum, it sucked in the surrounding immortal spiritual yuan qi. It turned into a cloud of white fog that was so dense that it could not be seen. It tightly wrapped Sei Ito inside. Seeing the array take effect, Feng Ho lowered his body and sat cross-legged outside the array. At the same time, following the appearance of the thick fog, Sei Ito discovered that the surrounding scenery had changed. From the original hall of the Immortal Palace to a mud latrine in the mortal world, he had also changed from a handsome young man in fancy clothes to a malnourished, skinny commoner in ragged clothes. There was not a trace of power in his body. An illusion, but the effect is not small. It can even seal people's power. Sei Ito, who had somewhat understood the situation, muttered to himself. Then, he no longer cared about it and began to walk on this unfamiliar dirt path. However, not long after, he encountered an old woman who had fainted from hunger by the side of the road. She was even emitting a vengeful smell. This is my first test, Sei Ito thought with interest. Then, he endured the stench and walked forward, softly calling out to the old woman. Hey, Auntie, are you okay? Even after calling out 4 or 5 times, the old woman did not wake up. Seeing this, Sei Ito had no choice but to lower his body and carry the old woman on his back. He carried the old woman to a shady place and then put her down again. He quickly returned to the place where he first appeared, the mud latrine that should be his home. He found a ladle to scoop some water from the jar and then found a half-hard sway mian that was almost as hard as a rock. Then, he ran back to the old woman's side and took care of her. With the help of the water and sway mian, the old woman finally recovered some strength after 10 minutes. Thank you, thank you. The old woman thanked him profusely. Sei Ito smiled and did not say anything. Because he knew that it was a test, his motive for helping was not pure. However, after helping someone, Sei Ito felt quite good. After that, the old woman stayed around Sei Ito's latrine for half a day before staggering away. However, even after the old woman had left for a long time, the surrounding scene did not change as Sei Ito expected. It was still the same as before, and it was like a real world. As time passed, the sun set and the moon rose, and the sun rose and the moon set. During this process, Sei Ito felt incredibly hungry. Sei Ito did not want to starve himself. He did not even want to eat the food that was no better than pig's feed. He had no choice but to return to being an ordinary person and begin his struggle. At the same time, during this process, all kinds of things that seemed real and illusory, which made people unable to tell whether they were tests or not, appeared one after another around Ito's Sei, testing his virtue. Fortunately, Sei Ito's goal was clear. Therefore, even if he could not tell which was the real test, Sei Ito would still step forward to help as long as he felt that it was necessary. It was as if it had become a habit. Just like this, time passed. Sei Ito, who was an ordinary person in the illusion, struggled to become an official, then a husband, and even a marquis. The number of people he could help also increased from 1 or 2 to dozens, hundreds, and thousands. He showed great virtue and was deeply loved and praised by the people. However, Just when Sei thought that he would die of old age in the illusion or rebel and become a king, the entire illusion suddenly shattered like a broken glass product. The surrounding scene changed back to the previous hall of the Immortal Palace. Very good, as expected of the person chosen by His Majesty, the Celestial Emperor. You have passed our test. Feng Ho smiled at Seito. Oh, Seito raised his eyebrows and let out a soft groan. Therefore, we approve of your ascension to the throne as the new Celestial Emperor, said Dahong. Greetings, Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Then, under someone's lead, all the immortals in the palace bowed to Seito. Greetings, Your Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Feng Ho, Limu, Dahong, and the other old officials also bowed. Seito looked around and smiled inexplicably. He said lightly, "Everyone, please rise." Then, 5 days later, under the witness of all the immortals in the immortal world, Seito ascended the throne that symbolized the supreme power of the heavens and accepted the worship of everyone. After an unknown period of time, with a crisp pa sound, the entire heaven realm suddenly shattered into pieces, once again changing back to the original Immortal Palace Hall. I'm finally out, Seito said to himself as he looked at the fog that was quickly dispersing. That's right. It was only now that Seito truly escaped from the illusion. The scene of him escaping the illusion and accepting everyone's approval to ascend to the Celestial Emperor was still an illusion. It was the final test of Feng Ho and the others. They wanted to see if Seito would still be as kind and virtuous as he was in the illusion after getting what he wanted. Unfortunately, although they thought well, they didn't know Seito's true purpose of becoming the Celestial Emperor and the trump cards he had. Therefore, they didn't notice that he wasn't fooled by their last trick at all. He was still clear-headed as he faced the evolution of the illusion. Therefore, their so-called test was a complete failure. Fortunately, it was Seito and not some other ambitious guy. Although he might not be as kind and virtuous as he appeared in the illusion, he wouldn't be evil, or lecherous. It was enough for him to be the Celestial Emperor of a realm. Very good, as expected of the person chosen by the Celestial Emperor. You have passed our test. Feng Ho chuckled and said to Seito, who was standing in the middle of the array, what he said when he exited the illusion. In other words, you won't stop me from becoming the Celestial Emperor, right? Seito said with a smile. Yes, not only will we not stop you, but we will also help you become the new Celestial Emperor, Dahong added. After hearing Dahong's words, the others nodded in agreement. Thank you, everyone. Seito cupped his fists and thanked everyone. As a result, the following matters became much simpler. After a general discussion, Seito was led by a female immortal to a palace for people to rest in. He began to wait for the ascension ceremony in 5 days. As for the other matters that needed to be done during this period, they were all handled by the old officials of the Celestial Emperor. They guaranteed that everything would be handled properly. Chapter 21:20. P.S. Thank you to Halcyon for your precious monthly votes. 5 days later, in the Heavenly Palace's main hall, Seito walked up to the stage under the watchful eyes of many immortals. He wore a yellow embroidered robe with embroidered dragons, a crown with a beaded curtain on his head, and a crimson golden heavenly sword at his waist. He sat down on the throne that symbolized the Celestial Emperor's supremacy. Greetings, Your Majesty. At the same time, Limu, Feng Ho, and the other immortals bowed in unison. Almost at the same time, an enormous amount of the power of the world's favor, the faith of all people, and the reverence of all living beings descended from the heavens and projected onto Seito's body. Under Seito's control, the power of the Jade Seal of Eclan, the world of the Rubik's Cube, and Seito himself received it. Then, boundless divine light bloomed from Seito's body. The light filled the entire hall and seeped into the hearts of all the immortals, leaving behind a mighty figure that was as imposing as the heavens and the earth. Everyone, rise, Seito said calmly as he raised his arm. Thank you, Your Majesty, the immortals replied. After that, the ceremony continued until about an hour later, when it finally ended. The immortals left, leaving the celestial emperor to manage his own free time. "You actually did it." A gentle voice sounded in Seito's ear. "It's all thanks to Her Majesty. If you hadn't tacitly agreed to all of this, I wouldn't have been able to ascend to the throne so easily." Seito turned his head slightly and looked at the woman who had suddenly appeared in the hall. She was dressed in a beautiful emerald robe. She wore a phoenix hairpin on her head, and her face was graceful and elegant. The sacred and beautiful Niwa smiled. Just as he had said, if not for the fact that Niwa hadn't shown up to stop him, he would have died. Seito wouldn't have been able to ascend the throne so easily. After all, even though Niwa didn't care about anything, she was still the mother of all spirits, the supreme great deity who had once mended the heavens and earth. Her prestige was so great that even the former celestial emperor himself had to show her some respect, let alone the other immortals and gods who ascended later. If she had really spoken up to stop Seito from ascending the throne, Niwa would have been killed. Even Li Mu and Feng Ho, who were loyal to the Yellow Emperor, had to consider the consequences. Should they take the risk of bringing disaster to the immortal realm and force Seito? This is all because of your actions. If you hadn't given the people a happy life and hope back then, I definitely wouldn't have allowed you to become the Celestial Emperor, Niwa said calmly. "It is my honor to be recognized by you, Niwa," Ito-sei said with a smile. "From now on, I will wait and see. I hope you won't do anything that will disappoint me." After Niwa finished speaking, she didn't wait for Seito's reply. Her body immediately dispersed and turned into spiritual particles that filled the sky. They quickly melted into the surrounding immortal chi. "Don't worry, I definitely won't disappoint you," Seito smiled and said. Then he closed his eyes. Just like what he had told Niwa before, he silently spread out his thoughts. He connected with the original spirit of creation that existed in this world. Bang! Following the explosion of a thick silver-white beam of light, Seito's figure appeared in the sky. Phew! Another long journey has ended. Seito let out a long sigh. Then he turned around. He returned to his room and lay on his bed without caring about his image. He closed his eyes and rested. He slept for almost an entire day. It wasn't until the evening of the second day that he woke up again. Speaking of which, it's time to settle my grudge with Tensho and the others. After sitting on the bed for a while, Seito's eyes flashed coldly. He muttered to himself, "But before that, I still have to go to Shinangjia to take a look. The last time I came back, I was in a rush and didn't have the time to check out the situation there. This time, I have to go and check it out no matter what." Thinking of this, Seito didn't hesitate. His figure flashed and disappeared from the room. The next moment, he appeared in the sky above the forest near Shinangjia. Hiss, what a dense, evil aura! Ito-sei, who was looking at Shinangjia, saw the majestic black gas rising into the sky from Shinangjia as if it was going to cover this part of the world. His face couldn't help but change slightly. Especially in the center of the evil aura, there was a terrifying aura that made Seito's heart palpitate. It was so dangerous that it made Seito instinctively erase his thoughts of exploring it. Looks like after that day, something terrible happened in Shinangjia. Seito muttered softly. Then, his figure flashed, and he appeared in the neighboring city of Shinangjia. However, at this time, the cities that were originally desolate but still inhabited were completely devoid of people. No, it couldn't be said that they were devoid of people. It was just that these people who were called humans were very different from the original humans. Their bodies were black, their eyes were white, and their bodies were overflowing with evil energy. They looked like evil spirits. Apart from these demons who might or might not even be considered humans, there were only a large number of clay soldiers and Shinangjia barbarians with long and thick red hair in the city. They were all running around freely as if they were walking in their own territory. Does this count as being occupied? Seito was a little speechless. Then, with a wave of his hand, a demon with a pitch-black body was immediately brought before him. He activated his mental power and pierced into the demon's mind, using the soul-searching technique to forcibly read the memories in the demon's mind. Through this method, Ito roughly understood what happened after he and Xing Tian left this world. As it turned out, not long after he and Xing Tian were swallowed by the space loophole caused by the competition, there was no telling what the cultivators who had broken into the pyramid had done, but a stream of overwhelming black smoke had spurted out of the pyramid. Like the enormous smoke that was pushed out by a volcanic eruption, it almost covered the entire sky of Shenangjia in the blink of an eye and was still spreading to the surrounding forests and towns without slowing down. Then, under the shroud of this black cloud, the humans in the city began to mutate. First, their minds became sluggish. Their reactions to the outside world became sluggish. Then, their bodies turned black. However, his strength had increased exponentially, and his skin had also become abnormally tough. Ordinary kitchen knives could only leave a white mark on their bodies at most, and they wouldn't be able to get any closer. In the end, they would become what Ito saw now. Then, 5 or 6 days later, the group of clay soldiers and red-haired savages charged out of the forest and attacked the cities and towns. They took in this group of mutated humans and used a method that Ito didn't understand for the time being to train them into soldiers. They continued to march outside. As for the rest, the demon who stayed in the town because he needed to move materials didn't remember anything else. But speaking of materials, the demon also didn't know the specific functions of these materials. However, from the demon's memories, Ito found that many clay soldiers would appear in the town every once in a while. He could roughly deduce that those materials were used to make the clay soldiers, and the ones who made them were the red-haired savages who stayed in the town. As expected, these red-haired savages also have a civilization. Ito muttered to himself. Then, with a shake of his wrist, a purple-green flame ignited in the center of his palm, burning the demon into ashes. Roar! Even though he was very fast, the red-haired savages still caught his attention. However, the sudden fire still attracted the attention of the red-haired savages in the town. One of the red-haired savages even let out a deafening roar towards Ito with a ferocious face. In the next moment, the clay soldiers in the town began to gather. They ran towards Ito's location. Tisk, I'm not in a mood to play with you right now. Ito curled his lips, and then his figure flashed. He disappeared from his original spot and appeared in another town in the next moment. The result was the same as the previous town. It was also in a state of collapse, with a large number of black demons filling the town. Seeing this, Ito didn't stop. He continued to move outwards. After a few times, he finally found a town that hadn't fallen yet. But from the looks of it, it wasn't too far off. Large numbers of humans were slaughtered by the almost invulnerable Fae and lifeless mud golem warriors. The humans who had awakened and obtained superpowers, as well as the hidden cultivators, were found by the red-haired savages using a special method. They split up and intercepted, not allowing them to cause trouble in the battlefield of normal humans. Moreover, Ito also noticed that the strength of this group of red-haired savages had improved since he left. Each of them had the strength of A level. This allowed them to still have the absolute upper hand in the face of the huge number of human practitioners. They could suppress and kill them. Should I say, as expected of a chaotic world, Ito was speechless as he looked at everything below. Then, Ito pointed his arm downwards. A bright ball of light that was as hot as a second sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, under the shocked gazes of the humans and red-haired savages, it turned into a meteor and fell rapidly into the crowd of demons and clay soldiers below. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling light flashed and a blazing white holy flame erupted. In the blink of an eye, it covered an area of a few miles and burned fiercely. In just an instant, tens of thousands of pitch-black demon men and thousands of clay soldiers were burned into nothingness. The ground began to crystallize, and under the illumination of the remaining sunlight of dusk, it refracted a gorgeous, multicolored light. A powerful being has come to save us. Everyone kill. After the initial shock and astonishment, a practitioner who had recovered from a shock hurriedly shouted with a face full of excitement, "Kill!" Hearing this, the others immediately regained their senses. They excitedly clashed with the red-haired barbarians that they thought to be incomparably powerful. In midair, Seito, who had noticed the changes of the humans below, smiled lightly. He waved his hand and sprinkled a five-colored thunderbolt. With a rumbling sound, it shot down like rain. It was as if they had eyes, accurately landing on each and every one of the red-haired barbarians, turning them into charred corpses. In less than half a minute, all the red-haired savages in the city were completely killed by Seito's five-element thunderbolt. Then, many human powerhouses rushed into the crowd and assisted the humans in killing the remaining demons and clay soldiers. More than half an hour later, the entire battle came to an end. May I know which powerful being has come? Please show yourself so that we juniors can express our gratitude. Just when the other ordinary people were cleaning up the battlefield under the command of some people who seemed to be officers, many cultivators and awakened people flew halfway and bowed to the sky as they spoke loudly. With a flash, Seito, who suddenly appeared in front of the cultivators and supers, said faintly, "There's no need for that. You just need to tell me what's going on." "You're a senior?" Perhaps it was because Seito's appearance was too young and did not look like those seniors who had white hair and long beards that they had seen before. The leading man among the cultivators subconsciously asked in disbelief, "Why don't you believe me?" Seito frowned. "I wouldn't dare." The man's heart skipped a beat as he quickly shook his head and said, he had heard that this group of seniors was not very reasonable. If they did not handle it well, they might turn a good thing into a bad thing. "Tell me what's going on." Seito turned his head to look at the charred corpses and demon corpses that were being carried away and asked faintly, "Senior, you don't know?" The leader asked with a strange expression. "Should I know?" Seito asked casually. "These savages and terracotta soldiers are monsters from Shenangjia. However, according to the savages themselves, they're the subordinates of the Fire Emperor Yuan. They're here to rebuild the country for the Fire Emperor. As for the black-skinned demon corpses, they're humans. However, they become like this because of the witchcraft spell cast by the priests of the savages. Apart from having extraordinary strength and being invulnerable to swords and spears, there's also witchcraft poison on their fingertips and teeth. Those who've been injured by them have been passed on to others. Therefore, with the advance of these red-haired savages, the number of these demon people has also increased, becoming stronger and stronger. They have already become a huge threat to the Sichuan region." The leading man was startled when he heard this, and then he bitterly laughed in his heart, and then he explained, "What about those cultivators? Didn't they do anything?" Seito frowned and asked again. "They did. There were even immortals who personally went to the Shenangjia to eliminate the evil. However, it seems like they didn't even get to see the main culprit before they were killed by a golden light. As for the rest, they were either injured by the priests of the red-haired savages with witchcraft spells or torn in half by the experts of the red-haired savages. Gradually, they became like this. It can be said that if it weren't for you, the people in this city would have had to retreat or die in battle," the leading man said with a bitter smile. Chapter 21-21. What do you want to say? Seito looked at the leader who seemed to want to say something. After this defeat, the barbarians will definitely receive the news. At that time, they will definitely send soldiers and experts to attack again. So, can Senior please help our city get through this disaster? The leading man clasped his hands together and bowed 90 degrees, bowing down and saying, "Senior, please lend us a hand." Behind the man, the others also followed suit and bowed in unison. This should be the territory of Qingcheng, Amei, Tiantai, and Leshan, right? We're their people. Seito's figure flashed as he dodged the leader's bow and asked, "Senior, the immortals and experts that this junior spoke of are from these four sects, but sigh." The man in the lead sighed with a sorrowful expression. "Even so, With the strength of these four sects, there should be many cultivators in their sections. Why didn't they come to save us? Say Ito continued to ask with a frown. The land of Sichuan is so big. Although the four sects still have many cultivators, there are only 5 or 6 of them. Moreover, they also need to leave some people to guard their sects, so the number of people they can send is even smaller. In the end, it's just us. The leader explained helplessly. Speaking of which, who are you? Are you from the military? Or something else? Hearing this, Sei Ito finally remembered that he seemed to have forgotten about the origins of these people. He looked at the 20 to 30 experts in front of him and asked with a surprised expression. Some of them are from the military, some of them are from ordinary aristocratic families, and some of them are from different sections. Friends who rushed back because they heard that their hometown was in trouble. However, most of them were affected by the current world. People who awakened superpowers on their own. The leader looked at the people behind him and explained, "Why didn't you ask for help from the higher-ups?" Seito asked again. However, when these words fell into the ears of the man in the lead, it made him look at him with an even stranger gaze. He probably didn't expect Seito to be such a senior who kept up with the times and spoke in a way that was compatible with the times. We did. However, the higher-ups don't seem to be able to do anything for the time being. The leader shook his head and said, "So, Senior, please save them for the sake of the millions of innocent citizens in this city." Then, the leading man bowed again and said, "Senior, please save them." The others echoed, "I can save you once, but I can't save you forever. I can't stay here forever, so you'd better make plans early," Seito said as he looked at the busy crowd below. "Senior, don't worry. We won't waste too much of Senior's time. We also know that we can't defend the city in our current situation. I will go down and arrange for people to start moving the people to a safe place in the shortest time possible." Hearing the meaning of Ito Sei's words, the leader was overjoyed and quickly explained, "You don't need to tell me that. I will leave this city in 3 days, no matter what the result is," Seito said calmly. "Thank you, Senior." Although the leader felt a little pressed for time, he still agreed happily. He cupped his fist and thanked Seito. After all, having 3 days of safety was better than having no time at all. Seito didn't say anything and disappeared in front of them. "Everyone, time is of the essence. Let's start moving." Seeing Seito disappear, the leader turned around and said loudly to the crowd, "Yes." The crowd replied in unison. Then, they moved together. They returned to the crowd below and called for people to assign tasks. They began to move the people, with the combined efforts of the remaining people in the city that night. All the resources in the city were gathered and put into vehicles that could still be used. Then, early the next morning, they followed the first batch of evacuating citizens and headed toward the Central Plains. Then, the second batch, the third batch. Just when everyone in the city thought that the matter would smoothly end, a group of about 30 red-haired savages led close to 2,000 mud golem warriors and over 100,000 dark-skinned demons to the outskirts of the city on the afternoon of the second day. Their footsteps didn't stop as they rushed into the city. "Sir, the demon people army has appeared." At the same time, the soldier in charge of reconnaissance and security hurriedly picked up the internal communication device and contacted his superior to report. "Got it, Wong. You can come back now." Then, the voice of the superior came from the communication device. "Yes," the scout named Xiao Wang replied, then carefully got up and retreated from his hiding spot with a crouch. However, at this moment, one of the red-haired savages suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang's hiding place with his scarlet eyes. He then let out an extremely strange roar. Roar! The next moment, more than 10 dark-skinned demon people rushed out of the group and ran straight toward Wang. Damn it! Realizing that he had been exposed, Wang's face turned pale at first. Then his face became ferocious. He cursed and took out the glorious grenade from his waist. He pulled the ring of the grenade in his hand and rushed toward the demon people while roaring, "I'll fight you demons to the death." However, in the next second, Wang felt his body become light, and a bunch of familiar faces of the city protectors suddenly appeared in front of him. On the other side, Sei Ito, who had casually rescued the scout Wong and used instant transmission to throw him back to the city relocation team, raised his hand and waved. A group of purple-blue high-temperature flames suddenly emerged from the void and turned into a long dragon full of spirituality, rushing toward the demon people army. Then, in the blink of an eye, it fell into the demon crowd and turned into a sea of fire, igniting all the demons within a radius of dozens of meters. Huff, however, after releasing the fire, Seito's hands did not stop moving. He raised one hand to the sky, and a gray, chaotic thunderbolt quickly shot into the air. Then, with a loud bang, it suddenly exploded and turned into a rain of lightning that fell to the ground again, burning the demons, mud puppet warriors, and even the red-haired savages into pieces of scorched stone or debris. In just an instant, more than a dozen red-haired savages and a large number of mud puppet warriors and demons died on the spot. However, at the same time, with a few sudden roars, the bodies of 8 savages who survived immediately expanded rapidly. In an instant, they grew from the original 2 meters to 8 or 9 meters tall, like King Kong in the movies. At the same time, their aura soared and broke through their original class, becoming a big monster with strength comparable to a Level S powerhouse. This is Transcendence World? Seito was a little stunned and thought to himself, "Roar!" Then, the 8 gigantified savages roared in unison and waved their big fists, bringing up a red squall to meet the thunderbolts that fell from the sky. In an instant, boom, 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 continuous explosions sounded. The terrifying thunderbolts that could have taken their lives were shattered into small sparks under the bombardment of their big fists, splashing in all directions. Then, the remaining normalized savages who were temporarily not in danger of being struck by the thunderbolts moved again. Except for one savage who was holding a skull staff, all of them rushed forward like the wind towards Seito. "They really underestimated me," Seito muttered in a low voice. Then, with a thought, countless bright, white sword lights appeared in the sky within a radius of tens of li. Then, they turned into a rain of light and shot down at the demon army below. Pu. In an instant, more than 100,000 demons were pierced through their heads and bodies by this rain of light. They were nailed to the ground one by one, letting out inhuman screams of pain. It was the same for the mud doll soldiers. However, because they were not humans, other than the sound of the mud doll soldiers breaking, there were no other sounds. In the same way, the 7 or 8 red-haired savages who originally rushed towards Ito-sei were directly shot into sieves because they were the focus of attention. They didn't even have time to scream before they died on the spot. Then, the purple-green Tusada flames that were not retracted flew out and spread to the surroundings. In an instant, only Seito and the 8 gigantified savages were left on the battlefield. They were still tightly protected by the 8 gigantified savages. At this time, Seito waved his hand, and the purple-green Tusada flames flew back to him. He raised his head and looked at the red-haired savage who was unharmed and said indifferently, "You must be the so-called shaman among the savages. Who are you?" The red-haired savage did not answer and instead asked in a cold voice, "Were they in this state? Transcendence World? Or something else?" Seito did not answer the question and continued to ask, "Those who stand in the way of Emperor Yan's great cause will die without a burial place." The red-haired savage said coldly, "I just don't know if you guys can withstand my purple-green Tusada divine flames that can burn anything." Ito-sei didn't pay attention to the red-haired savage. Instead, he looked at the 8 giant savages with great interest. Then, with a wave of his arm, he controlled the purple-green flames, which had once again transformed into a purple dragon, to burn towards the 8 savages. Oof. The red-haired savage snorted and fiercely slammed the skeletal staff in his hand on the ground. Then, the human skull at the top of the staff opened its mouth and spat out a gust of cold black smoke. With a whoosh sound, the smoke collided with the purple dragon. With the sound of metal being quenched, a large amount of black smoke spread in all directions. But what surprised Seito was that the purple-green Tusita flames that could burn anything was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had encountered something that consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 21-22. Witchcraft. Seito narrowed his eyes as he muttered softly. At this moment, Seito was finally certain that the witchcraft that the cultivators and awakened ones were talking about wasn't just their guesses. Instead, it was an evil technique passed down by the ancient witchcraft tribe. After all, before Xia, witchcraft and humans coexisted. At that time, there were many witchcraft among the human race. There were even many witchcraft that were worshipped as the vice leaders of a tribe. Their authority wasn't much different from that of a tribe leader. However, after Xia, the entire witchcraft inheritance was gradually replaced. It wasn't until the later stages of Western Zhou that the position of the 7 heroes of the Warring States period was taken over by the Yin-Yang family. But even so, the inheritance of witchcraft didn't disappear. Except for the witch who evolved into a witch and was spread to the East in Kingdom, where she changed her appearance and became a strange creature. The inheritance of witchcraft among the people had never been broken. But because the loss was too severe, it gradually became a feudal superstition and became the target of attack. The red-haired barbarian didn't say anything. He only struck the bone staff on the ground again. Then 2 scarlet lights burned in the eye sockets of the skull at the top of the bone staff. Then the black smoke seemed to be stimulated by something. It fiercely rolled and expanded. In the blink of an eye, it swelled into a huge black ball with a diameter of over 10 meters. It swallowed the purple-green flame dragon. At this moment, Seito suddenly felt that the connection between the purple-green flame and himself had weakened. He frowned and let out a strange groan from his throat. However, although he was confused, Seito didn't hesitate in the slightest. He once again raised his arm and pointed towards the sky. A blazing ball of light that was like the sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, it fell along with Seito's arm. It suddenly turned into a blazing white meteor that descended towards the savages. It was the white horse of the Eastern War god, Urislagna's 10 incarnations. When the 8 gigantified barbarians saw the blazing white meteor flying down, they immediately roared and raised their gigantic arms. 16 gigantic palms with a diameter of over a meter were placed in front of each other. It formed a huge blood-colored meat plate and blocked the barbarians' attack. Boom! In the next moment, the sun fireball and the plate of flesh heavily collided. Whoosh! The blazing holy flames scattered and burned the savages' bodies through their huge palms. Roar! The savages let out a deafening roar under the immense burning pain. Kwafu. However, just as the 8 barbarians were about to be burned to death, the barbarian shaman with the staff suddenly shouted, Kwafu. The 8 gigantic savages shouted at the same time. Suddenly, a strange energy burst out from the 8 gigantified savages, illuminating their bodies. They turned into blood-red torrents and surged into their palms, pushing the sun-shaped fireballs up into the air. Kwafu. Emperor Yuang. His name is Kwafu. I forgot that the Flame Emperor Yuang and the Kwafu family are from the same family. Therefore, most of his subordinates have the Kwafu bloodline. Seito couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the transformation of the savages. However, even the ancient Kwafu died chasing the sun. You savages who haven't even entered the legendary realm, and who knows how much of the Kwafu bloodline's power have been refined. What can you do? Seito sneered. After that, Seito moved his mind again. Another blazing fireball that was as huge as the sun appeared in the sky. It emitted boundless light and heat, burning the ground below. And with the blessing of this newly emerged sun, the sun of the sun was still shining. In an instant, the sun fireball in the hands of the savages lit up and exploded with a temperature that was even more terrifying than before. Even the surrounding cement buildings were cracking under the indescribable high temperature with irregular cracks appearing on them, not to mention the green trees and plants that existed in the surroundings. In an instant, they were set ablaze with a whoosh sound. The giant savages who were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Their blood was directly burned dry, and they became charred corpses. Then, with a crisp pop sound, they shattered into a pile of dust and scattered in all directions. After that, the sun fireball didn't slow down and fell on the savages holding the weapons below. Kwafu, the face of the red-haired savage, changed slightly. He knocked the ground with his weapon again and shouted loudly. In the next second, the sun fireball fell and turned into a bright, sacred sea of fire, wrapping the figure of the red-haired savage. "Is he dead?" Ito squinted his eyes and looked at the place where the red-haired savage was standing before and whispered to himself. However, as soon as his voice fell, the originally fiercely burning bright flame suddenly shook, and a familiar pitch-black cloud of smoke appeared from the flame, gradually rising and spreading, and finally turning into the image of a burly, muscular man who was dozens of feet tall, with only a piece of animal skin wrapped around his waist, and a head ornament of animal bones adorned his hair. "Is this Kwafu?" Ito faintly felt that this image was somewhat familiar and guessed with uncertainty. Then, the dark figure of Kwafu, who stretched his body, took a step forward and rushed out of the burning range of the sun fireball in an instant. He appeared in front of Ito and stretched out his right hand, trying to catch Ito as if he was swatting a small insect. "What is this black smoke? It's so tough." Not only can it resist the burning of the purple and green Tusita fire, but it can also resist the burning of the sun fireball. "This is so strange." Ito's figure flashed, and he quickly escaped from the attack of Kwafu's image and frowned. Could it be a secret treasure passed down by the ancient witch tribe? Boom! At the same time, Kwafu, whose attack failed, heavily pressed his palm on the ground. In an instant, the ground shook violently, and a messy crack that was several meters in radius appeared on the ground. Then, the dark figure of Kwafu straightened up. In his palm, there was a cloud of black smoke that looked like dust, but looked almost the same as the black smoke. It came from the center of the ground, and once again, Kwafu attacked Ito with his palm. Under Kwafu's attack, the black smoke turned into a black stripe, shooting towards Ito. Kwafu, descendant of the Deep Earth tribe. Could it be that this indestructible thing is something extracted from the earth? Ito's figure flashed again, and he appeared in the air, looking down at the long black stripe. Then he raised his hand and threw out a gray, chaotic lightning, which was as thick as a man's arm, quickly toward Kwafu. Kwafu didn't dodge. Once again, he raised his hand, bringing up a cloud of black smoke, and met the gray lightning head-on. Boom! With a huge boom, Kwafu's palm was scattered, and the whole forearm was blown away. "I thought you were not afraid of anything." Ito, who had succeeded in one strike, sneered. Then he shook his hand again and threw out a thick gray lightning. This time, Kwafu, who knew the power of the lightning, jumped and dodged to the side. Boom! A bottomless pit, which was as wide as an adult's waist, appeared on the ground of the city. The inner wall of the pit was completely crystallized. Ito stretched his hands horizontally, using his fingers as needles and the gray chaotic lightning as threads, and quickly weaved a huge lightning net. Then he threw it toward Kwafu. Kwafu still didn't dare to take it head-on. He turned around and continued to run away. Just like the legendary figure, he disappeared from Ito's sight almost in the blink of an eye. This sudden change stunned Ito, who wanted to stop the shaman and use the soul-searching technique to check the situation of the Yin Emperor Empire, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly as he looked in the direction Kwafu had gone. Should I say that he is indeed a shaman? He is not as fearless as the other barbarians. Instead, he ran away as soon as he saw that the situation was not right. How surprising. After that, Ito put away the thunder, flame, and sun, and eliminated the flames that might still exist in the surroundings. He also disappeared from the battlefield in a flash and returned to the city. Senpai, seeing Ito-sei return, the leading man who had seen him before quickly saluted and greeted him. Then he asked hesitantly, "What about the enemy? I have already taken care of them." Seito replied calmly, "Phew, thank you, senior." Although the leader had already guessed it, he didn't dare to let his guard down until he heard Seito's reply. He immediately let out a long sigh and thanked him gratefully. "Although I have destroyed the demon army this time, the shaman of the barbarians has escaped. I don't know if they will come back for revenge later. So, if you don't want anything to happen, you'd better hurry up." Seito poured cold water on the leader who had just relaxed. Yes. The leader's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He quickly replied with a serious face. "Then, I will take my leave first." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Seito's reply. He turned around and quickly left Seito's side. Indeed, Magihomins and other messy forces. The main world is getting more and more interesting. Seito looked up at Shinongjia, where he could still feel the strong, evil aura even from so far away, and softly muttered to himself. In the city, the people who had received Seito's reply sped up again. They worked hard to cooperate with the government's command to evacuate. In this situation, the evacuation that would have taken about 3 days was compressed into 2 days. Hundreds of people successfully escaped the city with a large amount of supplies. They followed the army that had left in front of them along the road that was still under construction and drove toward the Central Plains. After everyone left, Seito, who was no longer a burden, didn't stay in the empty city any longer. He activated instant transmission and returned home to Yodo City. Chapter 21-23. P.S. Thank you to Hell Aristocrat for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Crystal Pendant for your precious evaluation votes. Seito was able to confirm 2 things from his trip to Shinongjia and the surrounding areas. First, the person lying in the pyramid was indeed the last Flame Emperor, Yuan. He was very strong and was definitely at the Golden Immortal level. It was just that he was not sure if he was at the middle or late stage. However, it seemed like he wouldn't be able to leave the pyramid or the Shinongjia region. After all, Yuan had never done something like Ito-sei, who had to submit quests to the Akasha system in order to obtain recognition points. He would be able to surpass his current limit and not be rejected by the world. Second, he discovered the inheritance of witchcraft from the red-haired savage's behavior. He guessed that the red-haired savage might have the blood of a novice witch in his body. Seito did not have anything to do with the demon army and the rumor of the Flame Emperor reorganizing the world. Therefore, he put these thoughts aside. Next, it's time to deal with the Tenzo. Seito narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. However, even though he had made up his mind, Ito-sei was not in a hurry to take action overnight. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, he temporarily put aside the idea of going out to clean up the Amaterasu forces and returned to his room to meditate. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next evening, the moon was high in the sky. With a thought from Seito, a large number of soldiers wearing exoskeleton-like combat armor appeared around him. Seito used his telekinesis to create a ground of nothingness in midair. "Sir," the soldiers saluted in unison. "I have given you the order. Go. Remember not to leave a single one alive." Seito said coldly. "Yes." The soldiers replied loudly. In the next moment, the soldiers moved in unison. They spontaneously split into dozens of small teams, each consisting of a dozen or so people, and flew in all directions. Under the moonlight, they disappeared from Seito's sight in the blink of an eye. After that, Seito, who watched all the soldiers disappear, flashed and appeared above the ISC Grand Shrine in Mie Prefecture. "Tenzo, I hope you can make this kingdom of God strong enough." Seito sneered as he looked down at the magnificent ISC Grand Shrine that was surrounded by boundless divine light and the power of faith of all living beings. Then he swung his palm down as if he was swatting a bug. A huge palm that seemed to be able to cover the entire sky appeared in midair. At the very least, it was the sky of Ise City in Mie Prefecture. It quickly crashed down on the Ise shrine. Bang! As if sensing the danger of destruction, the spiritual light and the belief of all living beings surrounding the Ise Grand Shrine suddenly shook, creating a semicircular golden transparent shield that looked like an upside-down bowl, blocking the palm. Creak, creak. Then the golden light shield flashed and made a strange screeching sound as if it couldn't withstand the attack. It looked like it was going to shatter in the next moment. Feng, you little rascal! How dare you come to my Ise Grand Shrine? At the same time, an angry roar came from the Ise Grand Shrine. The next moment, dozens of men and women in priest robes, in which robes flew out of the Ise Grand Shrine and flew into the air. It seems that Tens Ho is taking good care of you. Looking at the dozens of priests and witches who suddenly appeared, the weakest was at least a class. Say Ito couldn't help but chuckle. He remembered very clearly that although the Ise Grand Shrine was powerful, there were only a few Class A masters. They could be counted with one hand. Most of the time, they relied on the strength of the original priest, the leader of the Shinto religion, and the exclusive shrine of the royal family to deter others. But now it was great. Dozens of A-class experts and even 4 or 5 S-class experts had appeared to face the enemy. Seito couldn't think of any other possibility other than Tensho using his divine power to encourage them. How dare you call our god's name? Men, take down this blasphemer. A black-haired middle-aged man, who seemed to be the leader, shouted angrily. Yes. The people around him replied in unison. Then, the priests and witches flew out and surrounded Seito from both sides. Good. I'll use you to remind Tensho. Seito sneered as he looked at the priests and witches who rushed up. As he said that, he pointed his right sword finger. A thin white stream of light flew out from his finger like a lightning bolt and instantly flew in front of a priest. The priest didn't have time to react or dodge. The white stream of light pierced through the priest's forehead and flew in an arc towards the others. In an instant, everyone's forehead was pierced. Then, the white stream of light flashed and flew back to Seito's side and disappeared into his body. But in the next second, the figures of the priestesses and priestesses who were rushing towards Ito suddenly stopped and fell to the ground head first like dumplings. Then, with a bang sound, they were smashed into pieces of meat paste. What? Seeing that his men were killed so easily, the leader's face immediately changed, and he exclaimed in disbelief. You should go and accompany them, Seito said lightly. Then, he pointed forward with one hand, and a devastating bolt of lightning quickly streaked across the sky, landing on the leader's body as he hurriedly raised a spirit light barrier. Boom! Under the impact of the lightning bolt, the divine light shield around the leader's body exploded like glass. Then, he watched the powerful lightning bolt fall on his body. Then the man screamed. Just like the priests and witches who had died before, he fell to the ground head first. Bang! Seito didn't stop after dealing with the priests and witches who took the initiative to attack him. He waved his hand again, and a giant palm appeared in the air. It fiercely slammed on the divine light shield supported by the Ise Grand Shrine below. Boom! Kacha! Kacha! Under the violent impact, long and narrow cracks that could be seen with the naked eye appeared on the golden shield that was flashing with golden light and slowly spread throughout the entire shield. Heavenly light, jade mirror. Break evil bright sky. At this moment, along with a clear chant, a dazzling beam of light like the light emitted by a 1,000-watt lamp shot out from the Ise Grand Shrine below. It burned the air and pierced through Ito's giant palm. It directly shot towards Ito in the air. Although it hadn't completely reached Ito, a sense of extreme heat and a faint sense of danger rushed toward him. The speed of the beam of light was fast enough, but Ito's reaction was faster. He slapped his left hand forward. A pitch-black round hole filled with colorful starlight appeared in front of the blazing beam of light. It instantly swallowed the beam of light like a black hole. Heavenly light, jade, mirror, yada no Kagami. I seem to have destroyed that thing. Did Amaterasu spend a lot of effort to make it again? Seito thought as he blocked the blazing beam of light. But it makes sense. It's just a dressing mirror for Amaterasu. She could just find something she doesn't like from her dressing table and throw it down to the mortal world. It's really not difficult. Then he waved his hand again, and another giant palm covered the sky. Boom! Pa! This time, under the bombardment of the huge palm, the spiritual light barrier trembled and abruptly shattered. It turned into irregular fragments of different sizes and fell to the ground. Then, the palm that did not dissipate continued to press down on the ISC Grand Shrine without losing its momentum. Heaven shines bright, no evil can invade. The clear chant once again echoed above the ISC Grand Shrine. Then, a large palace in the center of the ISC Grand Shrine suddenly lit up. A huge, semicircular golden passport once again appeared above the shrine and collided with the falling palm. Boom! A shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted. It spread out like a passing typhoon, destroying the vast forest around the ISC Grand Shrine. It created a messy area with a diameter of more than 10 miles. However, it was also because of this that the entire Divine Palace was preserved. But the Golden Shield seemed to have run out of power. It turned into sparkling fragments of light along with the giant palm and gradually melted into the air. Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Just as Ito was about to destroy the ISC Grand Shrine again, a female voice that was the same as the one who had chanted the incantation asked, "What do you think?" Ito sneered and asked. Then, without waiting for the female voice below to respond, he slapped down again. The huge palm that covered the sky rose again and quickly descended above the ISC Grand Shrine. Then, it fell heavily on the buildings of the ISC Grand Shrine. Boom! A huge cloud of dust rose up like a sandstorm, covering the entire area where the ISC Grand Shrine was located. Bastard! This time, I won't let you go no matter what. However, this situation didn't last for long. At the next moment, along with a sharp female voice filled with rage and murderous intent, an extremely powerful force that affected the stability of space erupted from the smoke and dust like a hurricane, blowing the smoke and dust in all directions. Then, a lonely palace covered in bright golden divine light emerged from the cloud of dust and came into Seito's sight. Then, with a flash of golden light, a beautiful woman wearing a golden silk robe, a jade crown on her head, and 5 or 6 phoenix hairpins on her black hair appeared in front of Seito. Her face was round like a plate, and her eyes were like a phoenix. However, the murderous intent and killing intent in her eyes completely destroyed her original grace and holiness. Divine light bloomed around her like the sun, illuminating the entire Mia prefecture and its surrounding areas as if it was daytime. It was Amaterasu Amakami. You finally came out. Unfortunately, you still didn't come with your true body, Seito said regretfully as he looked at Amaterasu in front of him. Very good. You actually forced me to use half of my divine power to create an incarnation to kill you. You should feel honored, Amaterasu said coldly. Half? Then if I kill you, you'll feel bad, right? Seito laughed. Shameless boasting. Just you? You are just a fake god who doesn't even have a divine title and followers. You are dreaming if you think you can kill me. Amaterasu looked at Seito with disdain, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. God? Who told you that I am on the path of godhood? Seito laughed as he slowly released his aura and raised his strength to the level of a true immortal. Amaterasu felt Seito's purposely released aura, and her expression turned gloomy. You have obtained the cultivation method of Middle-earth. Amaterasu asked in a low voice. Although she used a questioning tone, from her expression, it was clear that she was very sure of her judgment. As expected of the Amakami, You are quite knowledgeable. That's right. I have obtained the cultivation method of Middle-earth and used it to become a true immortal. Now, do you still think that I can't kill you? Seito asked with a half-smile. You are just a small true immortal. It's not like I haven't killed one before. Amaterasu laughed coldly. Boy, I will show you what it means to be a true immortal. As soon as he finished speaking, the night sky of Mekong County and the surrounding area suddenly brightened up. It was as if it was daytime again. The sky became blue and boundless. If it wasn't for the bright moon still hanging in the sky and the faint light of the stars in the clouds, people would have mistakenly thought that it was really daytime at this time. However, for ordinary people who didn't know anything, it was indeed daytime. Changing the sky and earth. Good technique. Seito smiled. However, he did not appear to be very surprised. If he were to unleash the power of the sun at full power, it would not be a problem for him to change the world schedule. In fact, if he was not afraid of causing the deaths of all the humans on Earth, it would not be impossible for him to use psychokinesis to forcefully change the Earth's orbit. Prepare to be punished by me, Amaterasu said coldly. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed at Ito-sei. In an instant, the sky that had already turned bright again and a large amount of light began to emerge from the void. Then, as if attracted by something, they swarmed towards Ito-sei. It looked as if he was attracting the surrounding beams of light to fly towards himself. Round universe, infinite starry sky. Seito's expression didn't change. He opened his mouth and chanted. The next moment, a dark sphere emerged from Seito's body. With him as the center, it rapidly expanded in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the space where Mijo County was located. Then, spots of light lit up and turned into round planets. Under an inexplicable force, they began to move in the dark space. Chapter 21-24. A majestic suction and stretching force was generated in the entire dark universe, destroying all the blazing light beams that flew into the universe into little bits of light fragments, which were then absorbed and devoured. Then, the twisting suction force began to spread, destroying all non-planetary matter in the dark universe. The first to bear the brunt was the Shrine Hall of the ISC Grand Shrine, the vast natural forest and land around the shrine, followed by the Amaterasu Omikami, a foreign object. However, because he was powerful enough, he didn't suffer any damage from the powerful suction force born from the rotation of the planet. He still maintained his original appearance, but his expression turned ugly. Boom! The next moment, with a loud boom, the last trace of ISC Grand Shrine on the ground was destroyed. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Amaterasu, take this. Seito, who did not care about the destruction of ISC Grand Shrine, chuckled. Then, without any movement from him, an infinite amount of golden light suddenly appeared in the universe, with a long tail of light. Just like what Seito had suffered before, it swarmed toward Amaterasu, showing off in front of an expert. Amaterasu snorted. After saying that, she grabbed forward with one hand. The golden light that flew toward her seemed to be affected by some kind of power. It suddenly twisted and moved toward Amaterasu's palm. I'm the sun god, the source of all light in the world. You are still far from being able to play with light in front of me. Amaterasu, who gradually gathered the golden light in her hand, sneered. I see. The rule of light. Seito chuckled. Then I will change my method. After saying that, he didn't seem to have done anything, but a planet that was still in orbit suddenly flew away from its orbit. With endless pressure, it whistled and rushed toward Amaterasu, who was gathering light. Its momentum was enormous. Even Amaterasu's expression changed. But then, a sun appeared behind Amaterasu. Flames erupted from the sun's corona, turning into vivid red fire dragons. They twisted and intertwined with each other, roaring as they rushed toward the planet. Roar! Boom! In the next moment, the two collided with each other without any fancy moves. A deafening roar erupted, followed by a shockwave. Bringing with it boundless light and heat, as well as fine dust, they shot out in all directions, destroying the already dilapidated Mijue Prefecture and its surrounding areas, completely turning the area around Mijue Prefecture into a barren land without any life. Bastard, why don't we fight in the sky? Tenchi's face changed when he saw the situation on the ground. It wasn't that she was a compassionate person. She was just afraid that if she fought too much with, say, Ito, the ground beneath her feet would crumble and she would lose her right to live on this piece of land. Those devout believers of hers would lose a large part of their source of faith. This was what she truly cared about. All right, Ito-say nodded and agreed. He also looked at the ground under his feet that had become extremely broken due to the collision of the two of them. Then, the two of them did not hesitate and moved. They flew into the sky with a huge sun and a boundless universe. At the same time, as the two of them rose higher, the entire Japan began to be affected by the aftermath of their power. Night turned into day, and scorching temperatures as high as 40 to 50 degrees Celsius began to spread across the entire island. The clouds in the sky surged like a huge, twisting vortex. The air was constantly being sucked into the dark, starry sky. However, the area that was most affected was the sea around the main island. Under the influence of the strange gravitational force that was born when the stars in the round universe revolved, the sea began to react with tides. From time to time, tall waves would roll up and hit the surrounding coast, creating new sea disasters for coastal cities such as Tokyo and Yokohama. It could be said that in just a short while, the impact of their power had caused the entire Japan to fall into an abyss of suffering. But correspondingly, as the two of them rose into the sky, the power that erupted from the two of them attracted the attention of all the immortals and above in the world. They all released their divine sense to investigate the situation. Humph! Seito, who felt the divine sense around him, snorted coldly. The many planets in the universe immediately began to rotate rapidly, creating a powerful suction force that tore the divine sense that was probing him into pieces. At the same time, Amaterasu, who was unhappy with the uninvited visitors, snorted coldly. She turned the giant sun behind her into a dazzling ball of light, incinerating all the parapsychic wills around her into ashes. Umph! Damn it! This god will remember you. Then a series of muffled grunts, curses, and cold words filled with malice and killing intent rang in Ito-sei and Amaterasu's ears. However, one of them was the Lord of Takamajahara, the nominal leader of the 8 million gods in Japan. He was proud and arrogant. Amaterasu was backed by the Rubik's Cube world and had a strong foundation. She also had the approval of the Akashic system. It didn't matter if she fought or ran. Therefore, neither of them took the threats and malice to heart. They were still focused on the enemy in front of them. All right, there are no more irrelevant people. Let's begin, Seito said softly. Since you are in such a hurry to die, this god will fulfill your wish. Amaterasu said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge sun behind Amaterasu flashed, and dozens of huge cone-shaped fire pillars with a diameter of more than 3 meters flew out from it and spun towards Ito-sei. Facing Amaterasu's attack, Seito's expression did not change as he chanted, Yin and Yang, Milky Way transformation. Then, like an echo, a red cloud planet and a silver planet with cold air on its surface flew out from their original orbits. Suddenly, a purple gas belt appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around them like a pair of giant magnets chasing after each other. They spun at high speed and created a huge vortex that looked like a purple Milky Way. It collided with Amaterasu's cone-shaped fire pillars. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Boom! The planet exploded, and the fire pillars were sent flying. They turned into dust and melted into the purple gas cloud that was still in the midst of the explosion. It made the purple gas cloud look like a meteorite belt. Stardust rotation. At this moment, Seito shouted again. The purple meteorite belt that had just stabilized began to spin at high speed again. It carried with it a force that could not be ignored as it flew towards Amaterasu. As its name suggested, Ito created this move based on the Ares Saint Seiya's ultimate skill, stardust rotation, and the power of the Book of the Chaos. It was powerful enough to shatter stars. Amaterasu's expression changed when he sensed the powerful energy contained in the purple star cluster. He quickly used his divine power to increase the brightness of the sun behind him to the maximum. He then merged with the sun behind him and used the giant sun to meet the purple star cluster head-on. Under the extreme light and heat that erupted like a real sun, the purple star cluster and the ice fragments wrapped within it evaporated into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the time was too short in the end, and it was unable to succeed in one go. It still couldn't help but collide with the purple star cluster. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, a powerful shock wave instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it dashed out to a range of several tens of kilometers, destroying all the planets, meteors, and even the clouds in the real world. It also pushed the seawater and other things below into the distance. 5 elements biochemistry, creation, yin and yang coexistence. All creation, stars gather. Ito quickly chanted loudly after the shockwave passed. The next moment, the 5 colors of red, white, gold, black, and green, as well as the 2 colors of black and white appeared in the chaotic universe. Like a gentle breeze, they flowed through the shattered stars and meteorites. Then, as if time was flowing backward, the shattered stars and meteorites immediately reformed and filled the void of the universe. Meteor explosion. Immediately afterward, Ito-sei clenched his right fist and punched forward. The many stars that had just recovered turned into huge meteors, flying toward the sun that had become a lot dimmer under the rotation of the star fragments. Sun explode. Amaterasu, who was in the middle of the sun, immediately flew out from behind the sun and shouted with a sharp voice. Boom! The deafening explosion that shook heaven and earth immediately reverberated over the entire earth. Then, flames shot out in all directions, mixed with a large amount of debris of the stars. A meteor shower that everyone in Asia could see immediately appeared over Japan and the surrounding waters, dragging a long tail of flame and smoke, falling to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Unsurprisingly, Japan, which had not yet escaped from the impact of the shipwreck, was once again blessed by the meteor shower. The modern high-rise buildings were destroyed one by one. The historical sites were destroyed. The ground was penetrated. The wires, cables, gas, and water pipes were destroyed, bringing the entire Japan to the brink of civilization destruction. Fortunately, there were still the so-called 8 million gods in Japan. Under the devout prayers of the people in Japan, many gods, evil gods, demons, and ghosts appeared one after another. They used their great powers to save the people and some of the cities, reducing the damage caused by the meteor shower to a minimum. But even so, as far as the current situation is concerned, without the help of metahumans or gods, it would take more than 10 years for Japan to recover to the extent before the meteor shower. Chapter 21-25. A majestic suction and stretching force was generated in the entire dark universe, destroying all the blazing light beams that flew into the universe into little bits of light fragments, which were then absorbed and devoured. Then, the twisting suction force began to spread, destroying all non-planetary matter in the dark universe. The first to bear the brunt was the Shrine Hall of the ISC Grand Shrine, the vast natural forest and land around the shrine, followed by the Amaterasu Amakami, a foreign object. However, because he was powerful enough, he didn't suffer any damage from the powerful suction force born from the planet's rotation. He still maintained his original appearance, but his expression turned ugly. Boom! The next moment, with a loud boom, the last trace of ISC Grand Shrine on the ground was destroyed. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Amaterasu, take this. Ito who did not care about the destruction of ISC Grand Shrine, chuckled. Then, without any movement, an infinite amount of golden light suddenly appeared in the universe, with a long tail of light. Just like what Seito suffered before, it swarmed toward Amaterasu, showing off in front of an expert. Amaterasu snorted. After that, she grabbed forward with one hand, and the golden light that flew toward her seemed to be affected by some kind of power. It suddenly twisted and moved toward Amaterasu's palm. I'm the sun god, the source of all light in the world. Playing with light in front of me, you're still far from it. Amaterasu, who gradually gathered the golden light in her hand, sneered. I see. The rule of light. Seito chuckled. Then I'll change my method. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't seem to have done anything, but a planet that was still in orbit suddenly flew away from its orbit. With endless pressure, it whistled and rushed toward Amaterasu, who was gathering the light. Its momentum was so great that even Amaterasu's expression changed. But then, a sun appeared behind Amaterasu, and flames erupted from its corona, turning into vivid red fire dragons. They twisted and intertwined with each other, roaring as they rushed toward the planet. Roar! Boom! In the next moment, the two collided without any fancy moves. A deafening roar erupted, and then a shock wave appeared, carrying boundless light, heat, and fine dust as it shot out in all directions. It destroyed the already dilapidated Mijua County and the surrounding areas, completely turning the area around Mijua County into a barren land without any life. Bastard, why don't we fight in the sky? Tenshu's face changed when he saw the situation on the ground. It wasn't that she was a compassionate person, but she was afraid that she would go overboard with Seito. It directly shattered the ground under her feet, causing her to lose the people who lived on this land and those who were extremely devoted to her, thus losing a large part of the source of her faith. This was what she truly cared about. All right, Itose nodded and agreed. He also looked at the ground under his feet that had been broken by the collision of the two of them. Then, without any hesitation, the two of them flew into the sky together with a huge sun and a boundless universe. In the meantime, as the two of them rose higher, the whole of Japan began to be affected by the aftermath of their power. Night turned into day, and scorching temperatures as high as 40 to 50 degrees Celsius began to spread throughout the entire island. The clouds in the sky surged like a huge, twisting vortex, and the air was constantly being sucked into the dark, starry sky. However, the area that was most affected was the sea around the main island. Under the influence of the strange gravitational force that was born when the stars in the round universe revolved, the sea began to react with tides. From time to time, tall waves would roll up and hit the surrounding coast, creating new sea disasters for coastal cities such as Tokyo and Yokohama. It could be said that in just a short while, the impact caused by the destruction of the two's power caused the whole of Japan to fall into an abyss of suffering. But correspondingly, as the two of them rose into the sky, the power that erupted from the two of them also attracted the attention of all the masters above the level of immortals in the world. They all released their divine sense to investigate their situation. Seito, who felt the divine sense around him, snorted coldly, and the many planets in the universe immediately began to rotate rapidly, creating a powerful and terrifying suction force, tearing all the divine sense that was probing him into pieces. At the same time, Amaterasu, who was unhappy with the uninvited visitors, also snorted coldly. She turned the giant sun behind her into a blinding ball of light, incinerating all the parapsychic wills around her into ashes. Damn it, this god will remember you. Then, all kinds of muffled snorts, curses, and cold words full of malice and killing intent rang in the ears of Seito and Amaterasu. However, one of them was the Lord of Takamajahara, the nominal leader of the 8 million Japanese gods, so he was proud and arrogant. The other was backed by the Rubik's Cube world, had a deep foundation, and also had the approval of the Akasha system. It didn't matter if they fought or ran. Thus, Neither of them took this harmless threat and malice to heart and continued to focus on the enemy in front of them. "All right, there are no more irrelevant people. Let's begin," Seito said softly. "Since you are so eager to die, this god will fulfill your wish." Amaterasu said coldly. As soon as the words fell, the huge sun behind Amaterasu flashed, and dozens of huge cone-shaped fire pillars with a diameter of more than 3 meters shot out from it and spun toward Seito. In the face of Amaterasu's attack, Seito's expression didn't change, and he chanted softly, "Yin and Yang, galaxy transformation." Then, like an echo, a crimson cloud planet and a silver-white planet with cold air rising from their original orbits shot out from their original orbits. Enveloped by a purple gaseous belt that suddenly appeared from the void, they spun at high speed like a pair of giant magnets chasing after each other, creating a huge vortex that looked like a purple galaxy. It faced the many sharp fire pillars that shot out from the sky. In the blink of an eye, the two collided. Boom! The planet exploded, and the fire pillars collapsed, turning into dust particles that blended into the purple gas cloud that was still in the midst of the explosion, making the purple gas cloud look like a meteorite belt. Stardust rotation. At this moment, Seito shouted again, and the purple meteorite belt that had just stabilized spun at high speed again, and with a force that couldn't be ignored, it flew towards Amaterasu. Just like its name, it was a move developed by Ito Sei based on the power of the Book of the Chaos, which was the unique skill of the Aries Saint Seiya. In terms of power, it was enough to break the stars. Amaterasu's expression changed when he felt the powerful energy contained in the purple galaxy, and he quickly used his divine power to increase the brightness of the sun behind him to the maximum, and threw himself into the sun behind him, fusing as one, and used the giant sun itself to meet the purple galaxy. Under the extreme light and heat that erupted like a real sun, the purple star cluster and the ice shards wrapped within it evaporated into nothingness at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in the end, the time was too short to succeed in one go, and it still couldn't help but collide with the purple star cluster. Boom! Amidst the huge explosion, a powerful shock wave instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it dashed out to a range of several tens of kilometers, destroying all the planets, meteors, and even the clouds in the real world. It also pushed the seawater and other things below into the distance. 5 elements biochemistry, creation of the universe. Yin and Yang coexist, creation of all things, stars gather. After the shock wave, Ito Sei quickly recited loudly. In the next moment, the 5 colors of red, white, gold, black, and green, as well as the 2 colors of black and white, appeared in the chaotic universe. Like a gentle breeze, they flowed through the many shattered planets and meteorites. And then, as if time was flowing backward, the many shattered planets and meteorites immediately reformed, filling the void of the universe. Meteor explosion. Seito clenched his right fist and punched forward, and the many stars that had just recovered turned into giant meteors and shot towards the sun that had dimmed due to the spinning of the stars. Sun explode. Amaterasu, who was in the sun, immediately flew out from behind the sun and shouted with a sharp voice. Boom! The deafening explosion that shook heaven and earth immediately reverberated over the entire earth. Then, flames shot out in all directions, mixed with a large amount of debris of the stars. A meteor shower that could be observed by the people in Asia immediately appeared over Japan and the surrounding sea, dragging a long tail of flame and smoke, and fell to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Not surprisingly, the Japanese island that had not yet recovered from the impact of the shipwreck was once again blessed by the meteor shower. It destroyed the modern high-rise buildings, destroyed the historical sites, penetrated the ground, destroyed the power lines, cables, gas, and water pipes, and brought the entire Japanese civilization to the brink of destruction. But fortunately, there were still the so-called 8 million gods in Japan. Under the devout prayers of the people in Japan, many gods, evil gods, demons, and ghosts appeared one after another, and used their great power to save the people and some of the cities, reducing the damage caused by the meteor shower to a minimum. But even so, as far as the current situation is concerned, without the help of people with superpowers or gods, it would take more than 10 years for Japan to recover to the extent before the meteor shower. Chapter 21-26. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Faded Windcheam, and Goo168-878-0145 for their precious monthly votes. In fact, the number of shrines dedicated to Amaterasu Amakami was way more than these. However, those shrines were mixed with other gods, just like the shrine owned by Issei Ito's family. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Issei Ito excluded them and only destroyed the independent shrines dedicated to Amaterasu. After all, if he really wanted to destroy the people's faith in Amaterasu, he would have to carry out a large-scale hypnosis operation to erase the faith and information about Amaterasu from their minds. Otherwise, it was basically impossible. The reason why Issei Ito sent people to destroy the shrines despite knowing this was because he wanted to create more trouble for Amaterasu and destroy her public image. Other than that, he wanted to use the destruction of the holy elephant to slow down her collection of faith. He did not really think that he would be able to do anything to Amaterasu. 10 minutes later, along with streams of light, all the people who were expelled from the shrine returned to Issei Ito's side. With a thought, Issei Ito kept them back into the Rubik's Cube world. Then, in a flash, he personally rushed to the few shrines that were resisting the most. Under the aftershock of killing the half-body Amaterasu, the shrines that had put up a serious resistance were suppressed and destroyed by Ito-sei. The clergy were all killed and disappeared from the land of Sakura country. After that, Issei Ito's fighting spirit did not diminish and his body flashed. He appeared in the sky above Kyoto. Then he waved his hand, and a huge palm that covered the sky, and the sun appeared with a terrifying pressure and oppression. Under the horrified gaze of many people and monsters in Kyoto, the huge palm slammed down on Fujiwara Taisha. Asterisk boom. Asterisk there was a sudden flash of light. It formed a hemispherical golden shield and blocked the huge palm. Issei Ito, who was already prepared for this, was not surprised. He pressed his palm down again, and the huge palm pressed forward a few more inches, stimulating the golden light shield and making a strange creaking sound as if it was about to collapse. Then, in the next moment, there was a shattering sound, and the entire divine light shield exploded into a pile of irregular crystal fragments of different sizes. It flew and fell to the ground. Then, without any obstruction, the huge palm quickly rushed down and hit the main building of the Fushimi Inari Taisha, where Senmon Tori was located. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, a huge cloud of dust immediately covered the entire area, and the area where Fujiwara Taisha was located. They actually didn't resist and gave up. Ito-sei put down his palm and looked at the Dei Grand Shrine that had collapsed into a pile of ruins. It was covered in smoke and dust, but there was no aura of divine light at all. Just like this, Issei Ito waited for a while above the collapsed Fujiwara Taisha until the dust dissipated. Ito-sei, who didn't seem to have the attitude of descending to the mortal world, chuckles and disappears from the sky of Kyoto. However, the moment he disappeared, a large amount of golden light particles gathered, and a face full of hatred and resentment appeared. Inari Kami, whose beautiful face looked a bit twisted, appeared in the ruins of Fujiwara Taisha. Bastard, I won't forgive you for this. Just you wait, demon. Inari Kami's white hand tightly held the gold and silver fan as she looked at where Issei Ito disappeared and said with hatred. But in the next second, Inari Kami's expression immediately changed, and her voice was sharp and hysterical as she shouted, "Damn it, do you want to fight me to the death?" After that, Inari Kami's spiritual body dissipated and turned back into golden light particles and quickly disappeared into the air. At the same time, in Saga Prefecture of Japan's Kyushu region, along with the descent of a giant hand that covered the sky. The Toku Inari Shrine, one of the 3 Inari shrines, along with Kyoto's Fushimi Inari Taisha and Ibaraki Prefecture's Kasuma Inari Shrine, immediately shattered, revealing the main body of the Inari Shrine that was composed of a large number of torii. Then the giant hand fell and pressed down on the main building complex. But at this time, the shrine below shone with a divine light. 2 giant golden foxes made of pure energy appeared in the sky above Inari Shrine. Each of them opened their beastly mouth and spat out a golden ball of energy. The energy ball pierced through the night sky and instantly collided with the giant hand. Boom! A huge shockwave suddenly spread out from the center of the explosion. It was like a hurricane rushing in all directions. The towering trees around Inari Shrine were blown down. Then, the 2 golden foxes jumped into the air and attacked Sei Ito from the left and right. Guardian spirits. I thought this place was the same as Kyoto, ready to give up resistance. Looking at the golden foxes rushing toward him, Sei Ito chuckled. He then pushed his hands through the air, and the 2 vortexes formed by countless green leaves immediately dispersed, transforming into countless streaks of green spiritual light that hurtled toward the 2 golden foxes. In an instant, countless muffled sounds could be heard, and the 2 golden foxes immediately cried out in pain from being shot. They stopped running forward and lowered their heads. They tightened their bodies and used the smallest part of their bodies to welcome the thousands of green light shots. At this moment, Sei Ito, who was temporarily unhindered, slammed his hand down again, and another giant hand covered the sky, slammed down on the shrine below. Ignoring the many experts who rushed out from the shrine below, it directly hit the main building complex of the shrine. Boom! A thick cloud of dust immediately filled the air and enveloped the entire Inari Shrine. Perhaps it was because the attack had destroyed the guardian statues in the shrine as well. But the 2 golden foxes that were riddled with wounds under the barrage of green light suddenly vanished into thin air. They suddenly exploded into a pile of tiny specks of light and quickly melted into the air. Bastard! At this moment, a familiar and clear female voice filled with resentment rang out in the night sky. Then, spirit light gathered, bringing a cool breeze, dispersing the smoke and dust that shrouded the Inari Shrine, dispersing the dust that shrouded it. Inari Goddess, who was wearing a long kimono, appeared. She looked like a young girl with fox ears. Finally willing to come out, I thought you would never come out. Sei Ito looked at Inari Goddess, who was standing in the ruins of the shrine below, and chuckled. Sei Ito, do you want to fight to the death with me? Inari Goddess asked with a gloomy face. Fight to the death? This was already the case when you destroyed Akakurino City. The expression on Ito Sei's face quickly converged, and he replied coldly. You actually want to fight a true god for a mere piece of land in the mortal world? You really are a demon of the outer path. Inari Goddess shouted angrily. Mortal world? According to what you said, what I destroyed was just a mere piece of land in the mortal world. Inari Goddess, why are you so angry? Sei Ito asked with a mocking face. Inari Goddess shouted angrily. All right, Inari Kami, let's not waste our time with useless words. Let's just fight it out, Sei Ito said coldly. And then he flipped his hand, and a crimson-red innate fire divine lightning shot across the sky like a meteor and flew towards Inari Goddess. Inari Goddess, who was about to say something, changed her expression, and she immediately waved the golden fan in her hand to counter the attack. Boom! In a violent explosion, Inari Goddess's body couldn't help but fall back a distance, but before she could stand still, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in front of her, and he waved the black blade in his hand and slashed towards Inari Goddess's neck. Inari Goddess stepped on the ground, and a small ripple appeared in the void. Her body quickly flew back again, and at the same time, the time coin behind her fluttered in the air, and it turned into streaks of golden light. It shot towards Sei Ito's body, but Inari Goddess didn't stop there. She waved the silver fan in her hand, and a golden light that was as bright as the sun shone. A monster with a 7-inch nose, a crimson face, and a pair of eyes and mouth that shone like the sun suddenly appeared in the void. He was wearing a Shinto official robe, a tall black hat on his head, and a pair of black wings on his back. He held a blade in his crimson hand, similar to the green dragon crescent blade, but narrower by half. He waved his arms and slashed the blade towards Sei Ito's head. Tengu? No, it's Tsuruta Hiko. Ito Sei, who was wielding the heavenly sword in his hand and blocking the golden light shot by Inari Kagami, said as he looked at the monster that suddenly appeared. Tsuruta Hiko, the legendary ancestral god, the stone statue god that could be seen everywhere along the road. He was the original form of Tengu, the god of travel who had the ability to protect travelers and the safety of the road. In addition, he was also regarded as the god of heaven and earth in the ISC region. Before Amaterasu became the great royal god, he was worshipped as the sun god. However, in the later period, he was grouped together with other gods such as Kurasu soul life, Fengyu Chipai selling god, Baosha god, Dei Dobi selling god, Ruoyu Jia selling god, and Mitsurujin god. Therefore, it could be said that he was a god with two sides of Inari. Looks like Inari goddess is going all out this time, Seito thought. However, Ito Sei's movements were not slow at all. He tapped his feet and quickly retreated, dodging Tsuruta Masahiko's blow by a hair's breadth. Bang! The blade that missed its attack immediately slashed the ground, creating a huge crack that was about 5 meters long and about 30 centimeters wide on the ground. After dodging the attack, Sei Ito's body turned illusory and split into two. The celestial clouds that was holding the black blade charged at Tsuruta Hiko, while the other held the heavenly sword and appeared in front of Inari Goddess, attacking both of them at the same time. Thousands of creatures that I have raised, help me destroy the demon in front of me. Inari Goddess's body bloomed with light, forming a spherical golden shield to protect herself in the middle. She blocked Sei Ito's attack while chanting the words of divinity. Then, ripples appeared in the void. Black bears, tigers, foxes, wild beasts, and all kinds of demons that Sei Ito had never seen before roared and attacked Sei Ito. At the same time, a bunch of wheat sprouts rose from the ground and lifted Inari Goddess, who was protected by golden light, into the air. Sei Ito, who was surrounded, did not change his expression. He stepped on the ground and leaped into the air. But the next moment, the ground where he was standing before began to shake. Then, with a loud bang, a large amount of magma immediately gushed out from the ground, turning into a thick pillar of fire that was dozens of meters in diameter. It enveloped the surrounding monsters and Inari Goddess, who had risen into the air with the help of the wheat sprouts. As for Sei Ito, at the moment when a magma gushed out, he used teleportation and disappeared from the magma's range. He appeared behind Tsuruta Hiko, who was also forced away by the magma. He waved his heavenly sword and slashed Tsuruta Hiko's body from top to bottom. Puff! With a clear muffled sound, Tsuruta Hiko's body immediately split into two, then turned into two shadows and disappeared into the air. Then, another Sei Ito appeared beside Sei Ito, who was holding the heavenly sword. They raised their heads and looked at the magma pillar in front of them. After about 5 to 6 seconds, Sei Ito, who was holding the heavenly sword, suddenly said, "It's about time. You go down and adjust the ley line. I'll go and freeze the magma." The latter nodded and did not say anything. His body flashed and landed on the ground. He used his own spiritual energy as a guide to adjust the power of the ley line that Sei Ito had forcefully activated. Under the Sei Ito's guidance, the power of the magma spewing out quickly weakened. Then, Sei Ito, who was holding the heavenly sword, flew forward and used his divine thoughts to activate the natural rules in the void. Almost instantly, the temperature in Saga County dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. It even broke through the 0-degree boundary point and continued to drop. Crack, crack. layers of fine ice crystals quickly climbed up the surrounding soil, trees, wreckage, and the surface of the magma spewing out, freezing them. In just a few minutes, the area with a radius of a few miles around Yud Inari Shrine became a world of ice and snow. An extremely thick and irregular icicle stood in the center of the shrine like a miracle of the world. After a while, the two Sei Ito stopped at the same time and turned back into one person with a soft puff sound. Next, it's time to go to Kasama Inari Shrine in Ibaraki Prefecture. Seito looked at the huge icicle in front of him and said in a voice that normal people could hear. After saying that, his figure flashed and disappeared into the air. Then, in the next moment, Seito's figure suddenly appeared above the Kasama Inari Shrine in Kasama City in Ibaraki Prefecture between Saitama, Chiba, and Riki. Chapter 21-27. Boom! With a loud bang, the Kasama Inari Shrine in Kasama City, Ibaraki Prefecture was turned into a pile of rubble, just like the other Fushimi Inari Taisha Shrine in Kyoto and Saga Prefecture, Itoka Inari Shrine. Not sure if it was because he knew that he couldn't stop it, but in this destruction operation, Sei Ito encountered the same situation as the one in Fushimi Inari Taisha Shrine. There was no resistance at all, not even a decent priest. There was only an empty shrine, allowing Sei Ito to destroy it. You think that's it? Not enough. Sei Ito sneered as he looked at the rubble that was covered in smoke. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared into the sky. In the next hour, most of the shrines in Japan that were dedicated to Inari goddess were destroyed. No matter how big or small they were all destroyed under Sei Ito's powerful suppression. Only the remains were left to show the world what once existed here. It's just that although Ito Sei's actions were targeted, in the end, he didn't eliminate the root. Therefore, after he casually found a place to enter the Rubik's Cube world to rest, an unknown secret meeting began in another dimension. Mitagami, you have to help this little god. Inari goddess covered her face with her kimono sleeves and said to Amaterasu, who was sitting on a high seat, covered in golden light. What's the matter? Because of Sei Ito, Amaterasu, who was in a bad mood, frowned and asked impatiently, Mitagami, there's a demon in the mortal realm causing trouble. Not only did he kill this little god's spiritual body, Miko, and priests, but he also destroyed this little god's abode. Mitagami, please help this little god. If it was on a normal day, Inari goddess might have noticed Amaterasu's dissatisfaction. With her exquisite mind, she continued to complain in a more tactful way. But now, her heart was full of anger towards Ito Seigo, and she didn't notice this at all. She still said loudly with a tone full of resentment, "Oh, is there such a thing?" After all, Sei Ito had also destroyed many of Tenshu's above-ground residences. Tenzo was enraged by Sei Ito's actions and immediately questioned Sei Ito. Yes, Imperial God. What I said is true. If Imperial God doesn't believe me, I'll tell you. I am willing to listen to the witch's words. Inari Kami said with an appraising expression, what kind of demon is so bold that it dares to wantonly destroy the abode of us gods? Below Amaterasu's right hand, a burly man with a rough face and black armor asked in a deep voice, Lord Budiyu, that man's name is Sei Ito. He is. Inari Minamoto turned around and bowed to the man. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Tenshu's angry words. What do you mean by demon? Tenzo stared at Inari with murderous intent. Seeing the murderous intent in Tenshu's eyes, Inari Minamoto did not understand what was going on. She even thought that Sei Ito was related to Tenzo. Her heart skipped a beat as sweat appeared on her forehead. She replied timidly, Sei Ito. Bang! Almost at the same time as Inari Minamoto fell. Tenzo, who had been maintaining a dignified posture, suddenly slammed the table in front of him and stood up from his seat. At the same time, Inari Minamoto was shocked. Her face was pale as she prostrated herself on the ground. Her body trembled as she said softly, Imperial. Imperial God. Imperial God. The rough-looking Buduyu, as well as the other male and female gods in the hall, all looked at Amaterasu, who had lost his composure, with confusion on their faces. Wow, I didn't think that you would come looking for trouble with me before I even went looking for you. Since that's the case, I'll do as you wish. Amaterasu's face was twisted, and his expression was full of resentment and anger as he spoke. Buduyu, Hachiman, and Shikigami, I order the three of you to gather your subordinates and go down to the mortal realm to fight Seito. Then Tenshu's eyes turned to Butu, Hachiman, and the beautiful girl, Shigejima, and Shigejima, and Shigejima, and Shigejima, and Shigejima, all three of them. Buduyu, full name Buduyu, was the god of swords and blades. He was the god of swords and blades, the god of war. Hachiman was originally worshipped by the Emperor of Japan. However, after Minamoto no Ryoshi moved, he became the guardian god of the Kamakura shogunate. He was the first god in Japanese history to combine gods and Buddhas. Hachiman Bodhisattva was worshipped as the god of war and the god of war. Shikigami was the guardian god of the Terra clan, the Kamakura shogunate, and the Maori clan. Although he didn't specialize in war, he had a strong fighting ability due to his position as a guardian god. It could be said that the three of them were the best at fighting under Tenshu's command other than the already destroyed Skyfire Bright god. Among them, Buduyu and Hachiman were the strongest. They were the best of the mid-level gods. They were true immortal-level experts. As for the Japanese martial god, Nobunaga Veda, Susu, Yamaguchi Kenshin, and Tsukumi Kenshin, they were either under the Kyunijin god system or under the clan spirit system. Although they were under the rule of Tenshu's Takamagura, they were independent. Under normal circumstances, Tenzo wouldn't go looking for trouble. Yes, Buduyu, Hachiman, and Shikigami looked at each other and replied in unison. Then, they stood up and left the Sun Palace where Tenzo was located. On the other side, in a natural environment surrounded by mountains and forests, an ancient Japanese house stood in the middle of the forest. A few men and women were sitting in the middle of the room. Some were wearing casual clothes, some were wearing samurai clothes, and some were wearing fancy clothes. They were divided into two groups. Have you checked it out? What's going on outside? On the main seat, a burly man with a rough face and dark skin asked. He looked like a thug. Reporting to Meizun, we have checked it out. Below the burly man, a man in samurai clothes lowered his head and replied. Oh, the man who was called Meizun raised his eyebrows in interest. It's a Taoist from the outside world. I don't know how he got into a conflict with the great god and Inari goddess. Maybe he wanted to vent his anger, so he went around destroying the shrines that worship great god and Inari goddess. The samurai replied, So far, nearly 100 shrines have been destroyed. The number of priests and shamans killed is uncountable. I didn't expect there to be such a bold person in the outside world. He actually dared to destroy the abode of my bad-tempered elder sister. Meizun seemed to have heard something fun. He smiled happily and chuckled. And from the way he addressed someone, as well as the way the samurai addressed him, Meizun, it wasn't difficult to guess that this man's identity was none other than the legendary god of storm and destruction who appeared together with Tenzo and Tsukuyumi. He was the master of the Kyunijin god system and was known as Susanoo Meizun, Kintsu Susanoo. From this, it could be inferred that the men and women sitting in front of him were the gods of the Kyunijin god system. Meizun, what should we do with that Taoist? At this moment, a female god asked, Did he destroy the abode of our god system? Susanoo asked. Not yet, the samurai replied. In that case, there's no need to pay attention to him. I really want to see how far this Taoist can go and how my bad-tempered elder sister will react. It will be very interesting. Ha! Susanoo made up his mind, but as he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and he burst into laughter. Father, what if that person goes crazy and destroys our residence? After Susanoo laughed, a man in a magnificent robe with a dignified face and a sacred aura asked, Then let's do it according to the rules between us gods. Kill him. Susanu's murderous aura surged as he said coldly, "Yes, father." All the gods in the room bowed their heads and answered respectfully. Ito Sei, who had no idea that he had become a wanted criminal, rested for a day in the Rubik's Cube world. When he reappeared, he found that his portrait had appeared on all the electronic screens, mobile phones, and other media in Japan that could still be used. His whereabouts were also being offered a big reward. At the same time, the streets and alleys of various cities were filled with wanted posters with half of his body, as if they were advertisements for psoriasis. The priests, witches, servants, and followers of the shrine wandered around, searching for his whereabouts. "Ah, you trying to make me drown in the sea of people?" Seito, who saw all this, laughed. "I didn't expect that these Japanese gods also know the power and horror of the people's war. Since I have nothing to do, let's see who you're going to send to deal with me." After thinking about it, Seito's figure flashed and appeared in Saitama Prefecture. Without disguising himself, he swaggered on the streets. Sure enough, not long after, the expressions of the people around him became strange. Then a divine light condensed, and a guy who looked like a god appeared in front of Seito. "Demon, I didn't expect you to be so arrogant as to step into our land without hiding." The man looked at Seito with a sneer and said, "Who are you?" Seito asked with interest. "I am a wooey bird." The celestial raised his chin and said arrogantly, "Wooey bird? Sorry, I've never heard of it." Seito was stunned. This was not a lie, but he had never heard of such a bird god being worshipped in the shrine of Saitama Prefecture. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." The wooey bird god felt insulted and shouted angrily. Chapter 21-28. In fact, the so-called wooey bird life was not the real bird god, but the god of military might. Its original name should be Jian by Liang bird life, where Jian meant wu-wei, and by Liang bird meant to sweep the borders. He is the son of Heaven Bodhi bird god. Heaven Bodhi bird god was born when Susanoo went to Takamagara. He exchanged the sword of Tatsuka for the Magatama. Therefore, Kimbiyoshi bird god can be said to be the grandson of Susanoo and Amaterasu. He is also a member of Amaterasu. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Kimbiyoshi bird god felt that he was insulted and shouted angrily. As he said that, he rushed towards Seito with a boundless aura. For a moment, Seito felt a cold and sharp aura enveloping him. Seito's expression did not change. He condensed his aura and turned himself into a sword that pierced the sky. He broke through Kimbiyoshi bird god's aura and then used his finger as a sword to stab at Kimbiyoshi bird god. In an instant, Kimbiyoshi bird god felt his heart tighten, and an extreme sense of danger emerged from the bottom of his heart. Kimbiyoshi bird god, who is very confident in himself, did not dare to hesitate. He immediately moved away from Seito. In the next moment, there was a cracking sound, and a crack more than 20 meters long. A huge crack that is nearly 1 meter wide appeared on the ground of a certain city in Saitama Prefecture, exuding a cold and sharp aura. Kimbiyoshi bird god's pupil shrank when he saw this. He grabbed with his big hand and pulled out a shiny katana from the void. With a slash of the katana, a 10-meter-long katana immediately flew towards Seito. Seito's figure flashed and suddenly appeared behind Kimbiyoshi bird god. He raised his finger and stabbed toward the back of his head. Kimbiyoshi bird god, who felt the threat behind his head, lowered his head and dodged the attack. At the same time, he raised his left leg and kicked Seito's lower body. Seito stepped back and dodged this sinister attack. Then he scattered his finger, and a red lightning bolt instantly struck Kimbiyoshi bird god's body. Boom! With a loud explosion, Kimbiyoshi bird god was immediately sent flying. However, just as Seito was about to pursue and kill Kimbiyoshi bird god, a blazing fireball, like a meteor, rushed towards Seito. Itosei, who felt the fireball coming, didn't move. He used his psychokinesis to create a barrier behind him, blocking the fireball. Boom! The huge fireball instantly enveloped Sei Ito. "Jimby Bird, are you all right?" At the same time, a voice suddenly appeared in midair. A handsome man with a pair of phoenix eyes said. He was wearing a bright yellow outfit and a pointed black hat on his head. His entire body was emitting a gentle and holy light. "It's all right. Thank goodness you came in time, Uncle. Otherwise, we would have been in real danger," Jimby Bird God said with a fearful expression as the spiritual light around his body dimmed significantly. "That's good." The person nodded slightly. Then, he turned his gaze back to Sei Ito, who was wrapped in flames. But at this moment, the flames around Sei Ito surged and exploded into countless sparks. Like fireworks, they shot out in all directions, revealing the undamaged Sei Ito inside. Sei Ito looked up. He looked at the newly arrived god and asked, "Who are you?" "It's that legendary god who was ordered to crusade against Daigo Ito. But you took refuge with that Amato Mitsui?" Sei Ito slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at the other party with a strange expression. Sure enough, as soon as he said that, Shinobi of Heaven Sway Air's face became gloomy, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Speaking of Daigo Ito, why didn't he appear? Saitama should be his territory. Why did the two of you come out, but he still hasn't appeared?" Sei Ito, who didn't care about Shinobi of Heaven Sway Air's expression, turned his head and looked around, asking with a strange expression. Daigi Kunijin was a god under the main god system of the country. So by analogy, Daigi Kunijin was a god under the Kunijin system. Although the ninja of Heaven Sway Air was under his name, she was still a god under the Takamagara system. As for Tenbaru, because of Tenbaru's connection, he was also counted as a god under the Takamagara system. That's why the two of them were so active. They were completely different from the Daigo Ito, who had already received the order from Susanoo to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. "To deal with you, the two of us are enough," Shinobi of Heaven Sway Air said coldly. "That's right," Tenbaru echoed loudly. "I hope you can still say that with confidence later." Sei Ito chuckled. After saying that, his figure flashed and suddenly split into two people. Then, he appeared behind Ninja of Heaven Sway Air and Kimbi Nuri respectively. Lightning flashed in his hands and struck Ninja of Heaven Sway Air and Kimbi Nuri respectively. Boom! The two gods' bodies shook and flew back under the impact of a repulsive force. At the same time, they felt their skin tighten and their body and mind were constantly attacked by waves of numbness. Fortunately, the two of them weren't ordinary people. With just a sweep of the divine light on their bodies, they roughly understood what was wrong with their bodies. But before they could rejoice, Sei Ito's figure once again appeared behind them and thrust his palms forward, like a real sword piercing into their bodies. "Ah!" The Jimby bird let out a painful cry in the midst of the intense pain. On the contrary, Shinobi of Heaven Sway Air, who Sei Ito regarded as a weakling, was unexpectedly very tough. He just let out a low groan and endured it. Although he was a little surprised by the performance of the Shinobi of Heaven, Ito Sei didn't stop the movement of his hands. With a thought, a large amount of lightning burst out from the bodies of the two gods, wantonly destroying their bodies. This time, even the strong-willed Shinobi of Heaven Sway Air couldn't help but let out a miserable howl together with Tenbaru. But not long after, Ninja of Heaven's Sway Air's body suddenly dissipated, turning into a large amount of spiritual particles. Under the crackling lightning, they spread out in all directions, disappearing into the air without leaving a single trace. It's a pity that he didn't come with his real body. Sei Ito sighed regretfully. However, his expression immediately changed, and he looked at the Jimby bird god in his hand with a joyful expression. Tenbaru was different from Sway Air. Tenbaru's rank was low, his status was low, and there was almost no shrine dedicated to him. Moreover, he was very young and loved to enjoy life. He directly descended into this world with his real body and didn't look for offerings to create a spiritual body. With a thought, Say Ito released an even stronger force into Tenbaru's body, destroying the divine power circulation system in his body and temporarily turning him into a cripple. Then, with a thought, he threw him into the Rubik's Cube world. Although it's not a complete god, it's enough for Cornelia to use. Itosei's expression showed a faint satisfaction as he thought to himself. Of course, even if it wasn't for Cornelia, it could be used as fertilizer for the world tree to devour. After devouring the heavenly monster's primordial spirit, the great heavenly demon's soul, and Lord of Heaven's body, the fruit condensed by the world tree had matured a lot. Only a little bit of its root was still connected to the branch. It wouldn't take long for it to break out of its shell and break free. In this regard, Sei Ito was very much looking forward to it. He really wanted to see what kind of guy the fruit would give birth to after devouring the nutritional essence of so many divine creatures. However, after sealing Tenbaru, Sei Ito didn't leave. Instead, he swaggered down the street that had become a lot more dilapidated due to the battle between the three non-humans. His expression seemed to say, "Come quickly, I'm waiting for you." And Sei Ito really did think so. He really wanted to see if he could gain more from this provocation. For example, he could seal a few more complete gods who descended with their true bodies or unofficial gods who were at the divine level. Needless to say, the divine creatures reacted quickly. In just a moment, a group of ancient Japanese soldiers blessed with magnificent divine light appeared around Sei Ito under the lead of several heroic spirits wearing ancient legged armors. They surrounded him. Formation. Then, one of the heroic spirits, who seemed to be the leader, drew a sword from his waist and pointed it forward, shouting loudly. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual soldiers moved together and formed a circular formation. The inner circle of soldiers stood upright and built a tall wall fused with golden divine light. The middle circle held swords, ready to deal with any problems that might arise at any time. The last circle raised their bows and pointed the arrows diagonally to the sky. They looked like they were ready to shoot the arrows at any time. "Hachiman Bodhisattva, bless us!" the leading general shouted again. Then, a powerful divine light bloomed from the formation flags that were held up on both sides of the general's back. Like a shock wave, it passed through all the soldiers. The next moment, the divine light on all the soldiers flashed, and everyone's aura rose rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was 20% stronger than before. In particular, the leading heroic spirit raised his aura to the level of breaking through the legendary realm and ascending to become a pseudo-demigod. We respectfully invite Puduyu, Shun's divine power, to descend. The leading general shouted again. In the next second, another divine power descended from the void and enveloped all the heroic spirits. Chapter 21-29. However, after receiving the blessings of the two great gods, Great Bodhisattva Hachiman and Yushin Jindu, the heroic spirit general did not stop praying. He loudly chanted again, "I, Marimoto, am praying here. My family's guardian, Ishijima, may you bless me with victory." As soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light appeared from the void and landed on the heroic spirit general, Marimoto. Then it spread out and enveloped all the heroic spirit soldiers. In an instant, the entire heroic spirit army's morale rose by another notch and became even stronger. "You are Marimoto?" Sei Ito, who allowed the heroic spirit general to continue praying, asked with a strange expression on his face. "That's me." Marimoto, whose body was glowing with a holy light, raised his head and replied. Marimoto was a famous local daimyo during the Warring States period. He was the second son of Marimoto. His childhood name was Matsushimaru. His greatest achievement was to develop the Oni Maori clan from a small local faction to a super faction that ruled over 10 countries in Japan. He was famous for his strategy of sowing discord. During the Battle of Yanshima, he defeated Tao Qingxian using his strategy. Then, He wiped out the Nizi clan and became a powerful local lord. Therefore, his descendants called him Strategist General, Strategist God, Wise General, and the first Strategist General of the Western Warring States period. Of course, this was not the main reason why Sei Ito knew about him. The real reason why Sei Ito knew about Marumoto and Remoto was because he found the Warring States period game when he was searching for information about the world. Because the Maori clan, there was a lot of love. Sei Ito remember the Maori clan and learn a little about them. Secondly, it was because of the Shinigami primary student's uncle, Maori Kaguro. He was too familiar with this name. What do you want? Marumoto asked indifferently. Nothing, I just didn't expect to meet a famous historical figure here. Sei Ito shook his head and smiled as he recalled the three sisters of the Maori clan in the Warring States period game. Do you have any last words? Marumoto did not know why Sei Ito was smiling and nodded. He asked, I should be the one asking you that. Do you have any last words? Ito asked with a smile. It seems that you are very confident. Mao Liyuan raised his eyebrows and said lightly, if that's the case, then be prepared to accept your fate of defeat. Let's wait and see. Sei Ito chuckled. Archers shoot. Mao Liyuan didn't beat around the bush. He immediately shook his sword and shouted. In the next moment, there was a buzzing sound, and a large number of arrows immediately flew out from the hands of the surrounding archers, turning into black shadows that flew into the air. After flying for a distance, they suddenly fell down. They shone with extremely sharp divine light as they rained down on Sei Ito. Swish, 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 swish. Hachiman Bodhisattva's blessing. Looking at the dense, flying arrows, Sei Ito whispered to himself softly. Hachiman Bodhisattva, also known as Hachiman Bodhisattva, was worshipped as the god of archery in the beginning. It was not until later, when he joined the Japanese imperial family ancestors such as Emperor Ing-shun, Empress Shungong, Baidakami, and other Japanese imperial family ancestors, that he was given a new meaning. He added protection, conservation, and other divine duties. Although he was recalling the information about Hachiman Bodhisattva in his mind, Sei Ito's movements were not slow at all. With a thought, a high-speed whirlwind suddenly appeared around him and bounced off the flying arrows one by one. The bounced arrows shot in all directions and rushed towards the surrounding soldiers. However, it was immediately blocked by the shields in the hands of the soldiers in the innermost layer, who had erected a barrier of spiritual light. Ding, ding, dang, dang, set up the net. Seeing that the first wave of arrows was blocked, Mao Liyuan ordered again. Immediately, the archers on the outer circle of the troops took out a heavy arrow wrapped in a circle of strange material from the quiver on their backs. They knocked the arrow on the bow and pulled the string to a full moon. Buzz! The arrow was ejected. The arrow flew in a wide arc and came to the top of Sei Ito's head. Then, with a few bangs, several strange, shining nets suddenly opened up and fell on Sei Ito below. Sei Ito did not change his attack method. He directly urged the whirlwind around him to expand again and turned it into a pillar of wind that shot up into the sky. Hachiman Bodhisattva, listen to me. Believers below, please chant Drive the Wind. At this time, Mao Liyuan chanted an incantation and slashed forward with his sword. A ripple quickly spread out in the air and collided with Sei Ito's whirlwind in the blink of an eye. In the next second, the whirlwind suddenly exploded and turned into countless turbulent streams that shot out in all directions, exposing Sei Ito to the strange net falling from the sky. Seeing that the whirlwind he created was dispelled, Ito-sei looked at Mao Liyuanju with a little surprise, but he didn't care. His figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. But immediately afterward, he reappeared in the circle formed by the shield formed by the inner soldiers. Huh! Sei Ito, who discovered that his teleportation was cut off, let out a surprised cry. Interesting. Then, Sei Ito chuckled. Then, with a wave of his hand, the purple-green Tusida fire appeared in the air and ignited the net falling from the sky. The raging flames instantly spread through the sky. After releasing the fire to burn the strange net, Seito looked at the surrounding Einherjar soldiers and chuckled. Let me see how hard your barrier of light is. After saying that, he waved his right hand, and the pitch-black divine sword, celestial clouds, appeared in his hand. He slashed forward with the sword, and a dazzling white light immediately shot out from the sword and heavily bombarded the barrier of light in front of him. Boom! With a huge explosion, the entire barrier flickered. It was clear that the power of this attack had touched the bottom line of the barrier. With just a bit more power, the barrier would be torn apart. Hachiman Bodhisattva, please bless me with the Vajra hammer. Mao Liyuan, who was at the back of the army, saw this, and his expression changed. He hurriedly chanted the divine incantation again. In an instant, all of a sudden, spiritual light flashed from the surface of the barrier, and a majestic projection of a ferocious guardian deity gradually appeared. Its eyes were wide open, and it angrily glared at Seito in front of it. Although I've never killed King Kong, I've never killed King Kong. Buddhas, but I have killed many immortals and deities at the same level as Vajras and Buddhas. You want to stop me with that? Dream on. Seito sneered as he locked eyes with the Vajra image. Then, the aura around his body condensed, faintly revealing the appearance of an extremely sharp sword. Then, as the divine saber in his hand slashed down, it landed on the barrier of spiritual light in front of him. Boom! Golden light flashed rapidly, and the barrier trembled greatly. With a crisp pop sound, several fine cracks suddenly appeared on the barrier of spiritual light, and they quickly spread with unstoppable momentum. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire wall of spiritual light. Pa! Immediately after, the protective wall exploded into a pile of irregular fragments of different sizes and fell to the ground. After breaking through the barrier, Seito casually pointed to his left and right. The purple and blue Tusada, flames burning in the sky, immediately flew down as if they had received a command, burning toward the shield-wielding soldiers in front of Seito. Who? As the flames burned, the soldiers bathed in flames let out mournful screams, and under the urging of their instincts, they charged toward the surrounding heroic spirit soldiers. The flames on their bodies spread to the others, and in just a short moment, the entire group became chaotic. Afraid of being burned by the flames, the heroic spirit soldiers frantically ran in all directions without stopping. At that moment, Seito's figure flashed. He appeared in front of Mao Liyuan and slashed down with the saber. Mao Liyuan's expression changed, and he loudly shouted, "Budu, Imperial Soul." He raised his long saber to meet the attack. In the next second, the long saber in Mao Liyuan's hand shone. It suddenly emitted the same divine aura as the celestial clouds. Then, with an incomparably sharp light, it collided with the blazing flames and the sword of celestial clouds. Clang! Fierce and fine sparks immediately sputtered in all directions from where the two sabers met. Budu Imperial Thunder God is really generous. He actually gave you the sword spirit of Budu Imperial Soul. Seito, who was competing with Mao Liyuan in terms of strength, said, "Humph." Mao Liyuan coldly snorted in response. Bang! Then Itose pressed his arm hard and turned over to retreat from Mao Liyuanjio. Then he stepped in the air and appeared behind Mao Liyuanjio like a ghost. He waved his long sword and fell on Mao Liyuanjio's neck. Feeling the biting cold on his neck, Mao Liyuan's pupils shrank, and he hurriedly lowered his head. At the same time, his right hand slashed backwards, and he swung his sword at Seito's body. After his attack missed, Seito lightly pressed down with the edge of his palm and released his fingers, making the sword of celestial clouds flip half a circle around the back of his hand. Then, he held the saber in reverse grip and used the saber to block Mao Liyuan's urgent attack. Clang! At the same time, he stretched out his left hand, and a bright white light shot out from his palm. The bright white light was like a bolt of lightning, and it instantly pierced through the back of Mao Liyuan's head. Pooh! In an instant, Mao Liyuan's expression froze, and his entire body fell heavily to the ground. Plop. Then, Sei Ito casually put away the heavenly sword. He flicked the divine saber in his right hand, and the long saber in Mao Liyuan's hand flew into the air. He pointed with his left hand, and a purple-green Tusita fire immediately flew over. With a hoo sound, it enveloped Mao Liyuan's long saber, which contained Budu Imperial Soul Spirit, and burned fiercely. Then, without caring about the long saber, Sei Ito pressed down with his palm. A huge palm that covered the sky appeared above the heads of the many heroic spirit soldiers, and it smashed down like Mount Tai. Boom! A huge palm print that was about 40 meters long and 20 meters wide appeared on the ground. As for the heroic spirit soldiers that originally existed in this area, they all exploded into a large number of spirit particles and gradually melted into the air. However, at this moment, Sei Ito suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky with a chuckle. Finally, the main character is here. Immediately afterward, the purple-green Tusita fire in the air trembled, and a bright white light flew out from it. It was projected into the hand of a burly middle-aged man who suddenly appeared in the sky. He was wearing a luxurious black foot armor, and his face was rough, and his expression was cold. Under the illumination of the spiritual light from the man's right hand, it transformed into a long saber about 3 feet and 4 inches long. Under the illumination of the spiritual light, it flashed a cold light under the sunlight. Kendo Thunder God? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and called out. Demon Ito, I am here to crusade against you under the Imperial Order. Quickly come up and die. Kendo Thunder God shook the real Futsumitama in his hand and said coldly. Futsumitama was originally transformed from Kendo Thunder God's right hand. So, no matter what state it was in, as long as it was in the hands of Kendo Thunder God, it was the real Futsumitama, the sharpest divine saber in the world that could kill gods. With a thought, Sei Ito, who was floating around the purple-green Tusita fire in his body, looked up and down at Kendo Thunder God with a cold expression and said softly, "It's the real body, that's good." After that, Ito Sei, who had collected the purple and blue Tusita fire, moved. With a bang, his body appeared like a cannonball in front of Jinyu Raishin. He slashed the divine sword in his hand towards Jinyu Raishin's face. Imperial Thunder God did not answer. He raised his sword and blocked the attack with a dang sound. In this regard, Sei Ito wasn't surprised. His left hand patted the hilt of the saber, and, at the same time, his right hand loosened. The saber immediately continued to slash at Kendo Thunder God's face. Kendo Thunder God leaned back and raised his foot to kick Sei Ito. Sei Ito held the saber hilt with his right hand and bent his knee to block Kendo Thunder God's attack. Bang! In the next second, the two of them flew backward. But before they could stand still, they stomped their feet in the air and turned into black shadows that rushed toward each other. In an instant, a series of ding, ding, dang, dang, dang sounds of metal clashing spread in the air. At the same time, the clouds surged, bursting out transparent shock waves that spread to the surroundings one after another. Wherever the shock waves passed, dark cracks that made one feel abnormally cold were left behind. After a few seconds, accompanied by a sudden golden brilliance in the air, the two of them separated again. It was just that compared to just now, Kendo Thunder God's situation was obviously much worse. The dark and gorgeous armor was covered with long and narrow saber marks. Traces of golden blood oozed out from the skin inside the armor uncontrollably. Although he was a sword god, war god, and war god, he was very strong. He was almost second only to Susanoo among Tianjin God and Guijin God. He was on par with several gods, such as Kendo Thunder God and Japanese Wuzun, or even stronger than them. However, compared with Sei Ito, he was much weaker. His Japanese swordsmanship was also restrained and seen through by Sei Ito, who had mastered many martial arts from different worlds. Therefore, it was natural that he would end up like this. Chapter 2130. P.S. Thank you to Departed Solo Dance, and This Is a Monster for their precious monthly votes. Realizing that he couldn't defeat Sei Ito with his powerful martial arts, Jian Yueshin frowned. His skin turned red like a cooked crab. At the same time, the armor on his body emitted a dazzling electric light, which divided into 8 different colors of light and dark. They appeared around Jian Yueshin, who had turned into a red devil and rotated like a wheel. A burst of crackling thunder immediately spread from Jian Yueshin's body. Jian Yueshin, just like the word thunder in his name, in addition to being regarded as the god of sword and saber, martial god, war god, and archer god, he was also worshipped as the god of thunder. At the same time, the symbol of the god of sword and saber that Jian Yueshin originally held in his hand was also divided into 2 halves in a burst of light, turning into 2 short golden sticks, and fell into Jian Yueshin's hands. And at this moment, Jian Yueshin's aura suddenly rose a lot, and he broke through the current level and promoted to a high-level divine power god, which was the level of a golden immortal. Under the influence of this aura, a large group of dark clouds quickly gathered in the originally cloudless sky, brewing a burst of red lightning that exuded a dangerous tribulation aura. It kept jumping in the clouds, and together with the red ghost god, Jian Yueshin, surrounded by thunderballs below, some people couldn't tell whether this was a tribulation thunder attracted by his aura, or a divine power thundercloud created by his power. Although he felt the dangerous aura of the red lightning that was brewing in the thunderclouds, he was confident that he wouldn't be hurt by it since he was in his true body of Thunder God. He didn't care about it at all and stretched out his hand towards Ito Sei. 2 bolts of lightning, 1 red and 1 black, shot towards Sei Ito with a rumbling sound. And the most terrible thing was that it was attracted by these 2 bolts of lightning. The red tribulation thunder that was brewing in the dark clouds suddenly flew out of the dark clouds, and together with the 2 bolts of lightning, struck down towards Sei Ito. F*CK. Sei Ito's expression changed when he noticed that the target of the lightning tribulation was him. He hurriedly raised his arms and crossed them in front of him, creating a 5-colored electric net. Then, he quickly retreated without looking back. Although Sei Ito had reached the golden immortal realm, he was confident that his divine body, which had long been assimilated and improved to a certain level under the erosion of the power of the world, should not suffer too much damage from the tribulation thunder. However, he could not be sure if he would really not be injured. After all, he was now in a state of battle and not in a normal state. Moreover, the enemy still had enough strength to hurt him. He didn't want to risk his life to test the strength of his divine body just for a small possibility. Boom! In the next moment, several bolts of lightning collided together, bursting out with a loud bang and dazzling light that was like the sun. However, Sei Ito, who used the thunder net to block the tribulation thunder and attack, did not feel relaxed. Instead, he frowned and complained in a low voice with a displeased expression. Unlucky, I'm still involved in this. Then, as if in response to his words, the dark clouds in the sky immediately doubled in size, and more bolts of lightning leaped out from it. And the power of the bolts of lightning was even more terrifying. Obviously, because of the addition of Sei Ito, this unexpected guy, the level of the tribulation thunder had increased. And this time, Jinyu Ito finally looked at the tribulation cloud with a look of fear in his eyes. Then, the thunder exploded. 2 bolts of lightning that were as thick as a child's body flew out of the tribulation cloud and descended towards Sei Ito and Jinyu Ito. Jinyu Ito held the golden pestle with both hands and blasted upwards. The 8-colored thunderballs that were flying around him immediately spat out a small bolt of lightning. They entangled with each other and condensed into one. In the blink of an eye, they collided with the bolts of lightning that fell from the sky. Boom! A dazzling white light instantly blossomed in the air, causing people to be unable to look at it. But then, a bolt of lightning that had shrunk a lot compared to before, but was still very powerful, shot out from the white light. It directly struck Jinyu Ito, who was defenseless. Boom! Ah! The lightning exploded and crawled all over Jinyu Ito's body. He couldn't help but let out a painful cry. On the other hand, Ito seemed to be a lot calmer. He raised his hands in the air, and layers of magic barriers, enchantments, and restrictions that came from various worlds, systems, and combinations were continuously placed above his palms. Almost in the blink of an eye, hundreds of layers were stacked, and the speed of stacking didn't decrease at all until the tribulation thunder and the defensive barriers collided. Boom! Pa 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 pa. However, although each of the defensive barriers, enchantments, and restrictions were very strong, the destructive power of the tribulation thunder was even stronger. The moment the two collided, the tribulation thunder immediately broke through dozens of layers of defensive barriers and continued to break through without slowing down. But fortunately, Ito was already prepared for this. His mind was racing as he continued to place the remaining barriers to resist the tribulation thunder. At the same time, he continued to create more defensive barriers, enchantments, and restrictions in his palms. Just like that, after destroying another 200 defensive barriers, the tribulation thunder completely lost its momentum and turned into a pile of spiritual energy that dissipated into the surrounding air. At this time, Ito didn't relax. While the tribulation thunder was brewing, he continued to create layers of magic barriers. After a while, the lightning struck again and split into two, striking Ito and Jinyu Ito, respectively. Boom! 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 When all 54 tribulation thunder struck, the dark clouds in the sky seemed to have completed their mission. They quickly dispersed from the middle and exposed the sun that was previously blocked. At the same time, a colorful light descended from the sky like a passage of light that enveloped Ito and Jinyu Ito. A large amount of immortal spiritual energy emerged from the passage and swarmed into the bodies of the two men and Jinyu Ito. It quickly healed their injuries and improved their strength. Of course, the main purpose was to improve Jinyu Ito's strength. For Ito, who had already become a golden immortal, this amount of immortal spiritual energy was not enough to do anything. At most, it would make his early-stage golden immortal power more stable. But then, a strong suction force suddenly appeared from the passage and pulled Ito's body up into the sky. Feeling this suction force, Ito's expression changed. He quickly used the breath-holding technique to restrain his aura and used Absolute to seal all the pores on his body. He also used the power of space to quickly leave the current space and merge into the space crevice, causing his existence to temporarily disappear from the main world. Then, he used his mind to activate his authority together with the Akashic system. In an instant, Ito felt his body relax and was no longer affected by the strange suction force. Then, the beam of light that had lost its target trembled slightly and exploded into a pile of ownerless, high-quality spiritual energy that dispersed into the world. Phew! Only then did Ito slightly relax and let out a long sigh of relief. He turned his head and looked at Jinyu Ito, who was not far away. Compared to Ito, who knew a lot of things and had a lot of tricks up his sleeves, the god of thunder, god of war, and god of archery, god of thunder, god of war, and god of archery, god of thunder, god of thunder, god of war, and god of archery, didn't have so many tricks up his sleeves. He could only let out a roar and let the suction force take him away from this world. But for Jinyu Ito, it was actually just going home. After all, he was originally a god who descended from the sky. Therefore, even if he ascended on the surface but was actually expelled from this world, it was just returning to Takamagara. At most, he couldn't descend with his true body before the world's limit was raised again. For him, there was no loss at all. On the contrary, it could be said that he had gained something. What a pity. It's rare to meet a god who is strong enough to descend with his true body. Looking at Jinyu Ito, who gradually disappeared in the beam of light, Ito sighed with some regret. Then, with a thought, he broke away from the gap between reality and the void. However, at this moment, there was a soft whistling sound, and a golden light instantly flew in front of Seito. Seito, who was suddenly attacked, narrowed his eyes and quickly set up a barrier in front of him with psychokinesis. However, because he was avoiding the repulsive force before, his power was restrained to the extreme. Although there was no hindrance in mobilizing his power, it was still a little weaker than usual. In addition, the attacker came prepared and used his full strength from the beginning. Therefore, the psychokinesis barrier trembled slightly and was pierced by the golden light. The golden light didn't reduce its momentum and pierced into Seito's shoulder, who instinctively dodged. Puff! Then, the golden light burst out like an energy bomb, suddenly exploded violently. Boom! The bright yellow energy light burst out, and Seito's body flew out horizontally like a cannonball. With a loud bang, he slammed heavily into the wall on the side and fell into the house with the broken bricks. However, the attacker's attack still didn't stop here. The sky flashed slightly, and several golden lights fell from the sky like meteors. They went straight into the house that Seito crashed into. Boom! Then the house exploded and was enveloped by a huge firework. But in the next second, a huge dazzling sword light, more than a kilometer long, pierced through the flames like a laser beam, quickly cutting the sky from bottom to top. At the same time, there was a slight flash in the sky. A stout man wearing a chrysanthemum-patterned yellow hunting suit, a black pointed top hat, and two banners printed with copper patterns on the surface appeared in the sky, with a Japanese longbow in his hand. He dodged the huge sword light. Chapter 21:31. Whoosh, the flames parted, revealing Seito's figure from the wreckage of the house. At this time, the clothes on his upper body were torn, revealing a slim and well-proportioned upper body, but it was definitely not weak, as if it was completely cut according to the golden ratio. There were some bloodstains on his right arm and collarbone, which should be the traces left by the arrow from before. His head was raised high, and his expression was cold as he looked at the stout man who had appeared in the sky. His eyes were emitting a chilling coldness. "Who are you?" Seito asked coldly. "I am Hachiman," the stout man said calmly. Then, he raised his arm and knocked an arrow on the bowstring. He aimed at Seito and said, "I am here under the order of the imperial god to suppress the Ito clan." After that, he loosened his fingers, and the arrow turned into a golden beam of light that cut through the sky and flew in front of Ito-sei. But just as the arrow was about to hit Seito suddenly appeared behind Hachiman. He swung the divine saber, celestial clouds in his hand, and slashed at Hachiman's head. Hachiman did not turn around. He stepped forward with one foot and flew dozens of meters away, dodging Seito's fatal attack. Then, the spiritual light around Hachiman trembled. Two beautiful women's heads appeared on either side of his neck. Each of them had two hands holding a bow. They raised their bows and arrows and launched a counterattack at Seito. The golden beam of light flew towards Seito like a bolt of lightning. The moment he reacted, it exploded and turned into a cloud of lightning and fire energy that rushed towards Seito. Boom! The next moment, the light above Hachiman's head dimmed. Seito's figure appeared and pointed with one finger. An extremely profound ripple of laws surged out. Hachiman instantly felt his body become sluggish. It was as if he was separated from the world around him. At this moment, Ito-sei flew in front of Hachiman and swung his saber at his neck. Clang! But at that moment, the two banners behind Hachi banners moved and suddenly appeared in front of Hachi banners. The banners flattened out and turned into a golden shield that blocked celestial clouds' attack. Then, the spiritual light around Hachi banners trembled. A ripple appeared in the void, releasing himself from the feeling of being separated. Then, he spun around and used his other head to control the red tasseled spear that suddenly appeared in his hands and stabbed towards Seito's head. Seito waved his left hand, and the materialized heavenly sword appeared in his hand. Clang! It blocked the incoming spear, and celestial clouds in his right hand slashed forward again. A huge saber light that was about 100 meters long instantly descended in front of Hachi banners. The other female head of Hachi's 3 heads moved her hands and raised the flag above her head, turning it into a shield to block the saber light. Bang! However, blocking the saber light was one thing. However, under the tremendous force contained in the blade, Hachiman's body fell to the ground at an uncontrollable speed and hit the ground like a cannonball. Boom! Smoke and dust rose, and a semicircular crater appeared in the ground of the city. Seito did not stop there. He swung the saber celestial clouds down again, and a huge saber light that seemed to be able to split the city in half shot out from the saber and crashed into the ground below. Boom! There was a violent explosion. One of them was more than a few miles long and 100 meters wide. A huge, bottomless crack immediately appeared on the ground. The city's water supply pipes, media pipes, and telecommunication cables buried under the crack were all destroyed. As a result, more than 10 loud explosions were created, and the aftermath and impact of the aftermath affected the entire Saitama County. However, it was precisely because of this huge range of attack that Hachiman's divine banner, who had nowhere to run, was cut into pieces by the saber light. Hachiman's divine body was severely injured, and he fell into the huge crack created by the saber light like a broken sack. Then, Seito appeared in the huge crack created by him in a flash. He released his divine sense to search for Hachi Banner's whereabouts. Almost instantly, the figure of Hachiman appeared in Ito Sei's perception. Hachiman's body was covered with golden blood. One of his 3 heads and 6 arms was destroyed, one of his other 2 heads was half broken, and one of his 4 arms was half crippled. His aura was severely weakened. Seito did not hesitate and appeared in front of Hachi Banners in a flash. The 5-colored lightning in his left hand danced and merged into a gray, chaotic energy. He threw it at Hachi Banners, whose face had changed drastically. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, drowning out Hachiman's screams and creating an invisible shockwave that quickly spread out in all directions along with a cloud of dust. Then, the light weakened and dissipated, revealing Hachi Banners, who was on the verge of death. Ancestral God Emperor. Seito looked at the dying Hachi Banners on the ground and sneered. Then, with a thought, he transferred Hachi Banners into the Rubik's Cube world. Just like Raikami Kinyu, Hachi Banners had also descended into the present world with his true body. However, he did not expect to provoke Seito with a sneak attack, causing him to use all kinds of illegal powers. Therefore, other than the beginning, Hachi Banners didn't even have a decent performance. He, the ancestral god emperor, the god of the Minamoto clan, and the guardian of soldiers and pirates, was beaten into such a state. In the end, he was taken away and sealed by Seito. It's about time. If this continues, I'll be attacked by everyone. It's time to leave. Seito sighed as he put Hachi Banners away. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared from the crack. Sure enough, the moment he disappeared from the crack, dozens of solemn-looking male gods and goddesses appeared in the sky above Saitama County. They descended into the city that was damaged beyond recognition by the battle between Seito, Raikami Kinyu, and Hachi Banners. Divine light bloomed and shrouded the surrounding void. That majestic appearance was almost the same as the legendary appearance of Tianjin Celestial System during the battle between Kunjin Celestial System and Tianjin Celestial System. Saitama County, that was in a mess, did not talk about him. Instead, they only talked about Seito. After leaving Saitama County, Seito, who felt that Japan was not as dumb as before, had an idea and teleported back to the mainland of China. He went straight through China and finally stopped at a mountain with beautiful scenery near Spring City. In this way, I've also become a hermit, Seito said with a chuckle as he stood at the top of the mountain that he had chosen as a settlement overlooking the entire mountain range. Then, With a thought, he used his magical power to summon several giant green trees that were so big that it would take 3 or 4 people to wrap their arms around them. Using his mental strength as a knife, he cut the big trees into the shape of the materials that he needed. Then, he built a house according to the most ancient way of fastening. With Sei Ito's random work, it only took a few minutes for an ancient wooden house that was in accordance with the rhythm of nature and did not use any nails or iron. However, Sei Ito did not stop there. He turned his hand and took out dozens of palm-sized warm jade amulets from the Rubik's Cube world. Using his mental strength as a pen, he engraved complicated and intricate patterns on each warm jade amulet. Then, he shook his hand and threw them in all directions. Strangely enough, the warm jade amulets that were thrown out only flashed slightly before suddenly disappearing into the air, leaving no trace behind. However, in the next moment, a transparent energy barrier appeared above the top of the mountain, enveloping an area of several kilometers around the top of the mountain. Then, the transparent energy barrier flashed slightly and disappeared into the void like the warm jade amulets. Sei Ito looked around at the top of the mountain that did not have any strange traces and nodded in satisfaction. He turned around and walked in the house that he had built himself. Although the house was built by Sei Ito himself, it was not very small. It was more than 100 square meters and was divided into 2 floors. The lower floor was about 60 square meters and was divided into 4 rooms: left, middle, right, and back. The middle room was the living room, which was the largest at 40 square meters. It was arranged according to the ancient style of living rooms, with 2 wooden chairs and a wooden table. The left room was the storage room, which was used to store daily necessities such as rice, noodles, oil, tea, and so on. The right room was the kitchen, which was used for cooking, although he might not necessarily use it himself. The back room was the bathroom, which was used for washing, bathing, and relieving himself. The second floor was divided into 2 rooms. The larger one was about 30 square meters and was used as a bedroom. In addition to an ancient wooden bed with carved beams and feet, there was only a small round table and 3 small round stools. The smaller inner room was a dark room, which could be used for meditation and cultivation when necessary. There were no guest rooms, so he did not plan to let anyone stay here, but if he really dared to do something, the storage room on the first floor could be used. After all, just like the kitchen, he did not really need to use it since he had the Rubik's Cube world. Looking at the layout of the room, Sei Ito nodded in satisfaction. He walked up to the bedroom on the second floor and opened the window on the left wall to look into the distance. Although he could not really see the situation in Shudi because of the thousands of mountains and rivers, he could see the changes in the clouds above Shudi by looking at the changes in the clouds above Shudi. It's getting stronger. Could it be that as the demon army advances, the area covered by the black clouds formed by the evil loathing chi will become even wider? Itsunari frowned and thought as he looked at the black smoke in the direction of Shu Prefecture that had become a lot more majestic. However, Sei Ito just thought about it and did not pay too much attention to it. After all, it had nothing to do with him for the time being. So after observing for a while, he withdrew his gaze and returned to the bed. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to enter meditation. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.